Almost simultaneously, Ling Mo, Jiang Xin, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu jumped up from their chairs. Then, without a second's delay, they ran to their respective rooms to change their equipment. These were all prepared in advance, so the preparation was very convenient. Ling Mo even had time to braid a scorpion braid that hung down her back. 3, 2, 1. 5 minutes later, everything went black for all the players. Before Ling Mo could even open her eyes, she smelled a strong, salty sea odor. The game location was by the sea, Ling Mo immediately realized. A batch of yu fruits had ripened a few days ago, so she wasn't afraid even at the beach. Ling Mo had already tested it. One yu fruit allowed her to move freely underwater for about an hour, and her swimming speed would also increase significantly. Opening her eyes, she found herself on a golden sandy beach, the sun shining brightly, and a salty sea breeze blowing in her face. The players, regaining their senses, didn't move, but stood still waiting for the system to issue a mission. The familiar system voice rang in all the players' ears again. Hylon Star, a planet whose 95% area is covered by seawater, a true water planet. Today, the annual water competition is about to begin. All participants will freely form teams, with a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 7 people. The surface of the sea on Hylon Star may appear calm, but dangers lurk everywhere, so please be careful, all participating players. Please note that this competition is both a team event and an individual event. The competition lasts 3 days, with the following rules: complete 3 randomly assigned tasks. Completing 1 task earns 1 star, eliminating 10 players earns 1 star, surviving to the end of the competition earns 1 star, and having no teammates killed earns 1 star. After the competition ends, anyone with less than 5 stars is eliminated and disqualified. After the system message ended, Ling Mo received a black and gold task book with her 3 tasks. However, she didn't rush to check the tasks but instead looked around for teammates. The system had previously stated that a team must have at least 2 people, meaning she needed to find at least 1 teammate. According to the later rules, as long as the score is above 5 stars, they are considered qualified. This means that without eliminating other participants, as long as they complete the 3 tasks, survive to the end of the competition, and have no teammates killed, they can successfully pass the level. Therefore, having too many or too few people on a team is problematic. Too few makes them vulnerable to being targeted, while too many makes it difficult to manage. Just then, Ling Mo spotted Yi Kai in the crowd. Standing at 188 meters tall, and clad in camouflage, he stood out like a crane among chickens in a crowd. Such a person was naturally a target for others to recruit. At this moment, Yi Kai had already spotted Ling Mo, ignoring the attempts of those around him to engage her, and strode towards her. Yi Kai approached Ling Mo and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to find Boss and Fu Yu." "They're both there." Ling Mo was surprised. What incredible luck. The 4 of them had actually been paired together. The 4 of them successfully formed a team. Then, a blue screen appeared in front of them. Ling Mo suddenly felt a chill, a bad premonition creeping over her. Was she about to be exposed? At that moment, the blue screen flickered, and then a line of text appeared. Players detected: Ling Mo, Jiang Xin, Yi Kai, Fu Yu. Team up? All 4 clicked yes simultaneously. Congratulations on successful team formation. Please proceed to the port to collect your racing boat. Strange, it's displaying our real names here, Yi Kai said curiously. They must be showing their real names because we all know each other. Let's go. With that, Jiang Xin took the lead and headed towards the port. Upon arriving at the port, they found many ships docked there, both large and small. Small boats were the most numerous, wooden boats propelled entirely by oars, followed by medium-sized boats, much more advanced than the wooden ones. Of course, the most eye-catching were the large ships. However, there weren't many large ships, only a few in total. The players who had arrived first all rushed towards the large ships without hesitation. With ships, the bigger the better, of course. Yikai also wanted to grab one, but Fuyu stopped him, then pointed to a medium-sized ship and said, "Let's choose that ship. A large ship isn't necessarily the best. Don't forget there are only 4 of us." With that, Jiang Xian led the others towards the medium-sized ship. After they boarded, the others were still arguing about who owned the large ship. A medium-sized boat could just accommodate the 4 of them. They assigned tasks. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were the main combatants. The combined power of lightning and hurricanes at sea was simply overwhelming. Fuyu was responsible for observation and deciding where to go, while Ling Mo was in charge of communicating with the fish underwater. Chapter 95 Sea Competition 2. Besides this, Ling Mo had another task, to see if there were any supplies she could bring back. This was the ocean, so seafood was the first thing that came to mind. Under Ling Mo's mental detection, there were indeed many fish moving beneath the surface, but she couldn't be sure if they were edible. Moreover, these fish weren't very intelligent, and she couldn't communicate with them. "By the way, what are your tasks?" Jiang Yuning asked. "My first task is to catch 10 blue shrimp. My first task is to catch 10 small golden fish, and my second task is to catch 100 large golden fish." Yi Kai looked at his tasks with frustration. What large and small golden fish? Did he have to catch 10 golden fish sons and then 100 golden fish fathers? "I only have one task, to find an island turtle and mark it. 3 stars. After listening to the 3 people's tasks, Ling Mo looked at her first and only task, purifying a sea area. 3 stars, the score was based on the area of the purified sea. Ling Mo. Purifying the sea wasn't difficult for Ling Mo. After all, she had purifying seaweed, and the purifying seaweed in her space had already been successfully cultivated. But, why did she feel like she was being fleeced? Was this task intentionally designed? Seeing her silence, Yi Kai curiously leaned closer. When he saw the glittering 3-star task on Ling Mo's task card, his gaze shifted from curiosity to pity. He then patted her shoulder heavily. "It's okay, Mo, we'll help you." Seeing Yi Kai's action, Jiang Xian and Fuyu also glanced over, immediately displaying the same expression as Yi Kai. Although Fuyu also had a 3-star task, Ling Mo's task was clearly much harder. Was this some kind of deliberate attempt to make things difficult? They even wondered if Ling Mo had offended the game system, otherwise why would they assign her such a task? Ling Mo stared at them with deadpan eyes. What kind of expressions were those? Who was sympathizing with whom was still uncertain. Since the system issued this task, it's definitely doable. Seeing her like this, the others just assumed she was being optimistic. "Don't worry, we'll definitely help you complete the task." "Ling Mo, my words just now weren't meant to comfort you." "Oh well, you'll all be shocked when I complete the task. I have a fishing net and a fishing rod here, do you want them?" Ling Mo asked. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai's tasks were both related to fish. After taking out the fishing net and fishing rod, the group began to steer the small boat towards deeper waters. As expected of a planet with 95% ocean coverage, the ocean seemed boundless. Moreover, Ling Mo looked down at the seawater, which looked quite clean, seemingly without the need for purification. Could it be that only specific sea areas require purification? If that's the case, it's not just being taken advantage of, it's being targeted by the game system. After the boat reached a certain location, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai started casting the net and casting the rod, while Ling Mo and Fuyu helped out. Ling Mo looked at the surrounding seawater, took out some purified seaweed, and threw it into the water. After a moment, the seawater didn't change. Just when Ling Mo thought he had failed and was really being targeted by the game, he glanced at the task card and one of the stars lit up. It worked. It seems he wasn't being targeted. Excited, Ling Mo threw in some more purified seaweed, wanting to complete the task as soon as possible. However, no matter how much she lost in the martial world afterward, the second star remained in a state of barely shining. Just then, Fuyu suddenly shouted, "Look over there." Something is approaching. Hearing this, the group turned around and saw a huge pink figure rapidly approaching from beneath the water, its target being their ship. Don't panic, it means no harm. The moment Ling Mo saw the pink creature, he used his mental power to communicate with it, and the answer he received was that the creature had no hostility towards them. In fact, it had come to thank them. The dolphin whale beast, known as the spirit of the sea wave star, is extremely intelligent and despises those who pollute the marine environment. It has a favorable impression of those who protect and purify the seawater and will even actively approach them. Hearing Qiaman's introduction, Ling Mo understood that the dolphin whale beast's sudden appearance was most likely due to her actions just now. She said to the three behind her, "Wait a moment and watch my actions. If nothing unexpected happens, our mission is secure." Upon hearing this, the three immediately brightened up, their eyes filled with joy as they watched the rapidly approaching pink figure. When the whale-like creature got closer, they realized it was just a large dolphin, albeit with pink skin. The creature surfaced, spewing seawater that landed squarely on Ling Mo's face. Whale-like creatures spray water when happy or encountering someone they like. They become even happier if they receive a response. Seeing this, Ling Mo took out a water storage mushroom, squeezed it, and a stream of water flowed onto the whale-like creature. The next second, the creature emitted a clear, cheerful sound. Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fuyu followed suit, spraying water at the creature. This made the creature even happier, leaping joyfully across the surrounding water. Is it happy? Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fuyu all stared at Ling Mo, their eyes filled with excitement. They had a feeling the upcoming mission might be easy. After the creature had had its fill of fun, it returned to the side of the ship and nuzzled Ling Mo's cheek with its mouth in thanks. Seeing this, Ling Mo quickly released her mental energy to communicate with the dolphin whale. This sea area looks very clean, why does it need purification? Hearing this, the dolphin whale spoke again in its ethereal voice, but this time with a hint of displeasure. It turned out that a group of invaders had recently appeared on the seabed, eating everything and reproducing at an astonishing rate. After eating and drinking their fill, these invaders would secrete a toxin that wouldn't affect the water quality, but would cause the plankton and various nutrients in the seawater to disappear rapidly. The purifying moss that Ling Mo had just scattered could purify the toxins in the water. So that's how it is. I can continue to help you purify the sea area, can you do us a favor? Ling Mo asked. Hearing this, the dolphin whale excitedly flicked its tail, but it didn't immediately agree, cautiously asking, "What favor?" "I won't help with anything that harms the ocean." Chapter 96 Sea Competition 3. Of course it's not that kind of thing. Ling Mo pointed to the people behind him. "We're participating in a competition. Can you help us complete the mission?" The game only said the competition would last 3 days, and it didn't say they couldn't ask local residents for help, so it wasn't considered cheating. Hearing this, the whale-like beast suddenly understood. "I know that, a water competition, right? This competition is held every year. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. I've been busy dealing with the invaders and forgot about it." The whale-like beast flicked its tail. "As long as you can help us purify the sea, helping you complete the mission is no problem. Then it's a deal." Ling Mo turned to the 3 expectant faces and said, "It has agreed. Who wants to go first?" "Me. Me. Me. I'll go first," Yi Kai said eagerly. "My first mission is 10 small golden fish, the second mission is 10 large golden fish, and the last mission is to help drive away 100 invaders and collect the spikes from their bodies as evidence." Soon, the group realized a problem. How to store so many things? This didn't stump Ling Mo. She looked around the ship but found nothing. Then she looked at the mission card and discovered the hidden mechanism. Unfolding it from the middle and pressing down revealed a simple storage box. The other 3 were familiar with it too, as it had been an important tool in the first 3 rounds of the game. After hearing Yikai's mission, the whale-like creature said, "The small and large golden fish are easy to deal with, but the invaders are all on the seabed, so I can't help you with that." Ling Mo agreed, saying that this was already quite good. She glanced at Yikai's mission card. The invader depicted was a creature covered in thorns. It looked exactly like a sea urchin, so the sea urchin was the invader. The whale-like creature flicked its tail and went to catch the small and large golden fish. Meanwhile, Ling Mo secretly sprinkled purifying moss into the water while directing the three to paddle towards the nearby coral reef. As they paddled, they discussed how to deal with the invaders, because not only Yikai had this mission, but Jiang Xin also had a similar one. However, the drawing below his task wasn't of a spiky sea urchin, but a five-pointed star. A starfish? Ling Mo had diving equipment in her spatial storage, but she hesitated to take it out. After all, who would carry 4 sets of diving gear around all the time? Besides, the yuyu fruit was out of the question. Its origins were questionable unless she wanted to expose herself. She mentally asked, "Wait, is there anything around here that allows people to breathe freely underwater?" Ling Mo had already decided that if there wasn't, Yikai and Jiang Xin would have to make do. Or she could put the intruders into her spatial storage, break off their spines and horns, and then throw them into the water, letting the two find them and retrieve them. Ling Mo thought this was a good idea, and it couldn't be considered cheating, since she had already taken the intruders away. How could it not count as eliminating them? Moreover, sea urchins and starfish were delicacies, perfect for steaming with eggs. Based on the scan, 2 solutions are now available. There really were solutions, and 2 at that. Tell me quickly. There's a group of sea ears near the reefs ahead. There's a 1% chance they'll produce a kind of sea pearl inside them. Holding it in your mouth allows you to breathe freely underwater. There's such a wonderful thing? The effect is similar to the swimming fruit, but a 1% chance is too low. What's the second method? Near the reef are white sponge-like masses composed of white planktonic thornworms. Eating them grants the ability to breathe freely underwater, but one cannot eat too many, as it can easily lead to thornworm infection, and the effect is limited to about 2 hours. After hearing these 2 answers, Ling Mo thought about them seriously. The former was too unlikely, and the latter too dangerous. As the ship approached the reef, Ling Mo looked around. Wait, where is the sea ear? I can't see it. It's about 3 meters ahead, the largest one. Ling Mo looked at the rock, which was even larger than her frying pan, and remained silent for a long time. This thing looked a lot like abalone. Speaking of which, abalone is also called sea ear, and this one is much larger than the abalone on Earth. However, Ling Mo was already used to the fact that things in interstellar space are generally larger than things on Earth. The problem now was how to tell the 3 people behind her about the sea pearl. Hylon Star was a completely unknown planet, and in theory, she shouldn't know too much. Although she could use the name of the dolphin whale, she decided against it. She took out the learning machine from the spatial storage at her waist and quickly operated it. Of course, this was all an illusion. In reality, it was Ling Mo controlling it from behind. Soon, information about sea ears, sea pearls, and thornworms appeared. Jiang Xin and the other 2 couldn't fully understand interstellar language yet, so after hearing Ling Mo's explanation, their eyes lit up as they looked at the reef. Then we'll wait for the whale-like beast while searching for sea pearls. If all else fails, we'll have to use thornworms, Jiang Xin said. Actually, even if they were infected by thornworms, it wouldn't matter. This disease wasn't incurable in interstellar space, it was just quite uncomfortable. Moreover, the purifying moss in Ling Mo's possession could cure it. Nevertheless, the 3 of them began their search. On Blue Star, abalone had a very strong suction force. An adult wild abalone with a shell about 15 centimeters long could have a suction force of 200 kilograms, which was equivalent to 1 abalone being able to lift 2 adults. The sea ears on Hylon Star were even larger, and their suction force was naturally even stronger. However, as the saying goes, the devil is 1 foot tall, but the righteous are 10 feet tall. The sea ears have a fatal weakness, they are afraid of heat. Just hold a lit torch near their shells, and these sea ears will automatically release their grip on the reefs. Ling Mo held a burning torch and began to roast the sea ears one by one. Actually, she could quickly find which sea ear contained a sea pearl using her mental power. However, finding it so quickly was a bit too suspicious, as if she knew beforehand, although that was indeed the case. She casually tossed the roasted sea ears into the sea, and then quickly stored them in her spatial storage the instant they disappeared. After working for a while, Ling Mo couldn't help but sigh. It was much more convenient to be alone. With teammates, she felt constrained when collecting resources. This game was a team game, so she had no choice. Next time, she would choose to be a lone wolf. However, she didn't intend to immediately sever ties with Jiang Xian and the other two. Chapter 97 Sea Competition 4. Her current relationship with Jiang Xian and the other two is mutually beneficial. They need her resources, and she needs their protection. Yes, protection. No matter how strong she is, to outsiders she's just an orphan, 18-year-old girl who has just come of age. Orphans mean no relatives, all alone. Even if she's bullied, no one will stand up for her. 18, young, inexperienced in society, naive and easily deceived, and possessing a large amount of resources. Although she hates to admit it, she's now seen as a piece of fat meat by others, the kind everyone wants a bite of. Society still holds prejudices against women, especially those with Ling Mo's full buffs. Although Ling Mo could teach those people a lesson, it would be too time-consuming. Even if she did, it would only last for a while. Once the fear subsided, they would return. Seeing the valuable items she brought out in resistance, they would only become more aggressive. Half an hour later, Ling Mo finally found the sea ear containing the sea pearl among a pile of sea ears. This sea ear was larger than any he'd seen before. Even Ling Mo looked quite small standing next to it. It took Ling Mo a good 10 minutes to finally remove the enormous sea ear from the reef. Then came the search for the sea pearl. With the help of his mental energy, Ling Mo found the sea pearl hidden inside the sea ear with minimal effort. Its pure black exterior shimmered with iridescent colors in the sunlight. This must be iridescent black. It was quite beautiful. I found it! Ling Mo shouted to the others. Jiang Xian and the other two immediately dropped what they were doing and ran over. Really? How did you find it? Ling Mo pointed to the enormous sea ear behind him. Don't focus on the small ones, look for the larger ones. The chances of success are much higher. Hearing this, the three agreed and began searching for the larger sea ears. Seeing this, Ling Mo decided to first check the situation underwater. After eating a swimming fruit and putting a sea pearl in his mouth, Ling Mo leaped into the water. The sudden feeling of drowning made her feel very uncomfortable, and she instinctively began to struggle. Fortunately, this feeling didn't last long. With the help of the swimming fruit and the sea pearl, Ling Mo quickly adapted to moving in the seawater. Like a real fish, Ling Mo curiously observed everything around him. After adapting for a while, Ling Mo began to swim to deeper water. According to the information she had gathered from the dolphin whale beast, all the invaders were active on the seabed. As she swam, the surrounding seawater was very clean and clear, but there's a saying. Water that is too clear has no fish. The clearer the water, the fewer nutrients it contains. Without nutrients, plants cannot survive, and without plants, fish naturally cannot survive either. Ling Mo slowly descended, encountering very few fish along the way. When she finally saw the seabed, the scene below almost triggered Ling Mo's trypophobia on the spot. The seabed was a dense, black mass, many of them overlapping each other due to lack of space. The sharp spines on these sea urchins were constantly swaying, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Moreover, each of these sea urchins was estimated to be 2 or 3 meters long, and that's without even counting the length of their spines. Wow, each one could feed several people until they were stuffed. However, before taking these sea urchins away, she needed to confirm one thing. Wait, Are these sea urchins edible? Sea spine balls, underwater bandits, incredibly resilient, eat anything, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. Anyone carrying sea spine balls into Hylon Star will be sentenced to life imprisonment. Non-toxic, edible, but not many people would eat such things. Ling Mo nodded. As long as they were edible, it was fine. She used her mental energy to collect the swarms of sea urchins, no, sea spine beasts, from the seabed into her spatial storage. However, she didn't throw them into the small ocean, she still kept many fish there. If she put these things in, her fish would suffer. After about 10 minutes, the seabed revealed its original state, but it was quickly filled with excess sea spine balls again. Ling Mo felt her mental energy was somewhat depleted, so she stopped what she was doing and began swimming towards the surface. Along the way, she continued to throw purifying moss out. Back on the reef, she heard Yikai's cheering voice, "I found it too." Seeing Ling Mo return, he quickly helped her to the rocks to rest. Why did it take so long? Was it dangerous down there? Ling Mo shook her head, spitting out the sea pearl from her mouth, and said, "It wasn't dangerous, but there was only a group of sea urchins down there, and it looked quite dangerous." Sea urchins. Yikai thought of the spiky creature he had drawn on his mission manual. Could that be an invasive species? If I'm not mistaken, it probably is. Then I'll go and meet them now. Before Ling Mo could finish speaking, Yikai threw the sea pearl into his mouth and jumped into the sea. Watching his disappearing figure, Ling Mo could only shut her mouth, then continued collecting sea ears while recovering her mental energy. Following her instructions, Jiang Xian and Fuyu also found sea pearls one after another. About 10 minutes later, Yikai returned to the reef and looked at Ling Mo with a reproachful expression. "Why didn't you say those sea urchins were so big sooner?" Ling Mo shrugged. "You didn't give me a chance to say it." Yikai then recounted what he had seen on the seabed, and Jiang Xian and Fuyu listened with grave expressions. They knew about sea urchins, even on Blue Star, catching them required specialized tools to avoid getting stung. They hadn't expected that the invasive creature they were dealing with was a sea urchin, and a supersized one at that, only 5 or 6 meters long. "Boss and Yikai might not be looking for the same thing," Fuyu suddenly said. "The pictures drawn under your missions are different. Yikai's is a spiky ball, so he's dealing with sea urchins, Boss's is a 5-pointed star, so it might be a starfish or something similar." Ling Mo wasn't interested in their conversation. She was just an assistant and couldn't be of much help, she'd rather collect more sea ears and handle logistics. With that size, if it were before the extreme heat, it could probably break a world record. Chapter 98 Sea Competition 5. Waving her torch, she tossed all the fallen sea urchins into the sea and then stored them in her spatial storage. It was a bit troublesome, but safer. Moreover, she found quite a few sea pearls during this process. These were valuable items, so naturally, she wanted to collect as many as possible. After discussing it, the three decided that Jiang Xian would go first, since his talent was lightning, and the surrounding area was all water. The power of electricity combined with water was unimaginable. Jiang Xian would go underwater to stun the sea urchins and then bring them up to deal with them slowly. However, this task could only be completed by Jiang Xian himself, as he was immune to lightning, while the others couldn't. They didn't want their teammates to be sacrificed before the sea urchins were even seriously damaged. After Jiang Xian jumped into the sea, Yikai and Fuyu also joined the search for sea pearls. These items, which allowed one to breathe freely simply by holding them in their mouths, were obviously very precious, so naturally, the more they collected, the better. Besides using them themselves, they could also be used to exchange for resources. As for these sea urchins, if this were before the extreme heat, any one of these sea ears would be auctioned off. Now they're just casually tossed on the ground. Yikai said regretfully. "There's nothing we can do about it. Our spatial storage capacity is limited," Fuyu said. Even if Ling Mo's spatial storage was large enough, these sea ears, apart from sea pearls, were at best seafood, and wouldn't fetch a good price. Besides, seafood spoils easily once it dies. At this moment, on the other side of the reef, Ling Mo saw patches of green, seaweed-like things in a small puddle. It's normal for seaweed to appear in the sea. Now, without Ling Mo needing to specifically remind her, Kaiman would automatically translate. Blue shrimp seaweed. To avoid being eaten, it usually grows only in nutrient-poor seawater, usually appearing at the same time as blue shrimp. Ling Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Blue shrimp? She also raised shrimp in her space, but those shrimp grew too slowly, barely enough for her own consumption. But blue shrimp? She remembered that one of Jiang Xian's tasks was to collect blue shrimp, but this blue was probably not the same as the orchid. Ling Mo quickly stepped forward and pulled up a patch of blue shrimp seaweed. Without cover, a dozen or so blue figures frantically scurried about in the water. Blue shrimp, the fastest reproducing creature on Hylon Star, usually appearing alongside blue shrimp seaweed. They eat little, grow quickly, and are a primary food source for many Hylon Star creatures. Ling Mo's eyes lit up. Eats little, grows quickly, and isn't picky about the environment. What kind of magical shrimp is this? Without hesitation, she collected the dozen or so blue shrimp from the water into her spatial storage. She had just checked, and at least half of these shrimp were already carrying eggs. It wouldn't be long before she could breed the first batch of blue shrimp in her space. These blue shrimp could sustain the entire life form of Hylon Star, so sustaining another Hylon Star shouldn't be a problem, right? This would provide a stable supply for her small shop. Although there's still plenty of food in the space, it only goes out and never comes in. Even the most abundant food will eventually run out. The appearance of this blue shrimp is just perfect. It reproduces quickly, is easy to raise, and grows quite large. There's also blue shrimp and kelp, which can be eaten together. After discovering the blue shrimp, Ling Mo's luck seemed unstoppable. Exploring downwards with her mental energy, she found numerous sea ears living underwater, including over a dozen with sea pearl-like appendages. Being underwater, Ling Mo didn't need to be as cautious as before. However, the sea ear's adhesion was still a problem. Just as Ling Mo was struggling with this, streaks of purple electricity suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. Seeing this, Ling Mo quickly took a few steps back, looking down at her feet. Fortunately, she had moved far enough away, and her shoes had thick soles. As soon as she came to her senses, Ling Mo detected that the sea ears that had been attached to the reef had detached themselves. They were probably stunned by the electricity. Without hesitation, Ling Mo collected all the sea ears into her spatial storage. Of course, during this time, Ling Mo didn't forget to sprinkle purifying moss. However, for some reason, the second star was only half lit. Was it because the area she sprinkled it over was too small? Yes, except for the initial area, her activity area had been entirely around this reef. Just as Ling Mo was lost in thought, a loud splash came from the other side of the reef. Reaching the other side, they saw Jiang Xian carrying a dark, spiky creature. Half of the sea spiky ball's spikes were gone, but the remaining ones were still slowly wriggling, looking incredibly eerie. Yetis stepped forward, broke off a spike without a word, and placed it in the small basket made from his mission card. The next second, the spike disappeared, and the number of spikes for his third mission increased from 100 to 99. Why doesn't Yetis go down and collect the spikes himself? That would save us from dragging them up, Ling Mo suggested. Hearing this, the three of them paused, exchanging embarrassed glances. It seemed like that was indeed a good idea. The invaders on the seabed are probably stunned by electricity now, Yetis. You should go down now and collect as many as possible before they wake up. Okay. I'll go with you, Ling Mo volunteered. Ever since witnessing Ling Mo lift a gas cylinder with one hand, Jiang Xian and the other two no longer treated her like a little girl who needed protection. After all, what little girl could fight so fiercely? They were all professionally trained, so they were always careful in their attacks, knowing how to subdue their enemies quickly. But Ling Mo was different. She learned from videos and figured it out on her own, so she often fought with deadly force, showing no regard for martial ethics. If pushed to the limit, she would truly kill. Therefore, when Ling Mo suggested joining Ye Kai, neither Jiang Xian nor Fu Yu objected. The two jumped into the water one after the other, reaching the seabed, where they saw a dense mass of sea spikes moving about. Seeing this, Ye Kai quickly stepped forward, took out the prepared tools, and started working with a shovel. While Ling Mo took the shovel to help, her mental energy had already quietly spread out, collecting the sea spikes bit by bit from an unseen corner. After working for about 10 minutes, the two stopped what they were doing. It wasn't because enough had been collected, but because these sea spiky balls had awakened from their paralysis. Chapter 99 Sea Competition 6. Ling Mo and Ye Kai decided to call it a day. Back on the reef, they counted their catch. Ye Kai had collected 43 spikes, and Ling Mo 48. Together, they had 91 spikes, plus the one they started with, making a total of 92. They were just 8 short of completing the task. It was already noon, and the search for sea pearls and frequent dives had drained their energy. Looking at the sea urchin they had initially hauled up, Ling Mo suggested, "How about we try this?" Jiang Xian and the others had no objections, but they didn't have a large enough pot or many eggs, so they had to eat sashimi. They trimmed off the excess spikes, opened the hard shell to reveal the golden yellow inside, and washed away the dirt. In no time, Jiang Xian, Ye Kai, and Fu Yu had cleaned the sea urchin. Ling Mo then brought out the steamed white rice. Since learning that the game was in teams, Jiang Xian and the others had entrusted their food to Ling Mo for safekeeping, of course, not for free. Several people ate steaming rice, taking bites of rice and sea urchins. This combination feels a bit strange, Ye Kai said, looking at Ling Mo. Ling Mo looked innocent. "I didn't bring out rice for you to eat with just sea urchins. There are other vegetables too." The sea urchins looked quite large, but they weren't filling at all, they only satisfied the craving. To feel full, you needed rice. After finishing their meal and resting for a while, Jiang Xian got up and jumped into the water. This time, all three were more experienced and moved closer to the inside of the reef. About 10 minutes later, purple currents reappeared on the surface of the sea. After another 2 or 3 minutes, Ye Kai stood up and said to Ling Mo and Fu Yu, "I'm going down first." Then, he leaped into the water. Only Ling Mo and Fu Yu remained on the reef, looking at each other. "Have you found any clues for your mission?" Fu Yu asked. Although Jiang Xian and Ye Kai had 3 missions while they only had 1, the difficulty was on a completely different level. Jiang Xian and Ye Kai's tasks were at most a waste of time, but theirs were completely uncharted territory. Hearing this, Ling Mo nodded, "I have a clue." She was now basically certain that she had been exploited by the system. Then she looked at Fu Yu, "We can ask the whale beast about the island turtle when it returns. Besides, even if we can't complete it, there are other ways to pass the level. After all, it's better to sacrifice a friend than oneself. Nobody wants to be eliminated, so it's the other way around." "Right, how could I forget?" Ling Mo suddenly exclaimed, then asked in her mind, "Wait, do you have any information about the island turtle?" "Yes." "Transfer it to the learning machine." 2 seconds later. "Transfer complete." The learning machine screen flashed, and then a picture of an island turtle appeared, followed by its description. Fu Yu was also shocked and regretful. Right, how could they have forgotten about this? It's okay if they don't know, they can search for it. The learning machine seems to react much faster than it did on Blue Star, Fu Yu said. Ling Mo chuckled awkwardly twice and said, "Maybe it's because this is interstellar space, so the internet speed is fast." This explanation made sense, and Fu Yu didn't doubt it. The island turtle, hailed as a natural treasure trove of Hylon Star, is home to many rare plants and animals. Looking at the description, especially the words "natural treasure trove," Ling Mo's eyes lit up. Wasn't this tailor-made for her? She turned to Fuyu, serious, and said, "We must find the island turtle as soon as possible." Just then, Ling Mo saw two small black dots appear in the distance. "Look over there, it looks like someone's coming." Ling Mo glanced at Fuyu, then took out her binoculars. Through the binoculars, she could see two medium-sized boats like theirs. However, these boats, which could hold 4 people with room to spare, only had 2 people on board. The people on the boats were burly, with exaggeratedly bulging muscles in their arms. These people seemed to have noticed their presence and rowed even faster. Seeing this, Ling Mo felt something was wrong. These people clearly had ill intentions. She put down her binoculars and exchanged a glance with Fuyu, both seeing a serious look in each other's eyes. These 4 people had clearly awakened a physical enhancement talent. The common characteristic of such people was that they were thick-skinned and tough. Even though Ling Mo and Fuyu were confident in their skills, they were definitely no match for them. After seeing the 2 skinny men on the reef, the people on the 2 boats rowed even faster. One of them even saw Ling Mo take out her binoculars, and his eyes lit up. "Let's hurry up. Those 2 even have binoculars. This is definitely a big fat sheep. Just 2 weaklings. Even if they escape, we brothers can easily catch them." The speaker raised an arm, flexing his muscles as he spoke. All 4 of them possessed physical enhancement talents. Though their areas of expertise differed, their combat prowess was undeniable. Outside, if it weren't for the higher-ups keeping them in check, they would have long since declared themselves kings, no longer needing to endure such humiliation. Now, in the game, no one could control them, so of course they were going to act recklessly. Since the game began, they had eliminated over a dozen players, including some who were actually players. And against players, their methods are even more ruthless. Meanwhile, after confirming they were no match for them, Ling Mo and Fuyu didn't hesitate. They put the sea pearls in their mouths and jumped into the sea. Before that, they had deliberately sunk the ship, which Ling Mo then temporarily stored in his spatial storage. Seeing the 2 jump into the sea without hesitation, even sacrificing the ship, the people rushing over were stunned. When they came to their senses, they burst into a tirade of profanities. These people, of course, didn't believe the 2 were dead. They were convinced the 2 had awakened a water-related talent. Ling Mo and Fuyu didn't want to cause trouble, but the insults were so vile that they grew increasingly angry, their anger reaching a boiling point. Moreover, they gleaned some clues from the curses. For example, they learned that they weren't the only players participating in the water competition. There were other interstellar beings. They also learned that these 4 were not good people, specifically targeting players and eliminating them once they had enough. Chapter 100 Sea Competition 7. How could there be such freakish people in this world? Well then, don't blame them for being impolite. Ling Mo had been practicing his marksmanship all this time, and it was time to see the results. These people all had physical enhancement talents, so bullets might not be effective against them, but that didn't matter, as long as the bullets were effective against the ship. To avoid missing, Ling Mo and Fuyu even came directly below those people. Then, they aimed and fired. Bang bang bang. After a burst of gunfire, it was unknown whether the people on the ship were injured, but the ship was successfully riddled with holes. With the sea all around, without a ship, it was impossible to move an inch, and naturally, it was impossible to complete the mission. Hearing the exclamations and curses from above, the 2 concealed their achievements and swam away into the distance. Yetis returned to the reef and witnessed the scene of the ship sinking. After searching around, he couldn't find Ling Mo and Fuyu, and looking at the burly men struggling in the water, he understood everything. So he raised his hand and created a hurricane. Unlike ordinary players who have awakened the wind element, Yetis' awakened hurricane is far more destructive, capable of creating tornadoes that can destroy entire areas. On the sea, the power of this talent is amplified infinitely. A cyan tornado appeared on the sea, carrying seawater and rapidly approaching the 4 people struggling in the water. As the 4 were blown away by the tornado, applause suddenly rang out behind Yetis. It turned out that Ling Mo and Fuyu had encountered Jiang Xian, who had returned. With their main fighting force back, they were naturally no longer afraid of those people. Who knew that as soon as they reached the shore, they would see Yetis displaying his power, directly blowing the 4 people away. "By the way, where's our boat?" Jiang Xian asked, looking around. "I was afraid those people would steal it, so I temporarily stored it in the spatial storage," Ling Mo said, releasing the boat from the spatial storage. Presumably because the boat had been capsized before being stored in the spatial storage, the cabin was currently soaking wet. Fortunately, the group didn't seem to care. Yetis opened his mission book, where one of the stars had already lit up. Now, all he had to do was wait for the whale-like beast to bring back the large and small golden fish, and his 3 missions would be complete. Then, if he could survive to the end and keep the team intact, their game was in the bag. "This game doesn't seem so difficult, it's actually quite simple," Yetis said. Hearing this, Jiang Xian glanced at him expressionlessly and said, "Simple? That's survivor bias. If it weren't for Ling Mo, try doing those 3 missions again." Fuyu said from the side, "I bet there are quite a few people now, unable to complete their missions, going around looking for people to kill. Those people from earlier were an example. Although these people weren't exactly good people to begin with. Let's go, we can't rely solely on the whale-like beast. This area has been almost completely searched, besides those invaders below, there's nothing there. We need to find a place," Jiang Xian said. Yetis had already completed his 3rd mission, but he still had no clue about his 3rd. He had previously tried putting the sea urchin's spines into the small basket on the mission card, but it was rejected. This meant the invaders weren't the same species. Ling Mo sat at the bow of the boat, one hand on the armrest, while simultaneously using his mental energy to monitor the underwater activity. Aside from sea spiky balls, there were only blue shrimp, kelp, and more blue shrimp. Ling Mo unceremoniously stored them all into her spatial storage. After about an hour of paddling, Ling Mo's mental detection finally showed a change. It felt like suddenly arriving at a bustling market from a desolate desert. Just then, ripples suddenly appeared on the water in the distance, immediately attracting Ling Mo's attention. In her mental detection, a fish was rapidly approaching them. The other 3 also noticed something approaching and became alert. Ling Mo and Fuyu gripped the edge of the boat tightly to avoid falling into the sea if they were hit. Jiang Xian and Yetis each gathered lightning in one hand and a small cyan tornado appeared in the other's hand, ready to unleash their power. As the group continued to raise their hands, a dolphin whale suddenly leaped high from the water. The appearance of the dolphin whale relieved the group. At this moment, the dolphin whale stopped beside their boat. "Why did you come? Were you impatient?" Ling Mo communicated with it using her mental power. "No, we came to help. This is our competition after all." She spoke righteously, without a trace of guilt. Hearing this, the whale-like beast flicked its tail. "But be careful, golden fish are hard to catch, especially the small ones. I've only found 3 after searching for so long, but I've collected all the large ones." As it spoke, the whale-like beast suddenly opened its mouth, about to spit out the fish, but Ling Mo, who had seen through its intention, stopped it. "Wait a minute, let's prepare first." She hadn't expected the whale-like beast to store the fish this way. The so-called preparation was for Yetis to take out the mission card, transforming it into a small basket, and then have the whale-like beast spit the fish into it. Watching the golden fish spit out one after another from the whale-like beast's mouth, Ling Mo and the others couldn't help but turn their heads away. But no one stopped it. The game only required them to complete the mission. It didn't specify the quality of the mission items. Even if there were requirements, who would dare say their golden fish were of poor quality? These were all caught alive by the whale-like beast. Although they had been inside its stomach for a while, they were still alive after being spat out. Who would dare say that live fish were of poor quality? 5 minutes later, after the whale-like beast had vomited all the fish out of its stomach, Yetis had completed her second task, and 3/10 of her first task. Her task completion rate immediately surpassed Ling Mo's. She then inquired about the island turtle's whereabouts from the whale-like beast. "What do you need the island turtle for?" the whale-like beast asked, then suddenly realized, "Is this also part of your task?" Ling Mo nodded, looking at it expectantly, but unfortunately, the whale-like beast disappointed her. "The island turtle is elusive. I don't know its exact location, but I can tell you where it was last seen. You can go look for it." Hearing this, Ling Mo sighed. That was all she could do. After thanking the whale-like beast, the group took out sea pearls, put them in their mouths, and then jumped into the water. To prevent the small boat from drifting away while they were away, Ling Mo again stored it in her spatial storage. Chapter 101 Sea Race 8. Upon entering the water, Ling Mo was stunned by the scene before her. Unlike the previous sea area, which, although clear, was deathly quiet and lifeless, this area, while slightly less clear, was teeming with life. Various colorful fish, unlike any she had ever seen before, swam about. Initially terrified of Ling Mo and her companions, the fish instantly gained courage upon seeing the dolphin whale beast beside them. While Jiang Xian and the others had the sea pearl, their vision was somewhat impaired in the ocean, but Ling Mo was completely unaffected. The variety of fish here was truly astounding, large and small, all imaginable. She longed to take them all. However, if she did, the dolphin whale beast would likely fight her to the death. Besides the fish, there were also numerous shellfish on the seabed. "Wait, search around here for anything I can take?" It would be faster to have Kaiman search directly than to explore bit by bit myself. Upon receiving the order, Kaiman immediately began searching. Saltstone, naturally formed from seawater, a specialty of Hylon Star. One saltstone is equivalent to a ton of table salt. One bite can kill a person with its suffocating saltiness. P.S. It's everywhere on Hylon Star, like roadside stones, nobody pays attention to it. Salt. Since ancient times, salt has been a very important resource. Now, on Blue Star, everything is becoming more expensive, especially salt and sugar, which are now more expensive than grain. Without hesitation, Ling Mo began collecting salt stones into her spatial storage. There was no need to search for it specifically, as it was everywhere in sight on the entire seabed. Besides salt stones, Ling Mo also caught a lot of various shellfish, of course, only those that Kaiman had said were edible, which she then put into her storage. Just then, a white figure in the coral reef caught Ling Mo's attention. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a giant shrimp over a meter long, its snow-white shell adorned with pink patterns, resembling a work of art. Blue shrimp, a specialty of Hylon Star, prized for its delicious meat, sought after by interstellar people, rare in number, naturally wary, and extremely difficult to catch. Seeing the blue shrimp before her, and recalling the blue shrimp she had found earlier, she realized it was incomparable. One was a noble of the sea, the other a subservient species. She took it. No matter how wary the blue shrimp was, as long as it couldn't leave her detection range for even a second, it would have nowhere to escape. After taking the blue shrimp, Ling Mo continued searching the seabed for resources she could carry. While she was completing her mission and searching for resources, many other players were engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. Although the game only lasted 3 days, and the mission was very simple, completing the mission cards, ensuring everyone on both sides survived to the end, there was no need for infighting. However, reality was far from ideal. Some players are given tasks that are ridiculously difficult, and if they can't complete them, they have no choice but to eliminate other players. Furthermore, most of these tasks are water-related, and not everyone can swim or dive. To avoid elimination, some participants resort to attacking other competitors. In less than a day, many have already been eliminated. Those remaining are temporarily safe, but they not only have to complete the tasks but also constantly worry about surprise attacks, leaving them physically and mentally exhausted. Moreover, they have no food or water. Some players, having rowed all morning, are starving and, desperate, grab a sea urchin and eat it. They don't care if it tastes good or not, or if they can even chew it, they just want to fill their stomachs and have the energy to complete the tasks. However, reality slaps them in the face again. Some are not used to eating raw seafood, and their stomachs can't handle it. Soon after eating, they start experiencing diarrhea, with many even collapsing from exhaustion. While some fared poorly, others fared well. Lightning and water-based talents were particularly effective here. Water conducts electricity, so a single person with lightning talent could wipe out a whole group here, since the surrounding area is full of conductors. Water-type talents can easily complete tasks by selling fresh water. Of course, some are unlucky enough to be tricked into becoming free water fountains. Next are wind and fire talents. Wind talents are self-explanatory, and fire talents seem to have little use in this game. Fire can be used for cooking, right? Although you can start a fire by rubbing sticks together, there's not even any firewood around. Even with a lighter, the problem remains: no firewood. Meanwhile, while collecting salt stones, Ling Mo also discovered a type of black stone. Black stone, also known as a water bomb, is an ordinary stone in water, but once it leaves the water and comes into contact with air, it becomes extremely unstable and explodes. Ling Mo's eyes lit up, and he collected all the water bombs into a small ocean within his spatial dimension. At the same time, he used his mind to dig a pit within the space. The small ocean also needs to be used to raise fish. What if collecting too many water bombs compresses the fish's living space? So it's better to have a special place to store them. At night, Ling Mo surfaced, released the boat from the spatial sluice, climbed back on, and turned on the lights. Not long after, Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu also surfaced one after another. After they boarded the boat, Ling Mo thoughtfully handed them dry towels. The three of them dried themselves off while reporting their findings. "I've completed all 3 of my tasks," Yi Kai said first. Now, as long as he ensured his own safety and that no one in the team was lost, he could complete the game with 100% certainty. "I still have one last task left. Collecting 100 invader tentacles," Jiang Xian said. As for Ling Mo and Fu Yu, both of them had 3-star tasks, which was what Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were most worried about. If all else failed, they would have to target other players. Ling Mo opened the task card, and saw that 2 of the 3 stars below the task were already lit up. The other 3 looked at her in shock. "How did you do that?" Ling Mo said mysteriously, "I got a good item in the game before, and it just came in handy." She wasn't lying. Wasn't the purifying moss something she got in the game before? Chapter 102. Competition 9. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian and the other 2 wisely refrained from asking further questions. Ling Mo's task was resolved, now only the island turtle remained. Fu Yu, the person involved, seemed completely unconcerned. "Before the competition, I did a divination, and it showed great fortune," Ling Mo added. "Although the dolphin whale doesn't know where the island turtle is, it promised to take us to the place where the island turtle last appeared. Perhaps we can try our luck there." The ocean was exceptionally quiet and eerie after dark. The temperature was also dropping. They had been in the water all day, their clothes soaked through, and the cold wind made them shiver. Ling Mo took out the ginger water he had prepared earlier. "Here, drink it while it's hot. Catching a cold here was no joke." After drinking the ginger water, the group took out the thick clothes they had prepared earlier, removing their wet outer garments, which they would need to wear tomorrow. Ling Mo brought out dinner, and they ate by the light of the overhead lamp. "Momo, I was just about to ask, is that a bucket of water behind you?" "And it's filled with stones." Ling Mo swallowed the food in her mouth and said, "I found it underwater. It's called a water bomb." Hearing the word bomb, the 3 immediately became alert, staring wide-eyed at the bucket behind Ling Mo. Seeing this, she continued to explain, "This water bomb is just an ordinary stone underwater. It only turns into a bomb after contact with air. I wanted to test its power first." She mainly wanted to test how long it would take from being out of the water to exploding. If it exploded immediately upon leaving the water, she would need to find another way to use it as a weapon. Perhaps because swimming had consumed so much energy, she hadn't felt anything while in the water, but once she came out, she felt extremely tired, a wave of exhaustion washing over her. Especially after eating and drinking her fill, she felt particularly sleepy. Ling Mo yawned, but still forced herself to test the water bomb's power. The good news was that the water bomb didn't explode immediately upon leaving the water. The bad news was that its power wasn't enough, not as strong as a real bomb. Ling Mo was quite satisfied with this result. Moreover, after the water bomb exploded, it contained water, and incredibly salty seawater at that. The seawater splashed onto their faces, instantly making them feel like they had a piece of salt stuffed into their mouths. "Oh, right, I also found this on the seabed," Ling Mo said, taking out a salt stone. It said that one salt stone is equivalent to a ton of table salt. After tossing the salt stone to Jiang Xian, Ling Mo yawned again. She wasn't in the mood for meditation today, so she found a comfortable spot to sleep. This day had exhausted her. She didn't sleep well that night, wearing soaking wet clothes, and the nights here got colder as the night progressed. In the latter half of the night, after being woken up by the cold, Ling Mo simply took out a small pot she carried with her, took out an extremely hot mushroom, and started cooking soup. After the soup was cooked, she shared some with Jiang Xian and the other two. After drinking the soup made from the extremely hot mushroom, they finally felt alive again, avoiding the fate of shivering in the cold wind all night. However, with Ling Mo, who seemed to have an unfair advantage, the others weren't so lucky. The other players, already suffering from stomach upsets due to eating raw, cold food, were now even worse off, forced to huddle together for warmth. At that moment, they didn't care about the proper conduct between men and women. Nothing was more important than their lives. Now they finally understood why this was a team competition, probably to prevent individuals from freezing to death in an individual competition. The next day at dawn, the group, having slept poorly, woke up early and began their work. After a brief conversation with the whale-like creature, they found the invasive species Jiang Xian was looking for. "We're here," the whale-like creature said, flicking its tail at Ling Mo. "Thank you for showing us the way," the whale-like creature said, seemingly a little embarrassed. After a moment, it added, "If you want to deal with the giant starfish, be careful. They're even more nasty than sea sprites. Sea sprites only eat plants, but these eat everything. Their horns are incredibly strong and agile. Besides, they're incredibly resilient. Even if one horn breaks off, it can grow back, and the broken horn can regenerate into a new giant starfish." Hearing this, Ling Mo nodded. "I understand," and thanked them again. After the whale-like creature left, Ling Mo recounted the situation to Jiang Xian and the other two. "No one is as powerful as us," Yetis said confidently. "But we need to stay away, otherwise it won't just be those giant starfish that get caught in the trap," Fuyu said. Ling Mo pointed to the reef not far away. "Let's go there." After rowing the boat to the vicinity of the reef, Jiang Xian jumped into the water with a sea pearl in his mouth. Ling Mo and the others on the reef didn't sit idle either. This reef, like the one they encountered yesterday, was covered in sea ears. While waiting, they began to search for sea pearls. With the help of his mental power, Ling Mo found them accurately every time, and also collected a lot of sea ears into his spatial storage. Seeing a purple flash of lightning on the water's surface, they knew that Jiang Xian had already started to move. After waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes, Ling Mo stowed the boat, and then the three of them jumped into the water to help. "Wait a minute, can we eat giant starfish?" No one in the interstellar world has ever eaten giant starfish, but they are not poisonous. If they are not poisonous, that means they are edible. After arriving at the seabed, they saw huge, brightly colored starfish lying on the seabed. Some of these starfish were hidden in the sand with only a small portion showing, while others were completely exposed, their 5 tentacles outstretched. They were actually quite beautiful. The three quickly spotted Jiang Xian, who was currently using a shovel to attack the antlers of one of the giant starfish. Unfortunately, the giant starfish's surface was covered by a very hard shell. To complete their mission and find the island turtle as quickly as possible, Ling Mo chose the simplest and fastest method. Wait a minute, where are these giant starfish's weaknesses? Giant starfish, an invasive species with an extremely voracious appetite and vitality. After a day, they spend most of their time foraging. Their entire body is covered in a hard armor. Their only weakness is the gap at the base of their tentacles. P.S. Anyone attempting to find this gap will be fiercely attacked by the giant starfish. Alright. Ling Mo took out the shovel and gestured for the other three to look at him. He went to a giant starfish, found a gap at the base of one of its tentacles, and then forcefully dug down, severing the tentacle. Chapter 103 Sea Competition 10. Having found a weakness, the group moved swiftly. Before the giant starfish awakened, they finally collected 100 giant starfish tentacles. After submitting all 100 tentacles, all 3 stars on Jiang Xian's mission card lit up. This was only the second day of the game, and 2 of them had already completed the mission. No, it should be 3, because Ling Mo had just glanced at his mission card, and all 3 stars on it were lit up. Now, all they needed to do was help Fuyu find the island turtle. Ling Mo was very much looking forward to this natural treasure trove, thinking that there must be many good things inside. The group had been busy underwater for so long, and even though it wasn't mealtime yet, their stomachs were already growling. Food is essential, you'll get hungry if you skip a meal. Before searching for the island turtle, the group decided to eat first. They needed energy to have enough. Besides, they carried enough food, so there was no need to be frugal. After eating and drinking their fill, Ling Mo summoned the dolphin whale. As agreed, the dolphin whale led them to the location where the island turtle had last appeared. Looking at the endless sea around them, the group was utterly bewildered. Are you sure this is where the island turtle last appeared? Ling Mo nodded. The dolphin whale said it was here. But there's nothing around here, just seawater. There wasn't even any cover, let alone anything to hide anything. Ling Mo's mental energy couldn't detect anything either. If it's not on the surface, maybe it's underwater. Let's go down and look, Fuyu suggested. The 3 agreed. After all, this was Fuyu's mission, and they couldn't always follow his lead. Besides, Fuyu was a diviner. Although divination talent was considered one of the weakest talents in interstellar space, it wasn't without its power. At least in terms of the ability to seek advantage and avoid harm, no one could compare to a diviner. Just then, the sound of paddling came from afar. Ling Mo immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw a ship approaching them. Seeing this, Ling Mo felt a bad premonition. These people seemed to be after them. Through her binoculars, she could clearly see the men on the ship had hostile expressions, and they were looking directly in their direction. The ship was one of the largest at the dock, carrying 7 people, 6 men and 1 woman. Ling Mo hadn't seen the men before, but their faces told her they were trouble. She recognized the woman, Alice, whom she had met in the dungeon. Ling Mo's first thought was, we're doomed. Has she been recognized? She quickly dismissed the thought, thinking it unlikely. During the game, she had concealed herself perfectly, revealing nothing except her eyes. Confirming their hostile intentions, the group jumped into the sea without hesitation. Ling Mo even capsized the ship and stored it in her spatial storage. They only had 3 days left in the game. They didn't want to waste time with these people. On the other side, the people on the boat realized they'd been exposed when they saw Ling Mo and his companions jump into the sea and even capsize their boat. One of the men, a scarred man, cursed viciously before turning to Alice beside him. Leader, they jumped into the sea. Should we chase after them? Alice's gaze was fierce as she stared at the now calm sea. They just jumped in. I don't believe they don't need to breathe. You take some men and patrol this area. If you spot anyone showing their face. Alice made a throat-slitting gesture with her hand. Ling Mo, who had arrived near the boat, rolled her eyes upon hearing Alice's words. Trying to wait until we need air before attacking? Look at you, so capable. Ling Mo wasn't going to sit idly by. Alice had planned to attack her during the last game, and now she was actually going to attack her again. Did she really think she was clay, to be molded however she wanted, without any resistance? Ling Mo took out several plastic bags, filled them with water and water bombs, poked a few small holes in the bottom, and then used her mental power to throw them into the bags. Alice and the others were completely focused on what was happening ahead, so they didn't notice what was going on behind them. After throwing several timed water bombs, Ling Mo felt it was enough and went to find Jiang Xian and the others to regroup. This area of the sea hadn't been disturbed by sea sprites or giant starfish. The seabed was now thriving. Ling Mo used her mental energy to collect various shellfish, salt rocks, and water bombs while searching for other resources she could take. Suddenly, something emitting a green glow in the distance caught Ling Mo's attention. Parting the dense seaweed, a green crystal the size of a small mountain appeared before her. Island turtle excrement, possesses extremely high medicinal value and can also be burned as incense. It has a mild fragrance and has the effects of calming the nerves, restoring mental energy, and greatly aiding in the growth of the spiritual body. It is very popular in interstellar space. After hearing the description, Ling Mo fell silent. Although this island turtle excrement sounded very powerful, she suddenly felt at a loss. However, Ling Mo quickly convinced himself. So what if it was island turtle poop? Ambergris, or sperm whale poop, still sold for more than gold. Silkworm excrement, human urine extract, white spirit incense, dragon-shaped powder, night-shining sand, and moon-gazing sand, these were all excrement, yet they were still used for medicinal purposes. Thinking about this, Ling Mo felt much better. Moreover, during Qiaman's introduction, Ling Mo heard an unfamiliar term for the first time, spiritual body. What was that? He'd look it up after the game ended. He stored the island turtle excrement in his spatial storage. This stuff had extremely high medicinal value, but it didn't explain how to use it. Originally, Ling Mo planned to sell it directly to the government. Professional matters should be left to professionals. However, after reading that it was beneficial for the growth of spiritual bodies, although he didn't understand what spiritual bodies were, Ling Mo decided to keep some for himself, just in case. Qiaman, is there any more island turtle droppings around here? Yes, island turtles defecate in specific places, and there's droppings everywhere around here. Hearing this, Ling Mo didn't seem happy. Instead, her expression twisted for a moment. Defecate in specific places. There's droppings everywhere around here. Could this area be the island turtle's toilet? This time, Kaiman didn't speak, seemingly acknowledging it. Chapter 104 Sea Games 11. Is this good news or bad news? Ling Mo looked around but didn't find any trace of Jiang Xian and the others. Her mental energy indicated they were dozens of meters away. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to tell the three of them. Since Qiaman said the island turtle would relieve itself in a fixed place, they just needed to stay here and wait for the island to return. But there was still a problem, they weren't sure when the island turtle would return. They only had a day and a half left. If the island turtle didn't appear within that time, Fuyu's mission would fail. Qiaman, is the island turtle's toilet time also fixed? If it was, they could deduce the island turtle's next appearance time from the information provided by the dolphin whale. According to the investigation, the island turtle defecates every 5 to 6 days. 5 to 6 days? According to the dolphin whale, it saw the island turtle 5 days ago. Based on Qiaman's timeline, wouldn't the island turtle return today or tomorrow? If that were the case, they could simply wait here quietly. However, Ling Mo didn't place all her hopes on this. It wasn't that she didn't trust Kaiman's data, but she was worried about what would happen if the island turtle encountered some unexpected event on its journey, causing delays. Leaving aside helping Fuyu complete the mission, the island turtle's reputation as a natural treasure trove was enough to tempt her. If even its droppings were so precious, wouldn't the things on the island turtle itself be even more valuable? Thinking this, Ling Mo used her mental energy to collect the surrounding island turtle droppings into her spatial storage. These droppings must have been there some time ago, covered in a layer of black substance. No wonder Ling Mo hadn't noticed anything unusual earlier. After cleaning up this area, Ling Mo moved to another area of the sea to continue collecting. Judging from the amount of droppings here, it probably wasn't from just one island turtle. Just as Ling Mo was happily collecting, she suddenly felt a black shadow looming over her head. Looking up, she saw a colossal creature suddenly appear, blocking her entire view. Island turtle, enormous in size, is both a turtle and an island, the largest creature on the planet Hylon. It is known as a mobile landmass and a natural treasure trove. It has a peaceful nature and never attacks humans unprovoked. A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Mo's eyes. It really was an island turtle. But before she could rejoice, she suddenly remembered why the island turtle was there. Her expression changed, and she quickly left the area. Moments after she left, a blob of green liquid slowly fell, quickly solidifying into the green crystals she had seen before. Seeing this, Ling Mo casually stored it in her spatial storage and then went to find Jiang Xian and the other two. Ling Mo kept a close eye on their movements with her mental energy to avoid being seen storing things in her spatial storage. At this moment, Jiang Xian and the other two noticed the enormous creature that had suddenly appeared above them and guessed that it was an island turtle. Ling Mo's arrival further confirmed this guess. Ling Mo pointed to the sky, meaning, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow us, the island turtle is here to relieve itself and will be leaving when it's done." The group swam towards the surface, and the closer they got, the more they realized how terrifyingly large the island turtle was. Compared to it, they looked as tiny as ants. As they approached the island tortoise, a rope emitting a soft white glow appeared in her hand, the other end flying swiftly towards the tortoise. Moments later, the rope secured itself to a tree on the tortoise's back, and Ling Mo, with astonishing strength, leaped onto it. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu each took out their exoskeletons and flying vehicles, successfully landing on the island tortoise's back. The moment they successfully logged in, Fu Yu's mission card vibrated 3 times. Opening the mission book, she found all 3 stars lit up. Now, all 3 were 3 stars. If they could hold out until the end, they would pass the level, and the rest of the time would be theirs. Looking around, the vegetation was lush. They felt like they had entered a tropical rainforest. "We're not familiar with this place, be careful," Jiang Xian cautioned. He knew that such a rainforest must harbor many dangers. Ling Mo took out her learning device, instructing Kaiman to transfer any good information to it. Shortly after she finished speaking, the learning device responded. Grade A energy fruit, quickly restores energy after consumption. Interstellar price, 1,000 gold coins per fruit. Hearing the introduction, the group looked at a tree not far away laden with red fruit. How could they let such a good thing pass them by? They began picking the fruit, plucking all the ripe grade A energy fruits from the tree, over 100 in total. They left the unripe ones untouched. Before leaving, Ling Mo even broke off a branch to see if they could keep it alive in their spatial storage. After picking the grade A energy fruits, the group was full of confidence for what lay ahead. Continuing deeper, after walking for about a few minutes, the path ahead was blocked by a dense, intricate network of vines. Just as they were about to manually clear the vines, the learning machine activated again. Soldier's food vine, nutritious, monotonous flavor, slightly unpalatable, fast-growing, can survive in any soil, one of the raw materials for nutrient solutions. The group paused, their eyes shining as they looked at the vines. If they could bring back even one, wouldn't their food problem be solved? Yi Kai reached out and plucked a vine of the soldier's food vine, took a bite, chewed a few times, swallowed, and commented, "It's alright, better than the nutrient solution. It tastes a bit like chewing on an undercooked bun with a handful of grass stuffed in your mouth." The taste was rather indescribable, not terrible, but not particularly delicious either. Of course, this could also be because Yi Kai hadn't been hungry since the extreme heat. Ignoring the vines above, the group began searching for the main body of the soldier's food vine. Ling Mo was also searching and quickly found it. There were quite a few soldier's food vine growing in this area. She collected about 20 of them into her spatial storage, giving her a stable source of supply. After searching, the group found 15 soldier's food vine, which, for safety, were temporarily stored with Ling Mo. To prevent the soldier's food vine from suddenly dying, Ling Mo took out their old boat, filled it with soil, and planted the soldier's food vine inside. Chapter 105 Sea Games 12. Before continuing forward, Ling Mo looked at the vines of the soldiers and provisions on the tree and secretly resolved to store them all in her spatial storage once they were far away. It was definitely more convenient to be alone, she didn't have to hide when storing things. After walking for another 10 minutes, the learning machine remained silent, but the constant whispers in Ling Mo's ears continued. There is a golden Lingji 100 meters ahead. Consuming it will enhance mental power. Without hesitation, Ling Mo locked onto the golden Lingji and stored it in her spatial storage. For someone who had awakened a mental talent, mental power was the foundation of everything. It could only be said that the island turtle truly deserved its reputation as a treasure trove. From the time she arrived until now, less than an hour had passed, and Ling Mo's gains were already astonishing. If she could, she would have wanted to take the entire island turtle with her, but unfortunately, she couldn't do that yet. The island turtle was simply too large. If Ling Mo forcibly stored it in her spatial storage, not only would the storage space not be able to withstand it, but Ling Mo herself would definitely be the first to collapse. Secondly, once the island turtle enters, there's no suitable place for it to live in the space. The small ocean inside would probably make it difficult for the island turtle to even turn around. After walking for a few more minutes, they suddenly heard a very clear sound of insects trembling their wings. Moreover, the sound was getting closer and closer, as if it were right next to them. Ling Mo's mental power accurately detected the insect's location. Looking up, she saw a large black mosquito, nearly half a meter in size and completely black, flying towards them. Its sharp proboscis didn't seem to be for sucking blood, it looked like it was going to pierce them through. It's no exaggeration to say that this mosquito's proboscis couldn't be called a proboscis, it should be called a weapon. One sting, and it's unclear how much blood would be sucked, but there would definitely be blood everywhere. Ling Mo was just about to dodge the mosquito's attack when bang! A gunshot rang out. The mosquito, which had been so aggressive just moments before, was instantly shattered like an egg hitting a rock. Ling Mo turned to look at Jiang Xian and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Seeing this, Fuyu frowned and said, "Boss, using bullets to kill mosquitoes is such a waste. We have limited weapons." "If not bullets, then what?" Ye Kai asked. "Naturally, we'll use our talents. Ye Kai, you and Boss both have offensive talents. We could have easily dealt with those mosquitoes using our abilities. Looks like it's time to designate a specific training method for you guys," Fuyu said, already having a plan in mind. Hearing this, Ye Kai silently shut his mouth, not wanting to continue the topic. Not long after they walked, a huge black shadow suddenly fell from a tree. "Back off." At Ling Mo's reminder, the group dodged the sudden attack of the black shadow, but it didn't end there. The black shadow bounced up immediately after landing. Only then did they see clearly what it was, a green ball of flesh covered with yellow dots and white fuzz. Fortunately, it couldn't control its body freely, and after being dodged again, it crashed into a tree. The ball of flesh unfolded, revealing itself to be a caterpillar over a meter long. "Are all the bugs here this big?" Ye Kai swallowed hard. If they were all this big, it would be troublesome. Ling Mo took out a fragrance stalk, lit it with a lighter, and a wisp of white smoke rose up, dissipating after drifting about 5 centimeters away from the stalk. Instantly, everyone smelled a faint fragrance in the air. Sure enough, no bugs dared to approach them after that. Even when they did encounter them, they turned and ran away as if they had seen a ghost upon smelling the fragrance stalk. Next, the group found several more stalks of wild vegetables. You can never have too many of these. After moving all the stalks into the flower pots in the cabin, the learning machine screen lit up again. Repairing aloe, every part of it is valuable. The skin can be used to bandage wounds, the flesh and juice can be used in medicine, or eaten directly. It beautifies the skin, tightens it, and fades blemishes. It's a favorite among interstellar women. The older the aloe, the better the effect. Jiang Xian and his companions had limited space. Looking at the vast expanse of repairing aloe in front of them, they felt a sense of frustration and resentment, as if a mountain of gold was right in front of them, but they could only take a small portion. But even with their resentment, they had no other choice. The effects of this repairing aloe were obviously similar to the spider silk liquid they had encountered before, but with more benefits, since the spider silk liquid could only be used to treat external injuries. The group decided to dedicate a space pod specifically to storing this repairing aloe. Since the older the aloe, the better the effect, they would specifically collect the older leaves. Ling Mo dug up a few small repairing aloe plants and planted them in the same spot as the soldier's food vine. After filling one space pod completely, leaving no gaps, the group reluctantly left the area of repairing aloe. After walking 100 or 2 meters, all the repair aloe vera vanished instantly, leaving only a large crater in the ground, indicating that something had once grown there. In the distance, Ling Mo looked at the repair aloe vera that had been transferred into her spatial dimension, her smile impossible to hide. Fortunately, Jiang Xian and the other two were also in good spirits, so they didn't find it strange. The previous action had consumed a lot of Ling Mo's mental energy, but she felt it was well worth it, and Ling Mo tried to sense her mental energy, and it seemed to have become stronger again. At noon, the group found a fairly spacious spot to eat. However, before they could even sit down and rest, the learning machine trembled slightly again, and its blue screen lit up. Seeing this, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai, who were about to sit down, immediately stood up and moved closer. The learning machine's reaction meant that there were resources to collect nearby. Sweet fat fruit, S-grade energy fruit, containing extremely high energy, capable of quickly replenishing the energy needed by talented individuals. Can be eaten raw or roasted, with a sweet and delicious taste. P.S. Not recommended for ordinary people to eat, as it contains a large amount of sugar and fat. Previously, it was only an A-grade energy fruit, but now he's encountered an S-grade energy fruit. Keep in mind, in the system shop, an S-grade energy fruit can sell for several thousand gold coins, and some even reach 10,000 gold coins. Yi Kai looked around, searching for any trace of the sweet fat fruit, but after searching for a long time, he found nothing. Chapter 106 See Competition 13. Ling Mo glanced at the picture of the sweet fat fruit displayed on the learning machine, then looked around, finally fixing his gaze on a plant about 2 centimeters tall on the ground. He reached out and grabbed the plant's stem, then pulled upwards with force. At this moment, Ling Mo felt unprecedented resistance and weight. His exoskeleton silently activated, and finally, Ling Mo uprooted the plant. At the base of the plant were a series of milky white, plum-sized fruits. These fruits were exactly the same as the sweet fat fruit shown on the learning machine. After all this time, these fruits actually grew underground. Seeing this, Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu all took out their tools and began to dig. These were S-grade energy fruits, they couldn't let a single one slip by. The 4 of them dug for several hours, practically turning over the entire area, and finally found all the sweet fat fruits. But a new problem arose. Their current spatial storage couldn't hold so many sweet fat fruits unless Ling Mo was willing to reveal his identity, which was obviously impossible. But it was impossible to get them to give up these S-grade energy fruits. Ling Mo remembered a discarded household fruit processing machine she'd acquired in the game on the Clino grassland. It could concentrate fruit into sugar cube-sized blocks, extending shelf life and making them easier to eat. However, the machine was manual, requiring constant supervision. Besides, the fruit in Ling Mo's space didn't need preservation, and mechanical processing would inevitably lead to some waste, so she'd left it aside. She'd originally planned to sell it, but then forgot, and now it finally came in handy. The fruit processing machine resembled a juicer. Thankfully, it wasn't too big, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to explain it. When Ling Mo took it out, Jiang Xian and the others thought she wanted to juice it and then preserve it. While that was one method, it didn't solve everything. Moreover, juiced S-grade energy fruits spoiled more easily. Under their watchful eyes, Ling Mo placed several sweet fruits into the container and then started the machine. As the churning sound ended, 7 or 8 milky white energy fruit cubes were spat out from the other side. For hygiene, the cubes were even wrapped in a layer of transparent packaging paper. Ling Mo had just put in 4 sweet fat fruits, and 8 energy fruit cubes came out in total, not bad efficiency. Jiang Xian and the other 2 stared wide-eyed at this sight. Without time to ask, the 3 rushed forward to help. After an hour of hard work, they finally processed all the sweet fat fruits, including the previously discovered A-grade energy fruits, into energy fruit cubes. All the energy fruit cubes combined only occupied a little over half the space, a result that satisfied everyone. Taking out their lunch that they hadn't had time to eat, they finally had time to ask Ling Mo how the machine worked. It was clearly not a product of Blue Star. This? I got it from a rabbit-like orc. She just bought a new one and didn't want the old one anymore, so I brought it over. I was originally going to sell it, but then I forgot about it. Ling Mo was fluent in interstellar language and could communicate smoothly with the orcs, so getting extra money from them wasn't difficult. Jiang Xian and the other 2 were extremely envious and vowed to study interstellar language even harder when they got back. Luckily you forgot about that, otherwise we would have suffered a huge loss today. Not only would they not be able to take all the sweet fat fruits, but their space would also be full, so even if they found something else, they could only watch. After the meal, Ling Mo's spatial storage had some more space. Now that the sky had changed, looking at the mess they had made of the land, the group decided to find a new place to rest. Ling Mo looked at the fragrant spike in his hand. It had only decreased a little after all this time, so it seemed quite durable. Finally finding a relatively flat spot, the group didn't intend to sleep, because the learning machine screen lit up again, and several times in a row. Delicious mushroom, a top-grade seasoning that only grows on the back of the island turtle. Even the most unpalatable food becomes incredibly delicious with a sprinkle of delicious mushroom. Gaga vanilla, a top-grade seasoning that only grows on the back of the island turtle. It enhances the appetite to the maximum extent. Even excrement, when combined with gaga vanilla, would be irresistible. The description of the delicious mushrooms was alright, but seeing the description of the garlic herbs sent a chill down Ling Mo's spine. Mo, can your machine process this? Ling Mo shook her head honestly. I don't know, I haven't tried it. She picked up a few delicious mushrooms to test it, and unsurprisingly, it failed. Looks like it only works on fruits. Fortunately, there weren't many delicious mushrooms and garlic herbs, and they were collected quickly. That night, the dim forest echoed with the chirping of insects and intermittent bird calls. Ling Mo slowly opened her eyes, sensing something approaching. Seeing the nearby fire starting to die down, Ling Mo gathered firewood and added it in. The approaching thing didn't stop. Its shape was very similar to an ostrich, but its legs didn't seem as long. It also resembled a peacock, but seemed fatter and lacked the large tail. So what was it? Ling Mo, having nothing better to do, decided to go all in and simply put it into her spatial storage. If it was anything dangerous, she could release it later. Then, a plump creature with brightly colored feathers, resembling both a chicken and a duck, appeared in Ling Mo's space. Magpie-feathered chicken, brightly colored feathers, delicious meat, omnivorous, living in an environment without natural predators, resulting in a lack of wariness. Highly curious, full of curiosity about everything unfamiliar. Feathers can be used to make decorations or clothing, very popular in interstellar space. P.S. Long-term use will make you look as harmless as it. So this chicken came over out of curiosity? Looking at the magpie-feathered chicken in her space, even with the sudden change in environment, it showed no panic, its eyes full of clarity and curiosity. It really had no guard up at all. She hadn't seen such a stupid chicken in a long time. And look at its size, one would be enough for her to eat for a long time. It's just that last PS, does it look harmless or has it really become stupid? Chapter 107 See Competition 14. If it were the former, it would be fine. When encountering an enemy, it could lower their guard, making it easier to play dumb and strike a fatal blow at the crucial moment. But if it were the latter, Ling Mo couldn't imagine what it would be like if she became like the magpie feather chicken. She'd probably be sold out and still be counting the money for the seller. After studying it for a long time, Ling Mo finally determined that the magpie feathered chicken's effect was only to change a person's first impression, that is, their temperament. Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it didn't really make her stupid. To be honest, with a personality like that of a magpie feathered chicken, it would be easy to become extinct. However, as a hunter, she couldn't be happier with prey like the magpie feathered chicken. All night long Ling Mo deliberately used her mental power to create sounds around her to attract the magpie feathered chickens. This method wasn't just effective, it was extremely effective. In just one night, she caught dozens of them, all of which she now kept in her spatial storage. After dawn, the group prepared to set off after having breakfast as usual. Yi Kai, seeing Ling Mo yawning repeatedly, joked, "What did you do last night? You're so sleepy." Hearing this, Ling Mo yawned again, rubbed his eyes, and said, "I caught chickens all night." "You must be exhausted," Yi Kai said, suppressing a laugh. Clearly, he didn't take Ling Mo's words seriously. As they walked, a cry for help reached their ears. After some time learning, Jiang Xian and the others, although not fully mastering interstellar language, could still understand some simple common phrases. Therefore they recognized the voice as a cry for help. Following the sound, they parted a thicket of grass and saw a blue-skinned creature with long elven ears, entangled in several vines, crying out for help. Seemingly sensing Ling Mo and the others' arrival, the blue creature looked in their direction, its eyes pleading, "Please save me." Elven race, kind-hearted, simple-minded, peace-loving, and always repaying kindness. P.S. Elves are like mirrors, if you treat them sincerely they will treat you sincerely in return. Elves? Always repaying kindness? Ling Mo, seeing the elf almost completely engulfed by the vines, said to Jiang Xian and the others, "Quick, save her." Hearing this, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai rushed out without hesitation, Fuyu reacting a little slower, but following closely behind. "Be careful, don't hurt her." 10 minutes later, the elf girl was safely brought back. If they weren't afraid of hurting her, they could have been even faster. They also learned the identity of the vines that attacked the elf girl. Mischievous vines, likes to play pranks, often wrapping passers-by in their vines, causing injury or death. The unconscious elf girl slowly awoke, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Ling Mo and the other three, immediately startled. Seeing this, Ling Mo gave a harmless smile and asked gently, "Are you all right?" After confirming that Ling Mo and the others meant no harm, the elf girl breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked them, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Yunya." "You're welcome. It's what we should do. My name is Ling Mo, and these are my companions, Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fuyu." After introducing the people around him, Ling Mo looked at Yunya and asked, "Are you also here to participate in the competition?" Yunya nodded. "But I've already been eliminated." Then, she changed the subject. "But even being eliminated was worth it, since I encountered the island turtle. The prizes in the competition aren't as valuable as the resources on the island turtle." "The competition has prizes?" Ling Mo asked in surprise. Why didn't anyone tell her that the competition had prizes? Didn't you know? Then why did you participate in the competition? Yunya asked, puzzled. Participating in the competition without knowing anything and having no safety awareness is very dangerous. We didn't know we were going to participate in this competition before we came, Ling Mo said. She was telling the truth. Before the game started, no one knew what the game would be like. I see. Then you probably didn't prepare any extra spatial buttons, right? Yunya said. Then she glanced at Jiang Xian and the other two, her light blue eyes widening instantly. You're using the first-generation spatial buttons. Aren't these old relics obsolete? Hearing this, Ling Mo didn't speak, but lowered her head slightly, her eyes dimming. She seemed to say nothing, yet it was as if she had said a lot. Although Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fuyu didn't quite understand the conversation, they instinctively lowered their heads and adopted a forlorn expression. The elves were a race that highly valued appearance. In short, they were obsessed with looks. And coincidentally, all four of them, including Ling Mo, were quite good-looking. This sudden change in appearance made Yunya feel a surge of guilt. She regretted speaking so loudly and bluntly. They had just saved her life, and she had hurt them instead. Yunya was at a loss for what to do, wanting to comfort them but hesitant, afraid of unintentionally hurting them again. After a while, not long after, Yunya reached into her waistband, pulled out a handful of things, and placed them in Ling Mo's hand. Don't be sad, I didn't mean to. These spatial keychains are for you, as a way of thanking you for saving my life. Ling Mo looked at the spatial keychains in his hand. There were about 5 or 6 of them. Using his mental energy to scan each one, he found they were each about 50 or 60 square meters in size, quite a large space. Remembering what Yunya had said earlier, these spatial rings were likely prepared specifically for the island turtle. Following Chinese tradition, Ling Mo initially exchanged a few polite words, but then, unable to refuse her insistence and hospitality, happily accepted the spatial rings. From the conversation, it was clear that these spatial rings weren't particularly valuable to Yunya. Just then, a faint, urgent call came from afar. Yunya twitched her ears and turned around with a look of surprise. My partner is looking for me. It's been a pleasure meeting you all today. Can we add each other on my AI? Of course. After exchanging contact information with Yunya, Ling Mo finally had his first contact on his AI. Before Yunya left, Ling Mo sincerely thanked her. Thank you for the spatial rings. After Yunya had completely left, Ling Mo turned around. Jiang Xian and the other two were already looking on with longing. The spatial rings Yunya gave Ling Mo were all decorative items. Earrings, rings, hair ties, and so on. Chapter 108. See Competition 15. Ling Mo spread out his hands, letting them choose for themselves. Yi Kai picked a very eye-catching cross earring, Jiang Xian chose a ring, Fuyu chose a brooch, and the remaining 3 all went to Ling Mo. A hair tie, a hair clip, and the last one was a fluffy keychain, with the spatial key hidden inside. The appearance of these spatial keys solved their immediate problem. After all, with a mountain of gold in front of them, and only being able to scrape away a few scraps, anyone would be extremely unwilling. Now there was still 1 day left before the end of the game, and their goal was to fill all these spatial keys. After a brief discussion, the group decided to split into pairs and act separately, which would make collecting much faster. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai, as the combat power of the team, definitely had to be separated. In the end, Ling Mo and Yi Kai went together while Jiang Xian and Fuyu went together. Ling Mo left the learning machine for Jiang Xian and Fuyu. Jiang Xian didn't refuse. After all, he and Fuyu were practically blind without the learning machine, and it would be a waste to spend all their time collecting useless things. Before leaving, Ling Mo searched for all the plants and animals that might appear on the island turtles, laying the groundwork for what was to come. After making their decision, Ling Mo and Yi Kai went in opposite directions from Jiang Xian and Fuyu, striving to explore the entire island as quickly as possible. After walking for about 10 minutes, they parted the dense grass and found a patch of healing aloe vera in front of them. Previously, they had to give up because of limited space, but now, without the constraints of space, Yi Kai worked like a tireless ox, uprooting all the healing aloe vera in front of him. Ling Mo, on the other hand, stored them one by one into his spatial storage in the most space-efficient way. By the time all the healing aloe vera had been uprooted, Yetis was panting heavily. Seeing this, Ling Mo picked up an old, dark green aloe vera, peeled off the outer skin to reveal the translucent flesh inside, and handed it to Yetis. Yetis, panting heavily, took the aloe vera without even asking any questions and started eating it. After finishing the entire aloe vera, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his fatigue had disappeared, and he was filled with energy. Yetis, excitedly stretching his limbs, asked, "I didn't expect this aloe vera to have such an effect. Mo, why didn't you mention it before? Did you forget?" Ling Mo stood up, put away her dagger, and dusted off non-existent dust. Of course, she hadn't forgotten, it was just that Ling Mo hadn't mentioned it during the introduction. "I didn't forget, it's just that very few people eat aloe vera directly because it's too wasteful." Yetis? Fine. The two continued exploring. Not long after, a thicket of bushes appeared before them, covered with strawberry-like berries, but blue in color. Yetis subconsciously looked at Ling Mo. If this were on Earth, these fruits would definitely be forbidden to pick. Harryberry, slightly sour, recommended to be eaten with sweets, long-term consumption can strengthen the heart. Ling Mo was very satisfied with the effects of the harryberries. The heart is one of the most important organs in the human body. Having a strong heart can improve immunity and prevent disease, and this is just one benefit. After explaining the effects of the harryberries to Yetis, the two began picking them without stopping. In no time, they had picked all the harryberries in the area. After leaving, Ling Mo used his mental power to store one of the harryberry bushes into his spatial storage. Green fruit, sweet, aids digestion, long-term consumption can strengthen stomach function. Sour mulberry, sour in taste, long-term consumption can strengthen lung function. After several hours of searching, Ling Mo and Yetis discovered that what they found had strengthened almost every organ in the body that could be strengthened. "I wonder how things are going on the boss's side. They should be doing a little better than us," Ling Mo said. Of course, she wasn't just saying that randomly. Xiaoman had been connected to the learning machine the whole time, so she knew exactly what Jiang Xian had found. It has to be said that Ling Mo was extremely envious of Jiang Xian and Fuyu's luck. Damn it, she should have chosen that side. Just then, a plant that looked very similar to the repairing aloe appeared in front of them. Except for the color, it was almost identical to the repairing aloe. The repairing aloe is green, while the aloe in front of them was black. Body tempering aloe. Applying the juice to the body can achieve the effect of body tempering and improving physical fitness. Body tempering cannot be successful in one go, the process will be very painful. You are considered successful when you can no longer feel the pain. P.S. Body forging aloe vera is often inhabited by body forging insects, which are insects that can strengthen meridians. Sure enough, everything they encountered here was related to strengthening. After briefly explaining the effects of body forging aloe vera, Ling Mo and Yetis took out their tools and began collecting the aloe vera. During this time, Ling Mo kept a close eye on the traces of the body forging insects that Xiaoman had mentioned. Just then, a creature with a purple shell, resembling a beetle, crawled out from the gaps in the body forging aloe vera. It tried to escape, but Ling Mo, with quick eyes and hands, caught it. Body forging insect, a rare beetle that lives in body forging aloe vera. It feeds on the aloe vera, and the liquid it secretes can strengthen meridians. Strengthen meridians? How does that work? Do I have to eat the liquid secreted by the body forging insect? No, as long as you eat the body forging insect, it will automatically find the meridians, accompanied by waves of stinging pain. Hearing Xiaoman's explanation, Ling Mo, facing the body forging insect in his hand, suddenly had an urge to throw it away. Put this thing in your mouth, and according to what I'm about to say, the body tempering worm will crawl out of your mouth again after it finishes crawling through your meridians. Ling Mo managed to resist the urge to throw the body tempering worm away and instead put it into her spatial storage. Not only that, she put all the body-tempering worms into her spatial storage. To this end, she also took advantage of Yikai's inattention to put several body-tempering aloe vera plants into her spatial storage to cultivate. The repairing aloe vera from before was growing well in her spatial storage. With the support of the water, wood, and stone, it had already started to sprout new buds, so the body-tempering aloe vera should also be fine. With the repairing aloe vera from before and the body-tempering aloe vera now, Ling Mo and Yikai finally filled a spatial storage device. Just as the two were about to leave, Ling Mo suddenly looked in a certain direction and sensed someone approaching. Before Ling Mo could warn her, Yikai grabbed her and ran in the opposite direction. By the time the person finally arrived, all they saw was still swaying grass and two blurry figures that had already run far away. Chapter 109 See Competition 16. Seeing this, Pamya Yunyan, panting heavily, shouted, "Why are you running? We're all human. Only by helping each other can we successfully pass the level. Hey! Hey! Didn't you hear me? Come back now." Pamya Yunyan shouted for a long time, but Ling Mo and the other person didn't even turn their heads. "Who wants to cooperate with you? They've already completed their missions and are just waiting for the game to end to successfully pass." It would be foolish to actually believe her and cooperate with these people, they might be sold out at any time. Seeing that the other party showed no sign of stopping, Pamya Yunyan's face showed frustration, and she stomped her feet a few times to vent her emotions. Although she didn't draw a 3-star mission this time, none of the 3 missions she drew were easy to complete. Being unfamiliar with the area, Pamya Yunyan couldn't even understand the mission content. She recognized the words, but when put together, she didn't understand their meaning. Unable to complete the missions, she could only obtain stars by eliminating other contestants. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded behind them. Upon hearing this, Pamya Yunyan immediately composed herself, reverting to her previous gentle and understanding demeanor. Meanwhile, Ling Mo and Yikai stopped only after running into a dense thicket of grass. Ling Mo looked at Yikai beside her and asked curiously, "How did you know someone was coming?" Yikai didn't hide anything, explaining, "I can sense the movement in the air." Ling Mo's eyes widened in shock. Could someone really do that? After resting for a while, the two looked around and noticed that every blade of grass was incredibly thick and tall. Yikai joked, "Mo, look, doesn't this look like the sugar grass we found in the Clino grassland?" At this moment, Ling Mo, having just finished hearing Yikai's voice, looked up at him and said, "This is sugar grass." To be precise, it was an upgraded version of sugar grass, with a sugar content hundreds of times higher. Sugar grass could be eaten directly to relieve low blood sugar, but this sugar grass obviously couldn't, as it would be too sweet. It's easy to imagine how sweet it was. The island turtle, a treasure trove for the entire planet Hylon, possessed everything of the highest quality. Ling Mo and Yikai took out sickles and began harvesting sugar grass, cutting as they went, until they had filled an entire spatial nexus. Before leaving, Yikai glanced longingly at the remaining sugar grass behind him. Even after they had filled an entire spatial nexus, it showed no signs of diminishing. Once they were far enough away, Ling Mo stored the sugar grass in her spatial storage. However, she seemed to have overestimated herself. The moment she finished collecting all the sugar grass, her vision went black, and she uncontrollably lurched forward. Yikai rushed to help her, but lost his footing and vanished from the spot. Ling Mo, barely regaining her balance, exclaimed. Reaching the spot where Yikai had disappeared, she found herself in a deep, black abyss, the other side leading to an unknown destination. Ling Mo's first thought was that this thing might be the nest of some other creature. But then he thought, they'd been here for so long, and after the magpie-feathered chicken, they hadn't seen any other creatures yet. Not seeing them didn't mean they didn't exist. If Yikai were to be eliminated by accident, the remaining 3 of them would all be finished. Ling Mo stood at the cave entrance for a moment, then tentatively called out, "Are you all right?" Victory was within reach, but then her teammate fell into the cave and was eliminated. She would be devastated. Fortunately, Ye Kai's voice soon came from inside the cave. "I'm fine, it's just so dark down there I can't see anything." Just as she was about to grab a rope to rescue him, she suddenly heard Qiaman's voice. Water energy stone, formed from the purest essence of water, extremely rare. Absorbing it increases affinity with water elements, grants immunity to water-based attacks, and rapidly enhances the strength of water-type talents. Ling Mo blinked, withdrew her hand from the rope, and then leaped down. Thanks to her anti-gravity shoes, Ling Mo suffered no harm along the way, landing perfectly with a graceful turn in midair. Ye Kai clapped his hands while holding a flashlight in one hand, saying, "I give you a perfect score for that move, but why did you come down too?" Ye Kai took a deep breath. He had originally hoped that Ling Mo would pull him up, but she came down first. "Did those people catch up with us?" Hearing this, Ling Mo touched her nose. "No, I didn't." "Would you believe me if I said it was an accident?" Ye Kai looked at her. "Guess if I believe you." "I won't guess." Saying this, Ling Mo took out her flashlight and looked around the lake. "What's so hard about getting up?" "You forgot I have anti-gravity shoes. Getting you up is a piece of cake." "Isn't this faster than you climbing up the rope?" Hearing this, Ye Kai was stunned for a moment. Sorry, he really had forgotten about that. "By the way, what happened to you before? Did you have a hypoglycemic episode?" Thinking of the scene when Ling Mo suddenly fainted earlier, Ye Kai was still a little scared. He nodded vaguely, tacitly agreeing. He couldn't very well admit that he had almost fainted because he was too greedy and had overexerted his mental energy. That would be too embarrassing. The environment below was very different from the cramped and confined space Ling Mo had imagined. Looking around, the space was quite vast. "There seems to be something over there?" Ling Mo pointed in a certain direction. Ye Kai looked in the direction Ling Mo was pointing. Because the light was too dim, even with the flashlight, he could only see very little. When he got close enough, Ye Kai could finally see what Ling Mo was pointing to. It looked very similar to ferns, but it was blue in color, and each one was about 2 meters long. If you smelled it closely, you could detect a faint scent of water. Ye Kai looked at Ling Mo and asked, "Mo, do you know what this is?" Ling Mo shook his head. "I don't know, but it's definitely something good." There was no information about the water stone on the learning machine, so it was natural that Ling Mo didn't know about it either. As for the plants before us, they grow alongside the water stone. Although they are not as powerful as the water stone, they are still definitely good stuff. Water fern grass, a plant born from absorbing the aura of the water stone. It contains a large amount of pure water. Long-term consumption can cleanse impurities in the body and repair damaged organs. The effects of this water fern grass are similar to those of the marrow-cleansing fruit, but it also has the function of repairing organs. Chapter 110 Sea Race 17. Beneath the water ferns lay water stones, oval blue stones with smooth surfaces as if meticulously polished. Ye Kai trusted Ling Mo's words completely. The two began harvesting the water ferns from both sides. While harvesting the water ferns, Ling Mo also collected the water stones from the ground. There weren't many water stones. After half a day of collecting, they had only gathered a small basketful. When they reached the middle of the water ferns, Ling Mo suddenly felt as if she had stepped on something, which hurt her soles. The area where the water ferns grew was very flat, and even the water stones were somewhat out of size. After gathering the surrounding water ferns, Ling Mo bent down and felt around in the spot where she had just been, and sure enough, she felt half a round, plump object. It was only half because the other half was embedded in the ground. This didn't stump Ling Mo. With a forceful pull, she pried the object off the ground. What she initially thought was an oversized water stone turned out to be a round crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball was a translucent flower. The flower was like a work of art, lifelike within the crystal ball, or rather, alive. Ling Mo saw the flower even sway slightly. Counting them, there were 9 petals in total, each petal being semi-transparent, generally displaying a pale blue hue. looking both beautiful and dreamlike. This told Ling Mo that this thing was definitely not simple. She tossed the crystal ball into her spatial storage, intending to study it more thoroughly after this round of the game. Unbeknownst to Ling Mo, after the crystal ball was tossed into her spatial storage, it seemed to have a mind of its own, rolling straight towards the pool where the water-cooling stone was located. The moment it entered the water, the entire surface emitted bursts of blue light. Just then, a pair of furry white claws appeared on the water's edge. On the other side, Ling Mo and Yetis finally finished harvesting all the water ferns. They weren't tired, but having to bend over constantly was taking a toll on their backs. After resting for a while, the two decided to leave, but not by the same route. Ling Mo used her spiritual power and quickly found the only way out. Yetis reached out, sensed the air currents around them, and said, "First, let's go, I'll lead the way." After leaving the area where the water ferns grew, the two walked in one direction for a while. Suddenly, Yetis stopped and whispered, "I feel something's wrong ahead." Ling Mo didn't speak, because she also sensed something ahead. But they had already come this far, and going back the way they came would be a waste of time. The two exchanged a glance and decided to check the situation first. They cautiously advanced a little further. Suddenly, Ling Mo noticed a patch of white, thread-like material around the wall. Clean spider silk. Clean spiders are very clean spiders that hate anything dirty. Their silk has a strong cleaning effect. P.S. Clean spiders hate their territory being dirty, and anyone who violates the rules will be eaten by them. Wait a minute, let's check if the clean spiders have any weaknesses. If they just barge in like this, they'll probably be eaten by the clean spiders. Clean spiders can't stand having their bodies dirty. If they are, they'll break down. Fire is the natural enemy of all insects. It seems there are two solutions. Ling Mo suddenly patted Yetis, who was walking ahead. Pointing to the white, thread-like objects on the wall beside them, she said seriously, "I suspect there are silk-spinning creatures around here, maybe spiders or silkworms. Can you make a torch?" Yetis shook his head and whispered, "No, but I can try. I've seen similar videos before." "Okay." Ling Mo rummaged through her spatial storage for the necessary items, using other things as substitutes if she didn't have them. 10 minutes later, a simple torch was successfully made. Worried that one torch wouldn't be enough, the two made 2 more as spares. After lighting the torches, the two continued walking forward. Along the way, the white spider silk around them increased. Yetis walked in front, while Ling Mo collected all the spider silk she could see. The two walked like this until they finally reached the end of the passage, where a white nest wrapped in white spider silk appeared before them. Ling Mo looked around, her eyes lighting up. So much spider silk. Soon, she noticed many cocoons wrapped in white spider silk hanging in the cave. Some pupae were shriveled, while others were still plump. These pupae were likely the food of the clean spider. The shriveled ones were already eaten, and the plump ones were yet to be eaten. These pupae were densely packed, covering the entire cave. Below the cave, a snow-white spider lay motionless. Ling Mo had initially considered inviting the clean spider into her space, but seeing this, she decided against it. Seeing such a large spider, Yetis, as the main fighter and having chosen this path himself, decided to let Ling Mo go first, bringing up the rear. However, Ling Mo stopped him. She took out 2 thick masks from her spatial storage, handing one to Yetis and then wearing the other herself. To Yetis' puzzlement, Ling Mo took out a sucking mushroom. The next second, a black, foul-smelling substance sprayed from the mushroom, landing precisely on the clean spider's snow-white body. The clean spider, which had been sleeping, abruptly opened its eyes. 8 red eyes looked around, then instantly panicked upon seeing the filth on its body, letting out a piercing roar. The massive body suddenly stood up and began to rampage through the cave, causing many of the pupae on its head to fall to the ground. But the clean spider had no time to care about that, it only wanted to clean itself as quickly as possible. After its rampage for a while, the clean spider ran out through another exit. As for the creature that had dirted it, it would settle the score when it returned. After the clean spider left, Ling Mo and Yikai emerged. Yikai looked at Ling Mo with admiration. She had handled the giant spider so easily. "May I ask what's inside that mushroom?" Hearing this, Ling Mo glanced at the sucking mushroom in her hand, smiled, and said softly, "Farmyard manure." Yikai's expression froze for a moment upon hearing these 3 words. If he remembered correctly, farmyard manure was Chapter 111 See Race 18. Ignoring the stunned Yikai, Ling Mo began stuffing spider silk into her spatial storage. Of course, it was impossible to stuff all the spider silk from the entire cave into the storage. Seeing that it was enough, the two continued on their way. After they left the cave, Ling Mo stored the remaining spider silk into her storage. To avoid trouble from the returning clean spider, Ling Mo thoughtfully left it a small gift. After walking for about an hour, the two finally emerged from the dark cave. Although they hadn't encountered any major dangers along the way, some sections were truly difficult to traverse. Suddenly, Yikai's stomach rumbled, followed by 2 growls from Ling Mo's stomach. Only then did they realize that they hadn't eaten since falling into the cave, and now that they had finally made it out, they were starving. Ling Mo took out 2 bowls of rice drizzled with meat gravy, along with 2 side dishes, and the 2 of them started eating right away. They were so hungry they could have eaten 2 cows. While eating, Ling Mo didn't rest. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, finally settling on a cluster of golden mushrooms. Fluffy mushroom. Nutritious, delicious, and resilient, the most common and cheapest mushroom variety in interstellar space, except for those produced by island turtles. Each fluffy mushroom was about half a meter tall. Ling Mo walked over and put it into her spatial storage. Yikai, who was engrossed in eating nearby, didn't say anything. He only cared about physical labor and didn't concern himself with anything else. After collecting 1 fluffy mushroom, Ling Mo looked around but didn't find any others, which disappointed her. Wasn't it supposed to be resilient? Why were there so few? Frustrated, Ling Mo put the wood from which the fluffy mushroom had grown into her spatial storage, hoping to grow it herself. After eating and drinking her fill, Ling Mo checked the time, 3 in the afternoon. "Do you remember when we entered the game?" Yikai thought for a moment and said, "I think it was around 7 o'clock. There were still 4 hours left, which should be enough." Just then, a mechanical voice sounded in their ears. "There are 4 hours left until the end of the game. Players who have completed the task, please submit your task card. If you do not submit your task card before the end of the competition, your results will be invalidated." After the system's voice disappeared, Ling Mo and Yikai couldn't help but widen their eyes. They actually had to submit a task card. Why wasn't this mentioned before? At the same time, a small ball of light in the sky above Hylon Star wiped non-existent sweat from its forehead with its round hand. "I almost forgot about this. Submit the task card? Where do I submit it?" Yikai shouted. The competition was about to end, and they pulled this trick on them. Was the game system doing this on purpose, not wanting them to complete the game? Ling Mo was more calm. She thought that since this was a competition held every year, she should be able to find out some of the rules. "Kaiman, do you know where to submit your mission card?" The place to submit mission cards is on the ship the contestants mentioned, or you can return to the starting point of the competition to submit them. On the ship? Ling Mo was taken aback. Their competition ship had been used as a flower pot since they arrived here. Now Ling Mo should be glad she hadn't thrown it away because she thought it took up too much space. Ling Mo released the ship from the spatial storage, removed the food troughs and repair aloe vera, cleaned the soil, and finally found the place to submit the mission card in a corner. After successfully submitting the mission card, 3 bright stars and 2 fainter star marks appeared on the backs of Ling Mo and Yikai's hands. These 2 star marks would not fully appear until the game ended. "Let's hurry and find the boss." They had successfully submitted their mission cards, but Jiang Xian and Fuyu hadn't. The previously ample time suddenly became tight. They carefully stored the ship. It was an important item and couldn't be lost. Wait, locate Jiang Xian and Fuyu. Before they could get a result, a purple lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the distance. The signal they had agreed upon when they parted. Based on the distance of the lightning, Jiang Xian and Fuyu were actually nearby. 10 minutes later, the four of them successfully met up. Ling Mo took the ship out again and had the two submit their mission cards. By the way, Mo, is your spatial storage full? Not yet, why? Ling Mo asked. Upon hearing this, Fuyu's eyes lit up. That's great. We found a huge patch of soldier food vine. Come with us. Led by the two, Ling Mo saw the vast patch of soldier food vine. It was indeed a massive expanse of vines. However, Ling Mo didn't act immediately. Instead, she planned to find the main bodies of these soldier food vine first. Jiang Xian and Fuyu had already done that. Before the system's voice rang out, the two had been busy with this task. Originally, they planned to bring these soldier food vine to find Ling Mo after finding them, but the system's voice suddenly sounded. With everyone working together, they finally found more than 30 soldier food vine plants and countless vines. Since they only had a few hours left, they decided to fill all the gaps in the spatial loops with the vines first. If they encountered anything else after that, they would take out the vines. An hour and a half later, all the spatial loops were completely filled. With more than 2 hours left, the closer they got to the crucial moment, the more cautious they had to be. After performing a divination, Fuyu predicted that they might encounter some minor trouble if they stayed on the island. Although they would ultimately escape unscathed, the group still didn't want to take the risk and decided to return to the sea. Having made this decision, they prepared to head back. Navigated by their learning machine, they reached the edge of the island turtle in just over half an hour. Almost the instant they jumped into the sea, a fierce battle erupted from the depths of the forest. This was probably the minor trouble Fuyu had mentioned. At this moment, the group couldn't help but feel fortunate that they had run fast. Although Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were strong fighters, they couldn't withstand with the presence of Ling Mo and Fuyu, two burdens. While their skills were good, they were still no match for players who had truly awakened combat talents. If a fight broke out, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai would also have to take care of Ling Mo and Fuyu. Even if they managed to escape unscathed, it wouldn't be easy. Chapter 112 The Sea Race Ends. With over an hour left in the game, the group decided to do nothing but wait quietly on the boat until it ended. With this plan in mind, they began paddling, gradually moving away from the island turtle. Watching the island turtle's figure grow smaller and smaller behind them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the previously calm water suddenly began to ripple. Immediately afterward, a whale-like creature burst from the water, cheerfully calling out to Jiang Yuning. So you're here. I've finally found you. Looking at the whale-like creature stopped in front of the boat, Ling Mo asked curiously, "What do you need us for?" The whale-like creature flicked its tail and said, "Thank you for helping us purify the sea." Us? The whale-like creature nodded, then called out to those behind it. Immediately afterward, many more whale-like creatures emerged from the water, greeting Ling Mo. Ling Mo generously replied, "Don't mention it, it's what I should do, and you've helped us too." The whale beast's tone suddenly became a little hesitant, as if it were somewhat embarrassed. Seeing this, Ling Mo asked, "Is there anything else?" I'd like to ask you to tell us the secret to purifying the sea." "Don't worry, we won't take it for free. We can exchange it with you for something else." At this moment, although the other whale beasts didn't speak, they all looked at Ling Mo with expectant eyes. "Sure, but what do you want to exchange with me?" "What do you want?" the whale beast called out. Ling Mo thought for a moment and said, "I want sea pearls." The whale beast paused for a moment and asked, "Just sea pearls?" Ling Mo nodded. "Okay, no problem. Wait here for us, we'll be right back. Then you'd better hurry, there's still over an hour left. We'll leave after the competition ends." "Don't worry, we'll be quick." After saying this, the whale beast disappeared into the sea with the other whale beasts. After the whale-like creatures left, Yetis curiously approached and asked, "Mo, what were you talking about with those whale-like creatures?" "We helped them eliminate the invaders and purify the sea, so they came to thank us." Hearing this, Yetis showed an expression of understanding, then said with some disappointment, "These fish are really something, they don't even bring a gift when they thank you, they don't understand any social etiquette." "They're fish, not people, of course they don't understand social etiquette," Fuyu said slowly. Seeing that there was still time, and since she was idle anyway, Ling Mo simply took out her fishing rod and started fishing. The other three looked on with envy. About half an hour later, Ling Mo noticed the whale-like creatures had returned, but didn't let them surface. She took out a 1 square meter spatial storage device from her spatial storage and filled it with purifying moss. Then, she used her mental power to complete the transaction with the whale-like creatures. After carefully explaining the precautions for planting the purifying moss, Ling Mo happily inspected the sea pearls brought by the whale-like creatures. There were probably over 1,000 pearls, and each one was large and round, seemingly carefully selected. In response, Ling Mo said, "Where are all those discarded sea pearls? I want them too. You may think they're not pretty enough, but I don't." Unfortunately, the whale-like beasts didn't hear her shouts. After collecting the sea pearls, Ling Mo continued fishing. Just then, a pink tail appeared near the boat, and with a powerful flick, 7 or 8 orange fish were flung into the hold. The group, caught off guard by the fish, were stunned, their faces still showing shock. Ling Mo was the first to recover. "What are you standing there for? Collect the fish." Orange fish, boneless, edible, one of the whale-like beast's favorite foods. Ling Mo took out a large stainless steel bowl used for holding rice. The rice inside had already been eaten, and after a quick rinse with water, he collected the 7 or 8 orange fish inside. This wasn't the end, more and more fish were being flung onto the boat. Ling Mo and the others began frantically collecting the fish. Once the stainless steel bowl was full, they would replace it with another. After all the stainless steel bowls were full, they began transferring the food vines outside. After throwing these vines onto the sea, the whale-like beasts seemed to misunderstand something and threw the fish up even faster. At this moment, the learning machine's screen flashed. Soldier's food vine is one of the dolphin whale's favorite foods. Because they rarely get to eat it, they become unusually excited when someone gives them soldier's food vine. Therefore, their act of discarding soldier's food vine was taken as a return gift by these dolphin whales. Could this be considered an unintended consequence? In any case, in the following time, the dolphin whales continuously tossed fish into Ling Mo and the others' cabin. And in order to hold more fish, they had to throw soldier's food vine into the sea. The group thought that with dozens of soldier's food vine in their hands, they would certainly not lack vines in the future. But the dolphin whales thought that while they had plenty of fish, soldier's food vine was a rare commodity. Even as the system countdown sounded in their ears, their hands didn't stop moving. Game over. Players who failed to complete the task will be disqualified. The next round will begin in 1 month. In 3 seconds, everyone will be teleported out of this game instance. 3, 2, 1. Ling Mo's vision went black. When she opened her eyes again, she was back home, with a pile of beef hooves in front of her that she hadn't had time to clean up after eating. She checked the time, only a minute had passed. She remembered that the last game ended after 5 minutes, but the last game lasted much longer. Congratulations, players! As a team that cleared the game with a full squad, you did not harm any of the participants during the competition. The system and the competition organizers will give you a special reward. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in the ears of Ling Mo, Jiang Xin, Yetis, and Fuyu at the same time. Clearing the game with a full squad was fine, but to say that they did not harm any of the participants. It should mean that no one was eliminated, Fuyu said. Bad news, those bad guys are still alive. Good news, because they are alive, they received the reward from the system and the competition organizers. System, can we specify the reward? Ling Mo suddenly asked. The official competition rewards have been transferred to the system. So, the official competition rewards can't be specified, but the systems can, right? Ling Mo smiled like a little fox. Chapter 113 Such a good thing. The official reward from the competition was a sealed sphere containing a ship. It could be used directly when needed. Ling Mo tested it. The ship wasn't large, but if comfort wasn't a concern, it should be able to accommodate 2 people. The entire ship was incredibly futuristic. Ling Mo and the others were very satisfied with this reward. Next was the system's reward. I'd like to know what you'll give us if we don't specify? Jiang Xian suddenly asked. Any item under 2,000 gold coins from the system shop. Because this was a competition, there was no salary, but there was a bonus. Although Ling Mo and the others successfully completed the challenge, their performance was only average, so the bonus wasn't much, 2 silver coins each. For current players, any item under 2,000 gold coins from the system shop was already a fantastic reward. Are there any restrictions if we specify a reward? Fu Yu asked. If a reward is specified, the price cannot exceed 1,500 gold coins. A direct reduction of a quarter. Jiang Xian and the other 2 couldn't help but look at Ling Mo. Momo, any good suggestions? Ling Mo had already opened the system shop and said without looking up, you can check the system shop and see if there are any items you need. After saying that, she looked up. If you really can't find anything, I suggest you get an interstellar ID card. ID card? Yes, you should know that we're going to interstellar space. Blue Star hasn't officially joined yet, so we're considered unregistered there. Ling Mo looked around but couldn't find what she wanted. Either the price she wanted was too high, averaging over 2,000, or anything under 2,000 was a bit too useless. Buying it would be a waste of money. Finally, Ling Mo looked up and asked, can I just ask for money directly? And could you also help me get an interstellar bank card? Thank you. Sure, fee, 200 gold coins. Hearing this price, Ling Mo's eyes widened. What kind of bank card costs 200 gold coins? She wouldn't believe the system wasn't taking a cut. However, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Alright, 200 it is. 3 seconds later, a black and gold card appeared in Ling Mo's hand. Federal Bank Savings Card detected, automatically bound, binding successful. Card balance, 2,300 gold coins. Wait, why 2,300 gold coins? Shouldn't it be 1,000? According to interstellar law, in the absence of a guardian, guardianship of minors automatically falls under the name of the Federation, which will fund their upbringing until they reach adulthood. Ling Mo's mouth dropped open slightly. Such a good thing. Why didn't you tell me before? You didn't ask, and since you didn't have a bank card before, the Federation couldn't transfer money to you even if they wanted to. Okay, then what age is considered adulthood according to interstellar law? According to interstellar law, it's generally 22 years old. Of course, some races grow slower, so adulthood is slower for them. On the other side, after regaining their senses and careful consideration, Jiang Xian and the other 2 all chose their ID cards. They seemed to have lost an item, but in reality, they gained many hidden benefits. At Ling Mo's reminder, the 3 of them each asked for a bank card. Presumably because all their money had been used to get ID cards, the bank cards the system gave Jiang Xian and the others looked very ordinary. The ID cards will be ready in a few days, just wait. Why do I feel like this game system is angry? Ling Mo didn't care whether the system was angry or not. Originally, she wanted to ask Jiang Xian and the others their ages, but then she thought they weren't orphans, so knowing their ages wouldn't help. Without the system's interference, the group decided to divide their spoils from this game. They still planned to trade with the system. Especially the military provisions, these were easy targets for others if they kept them. However, they couldn't give them all away, each of them would keep a few pots for emergencies. Ling Mo and Yetis didn't plan to trade the body-strengthening aloe vera and various fruits with enhancing effects. They would keep them for themselves. All the energy fruits were processed into energy cubes and kept. It's worth mentioning that most of the fruits Jiang Xian and Fuyu encountered along the way were various energy fruits. Half of the remaining aloe vera and other items were kept, and the rest were traded. Should we wait until drunken soy sauce comes out to do something crazy this time? Yetis suddenly asked. Jiang Xian opened the Don't Miss Out shop. At this time, apart from a fixed spot for recycling water cooling stones, the rest of the shop was filled with water pearls, priced at 20 gold coins. Looks like we won't need to do that this time. Drunken soy sauce might have fallen into a sea pearl nest. Ling Mo. Remember to exchange for a few more spatial kiosks, as well as weapons and food. Fuyu said. Okay, I know. Although they now had larger spatial kiosks, they couldn't have too many of these things. The army must have traded a lot of spatial kiosks from drunken soy sauce. Maybe they've brought out a lot of good stuff from the game. Yetis said with some worry. Ling Mo said, island turtles aren't like cabbages by the roadside, you can't just run into them whenever you want. Fuyu nodded, Mo is right. Besides, even if we did encounter one, we might not recognize it. If Ling Mo hadn't been there, they would never have discovered the soldier's food vine. After all, it looked like the most ordinary climbing plant. Who would have thought it was edible? Fuyu thought that the most likely scenario was that those people would catch a bunch of fish to bring back. Some might not even have caught any fish, since they still had to complete their mission. Whether it was completing the mission card or eliminating other contestants, 3 days was extremely tight. Their situation seemed exceptionally simple because Ling Mo was there. Without Ling Mo, they probably would have ended up eliminating other contestants to finish the game. After distributing the supplies, Ling Mo returned to her room. Because they had been stuffing fish into her spatial storage during the last period, she smelled strongly of fish. After returning to her room, he quickly took off her clothes. There was water in the bathroom that Ling Mo usually stored, so she took a comfortable shower and changed into clean clothes. After doing all this, she threw her clothes, along with Jiang Xian's and the other two's, into the washing machine to wash them. She glanced at the shop. The sales of sea pearls weren't as good as she'd expected. Sea pearls allowed people to breathe freely in seawater, but this ability seemed rather useless, since not every game took place in the sea. Chapter 114 News from the Safe Base. Ling Mo was unwilling to lower the price of these sea pearls, and seeing the poor sales, she simply decided to temporarily stop selling them. After removing the remaining sea pearls from the shelves, Ling Mo began listing food, military rations vines, and restorative aloe vera. She provided very detailed descriptions of the military rations vines and restorative aloe vera, essentially building brand awareness in advance. The blue shrimp and blue shrimp kelp she had collected earlier still needed to be nurtured for a while longer. Sure enough, once the various foods were listed, the purchasing speed increased significantly. Ling Mo purchased an automatic listing machine from the system shop, freeing up her hands. By the way, Ling Mo opened the back end and, unsurprisingly, saw the message 123 Wooden Man at the top of the private messages. Just as Fuyu had guessed, although the military possessed many spatial portals, they were unfamiliar with Hylon Star and didn't recognize many things. Furthermore, they had to complete their missions, so they didn't bring back much. Even those lucky enough to discover island turtles either didn't go ashore or went ashore and didn't recognize anything. 123 Wooden Man, boss, what good stuff do you have this time? Do you have whole soldiers' food vinegars? And repairing aloe vera? How much do you have left? We want it all. Drunk and acting crazy, don't call me boss, I still prefer your old aloof self. 123 Wooden Man. Drunk and acting crazy, I don't have soldiers' food vinegars or repairing aloe vera right now, but I have other things here, but they need to be processed before they can be used. 123 Wooden Man, what things? Drunk and acting crazy. You guys should have seen island turtles, right? Island turtles are known as the natural treasure trove of Highland Star, and their droppings have great medicinal value. Ling Mo didn't choose to hide it. Anyway, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden, so it was better to be clear sooner rather than later. 123 Wooden Man, are you sure? Drunk and acting crazy, what good would it do me to lie to you? I'll leave one in the shop, you can take it and study it first. 123 Wooden Man, okay, but, are the soldiers' food vine and repairing aloe vera really not working? 123 Wooden Man was still unwilling to give up. When they saw the description of the soldiers' food vine, their eyes almost popped out. In this weather, all the grains have died from the heat, and the seeds have been contaminated by some unknown source and cannot germinate. The properties of this soldier's food vine are simply tailor-made for them. Drunk on soy sauce? Not now. She didn't have many soldiers' food vine in her hand and wanted to try dividing them. 123 Wooden Man, okay. 123 Wooden Man was a little disappointed, but didn't insist. And Drunk on Soy Sauce didn't directly refuse, just said not now. Not now, but not later. After 123 Wooden Man reported this matter, Xieching was a little disappointed, but had no other choice but to wait. Hey, hurry up and exchange the island turtle's droppings before someone else snatches them up. Hearing this, 123 Wooden Man didn't dare to delay. He probably spotted the new product on the Don't Miss Out shop and immediately saw that the item for trading was 3 strands of 123 Wooden Man's hair. 123 Wooden Man. So the shop can be used like this. He reluctantly plucked 3 strands of hair and submitted them. The next second, a dark green object appeared in his hand. If he hadn't known beforehand that it was poop, 123 Wooden Man thought it was quite pretty. Xieching glanced at the object in 123 Wooden Man's hand and said, since he drank soy sauce and acted crazy, saying this thing has extremely high medicinal value, then hurry up and send it to the research institute. By the way, have those people contacted us? Xieching suddenly asked. The people he was referring to were naturally Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu, and possibly Ling Mo as well. After what happened before, they had thoroughly investigated these people and found nothing unusual. However, Ling Mo hadn't shown up at all during the previous incident, so Xiecheng's attention was mostly focused on Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu. If Ling Mo knew what Xiecheng was thinking now, she would definitely be grateful for her foresight. Upon receiving the message, Xiecheng immediately instructed her to delete all her spending records, both domestically and internationally, especially the international ones. Not yet. Before he could finish speaking, Xiecheng's phone rang. It was Jiang Xian on the other end. Meanwhile, Ling Mo processed various energy fruits into energy cubes, then stored them in different boxes according to type, and finally put them into her spatial storage. After processing all the energy fruits, Jiang Xian came out of the guest room, still holding the phone, clearly having just hung up. A short while later, Yi Kai and Fu Yu came out after changing into clean clothes. I must say, Mo, the shower gel you gave us is really good. It eliminates all odor immediately after washing, and it smells wonderful. Yi Kai said, smelling the back of his hand, clearly very satisfied with the shower gel's effect. These past few days at sea, he'd practically been pickled. I've already communicated with the higher-ups, and someone will be in charge of this tomorrow, Jiang Xian said. Also, I got some information from them. What information? Fu Yu asked first. Because we don't know how long this disaster will last, the higher-ups decided to build a safe base and asked if we wanted to join. They said they could provide us with safer accommodations. Ling Mo slumped onto the table. Providing the best accommodations must be expensive. Jiang Xian nodded. It certainly isn't cheap. The things we asked for in exchange were reduced by half, and the residency rights are only for 1 year. Anyone else would definitely not agree to such an obviously unfair deal. In this situation, accommodations are far more important than supplies. And it's only a 1-year residency right. Especially since Ling Mo and the others' living conditions are not bad at all. Compared to before the extreme heat, the only impact they suffered was that they couldn't go out freely. But this limitation was resolved after the appearance of the water-cooling stone and the ding-ding fish scales. Jiang Xian and Ye Kai looked at Fuyu. The reason they chose to come to this community was because of Fuyu. It proved to be an absolutely correct decision, because they met Ling Mo here. It can be said that without Ling Mo, although they could still live comfortably, they would definitely not be as carefree as they are now. Chapter 115 Spatial Beasts. Fuyu's eyes turned white, and her fingers drew strange patterns in the air. After a moment, Fuyu slowly opened her eyes and said firmly, "We're going to the safe base." Ling Mo and the other two naturally had no objections. Having made this decision, they began packing their luggage that very night. With the spatial link, their packing speed was very fast. Ling Mo's situation was slightly more complicated. She had to remove all the heat insulation pads from the windows, and besides that, she also had a swimming pool and the trained stray cats and dogs. The swimming pool could be temporarily stored in the spatial link, but the stray cats and dogs were things Ling Mo had painstakingly trained, and she was reluctant to give them up. Ling Mo found Jiang Xian and told him about it. Jiang Xian's solution was simple: take everything. He packed everything that could be taken from the room into the spatial link, working until late into the night, leaving no stone unturned except for the load-bearing walls and even the decorative paintings on the walls. Ling Mo sat down on the ground and used her mental power to gather all the cats and dogs in the neighborhood into her home. A short while later, barking sounds rang out from outside the door. Opening the door, over 20 cats and dogs sat upright in the doorway. Seeing Ling Mo open the door, they didn't make a fuss, but stood up and entered the room in an orderly fashion. Once inside, the cats and dogs stared intently at her, as if waiting for her command. Ling Mo explained that she was about to leave. With their current intelligence, they should be able to understand the meaning of leaving. The cats and dogs didn't show much resistance. In their minds, Ling Mo was their master, and as long as their master didn't abandon them, they were fine wherever they were. Everything was settled, now all that was left was to wait. Ling Mo didn't idle, she immersed her consciousness into her spatial dimension. This time, she transplanted many plants from the island tortoise into her space. After checking, all the plants were growing well, showing no signs of wilting, and the magpie feather chicken was also thriving. Then, Ling Mo found the soldier food vine and began to try dividing it. Dividing the vines of the soldier's food vine is both simple and difficult. Simply bury the vines in the soil, ensuring the main plant provides nutrients, and smaller vines will grow after a while. Once all the vines are buried, the rest is up to time. Ling Mo then strolled around the space again, feeling a strong sense of security looking at the vibrant, resource-rich environment. Passing by a special ability fruit tree, she saw new cleansing fruits nearing maturity and nodded in satisfaction. Luckily, she had discovered the waterwood stone, otherwise, the cleansing fruits wouldn't have matured as quickly as she ate them. During her days in the game, Ling Mo consistently ate swimming fruits and felt her swimming skills had improved considerably. Before, she could only hold her breath underwater for a minute or two, even with the aid of cleansing and strengthening fruits. But after a few days of swimming fruits, she felt she could hold her breath underwater for more than 10 minutes without any problem. Could this be the aforementioned benefit? The wind speed fruit and bouncing fruit also brought about different changes. However, because the abilities of those with innate talents are enhanced, the effects of these two fruits are not very noticeable. Afterwards, Ling Mo went to the mysterious plant she had found in the mocha forest. The once bare plant had now sprouted tender green leaves. Although she hadn't entered the space, Ling Mo could smell a faint medicinal fragrance emanating from this plant. However, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was, what on earth was that enormous creature beneath the plant? After looking for a while, Ling Mo finally confirmed that this enormous creature was the little thing she had picked up days ago. The little thing, which wasn't even as big as a basket back then, was now estimated to be 2 or 3 meters long, and that was while it was curled up. Its body would probably be even larger when it stood up. Ling Mo took a deep breath, considering whether to throw this thing out. After all, such a large beast was in the space, looking docile now, but who knew what it would be like after it awakened? Throw it. Don't throw it. Throw it. Don't throw it. After a fierce internal struggle, Ling Mo decided to let it stay there for now. Simply put, it was just too beautiful, she couldn't bear to throw it away. Besides, she was in charge of the entire space, she was quite confident that she could handle a small beast. Ling Mo circled around it again. Previously facing away, Ling Mo was shocked to discover, upon turning to the other side, that the lion was cradling a large white egg in its arms, with faint golden runes visible on it. Wait, what's with this egg? Ling Mo's gaze darted back and forth between the sleeping lion and the mysterious plant sprouting new buds. Could it be the offspring of their union? For some reason, Ling Mo felt a strange familiarity with the egg in the lion's arms. However, she quickly attributed this feeling to lust. Although she could only see part of it, the white, round shell captivated her at first glance. Such a large egg could probably make a huge omelette. Just as Ling Mo was about to leave, she noticed all the magpie-feathered chickens gathered in one place. Curious, Ling Mo went to investigate. When she saw what the magpie-feathered chickens had surrounded, she exclaimed in surprise, "So it's here." It was the nest of the sad-feathered bird. Ling Mo had acquired so much during the game on the Clino grassland that she had completely forgotten about this. The leaves around the bird's nest had withered and fallen, and through the gaps in the branches, Ling Mo could vaguely see what was inside. The magpie-feathered chickens around were clearly attracted by what was inside. With a thought, Ling Mo took everything out of the bird's nest. At this moment, Ling Mo realized that this forlorn bird had indeed collected quite a lot, but most of it was useless. After removing various fragments that were obviously useless, with the help of Qiaman, she also filtered out some useless items. In the end, less than a tenth remained. Ling Mo picked up a black, round lens from it. Focusing lens. Can measure the distance between the wearer and any object, can be used in combination with any eye accessory. P.S. Must be a visible object to be measured. Seeing this, Ling Mo took off her glasses and placed the focusing lens on the left frame. The next second, the focusing lens in her hand disappeared, and then the lens on the left frame turned black, but quickly returned to its original state. Chapter 116 Leaving by Helicopter. Ling Mo couldn't wait to put on her glasses and test their effectiveness. He focused his gaze on a tree not far away. The distance, even the wind speed, direction, and humidity, were clearly visible. With this pleasant surprise, Ling Mo eagerly turned her attention to other things. Awakening stone can help people undergo a second awakening. Seeing the very ordinary stone in her hand, she was surprised that it was called an awakening stone, capable of helping people undergo a second awakening. But did this awakening give these people a second chance after a failed first awakening, or did it awaken a second talent based on a successful first attempt? Both are possible. This is a grade B awakening stone, with a 50% chance of helping people reawaken or awaken a second talent. Only 50%? Ling Mo hesitated. A 1/2 chance was still a bit low. What if it failed? Wouldn't it be a waste of a grade B awakening stone? Besides that, there were various energy stones, which were considered a very rare resource even in interstellar space. According to the current price of energy stones in interstellar space given by Kaiman, these energy stones could fetch a considerable sum. This Chi-Chi bird has actually collected so many energy stones, it's quite impressive, no wonder it's called a blind box. After leaving the space, Ling Mo wanted to open the game forum. The game forum was always the most lively after each game ended. Just then, she suddenly heard a loud noise outside, sounding like a propeller. Because the heat insulation pad on the window had been removed, Ling Mo could clearly see a helicopter circling low in the night. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. Opening the door, Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fuyu walked in. Looking at the empty house, Jiang Xian's lips twitched slightly, and he said, "Let's go, they've come to pick us up." So fast. Ling Mo couldn't help but be surprised. Less than 3 hours had passed since the game ended, and only an hour had passed since Jiang Xian contacted the higher-ups. "Didn't they say tomorrow?" Ye Kai explained. "They said the daytime temperature might rise further, and the engine might not be able to handle it, so they wanted to pick us up as soon as possible." Ling Mo was shocked. Rising again? If it kept rising, the temperature would soon exceed 70 degrees Celsius. Looking at the helicopter outside, "Are we going to take the helicopter?" "What about them?" Ling Mo pointed to a group of cats and dogs on the ground. "We'll go first. They'll be transported by someone," Jiang Xian said. Ling Mo nodded and turned to pick up Dehei and Xiaohei. "By the way, do you have any other things? We can ask them to help transport them." Fuyu looked at the empty house, without even any furniture left. Although she knew it was unlikely there were any left, she still asked. The answer was as expected. No, the group walked out of the room. With the scales of the ding-ding fish on them, they didn't feel hot. But in Ling Mo's eyes, the entire neighborhood was bare, looking just like the beach next door, exceptionally desolate. "Let's go." After boarding the helicopter, Ling Mo took one last look at the place where he had lived for several months. She would have really liked this place if it weren't for the extreme heat. It's such a shame. She wondered if this neighborhood would still exist after the apocalypse was completely over. The house had cost her a fortune, and she still had the property certificate. On the helicopter, besides the pilot, there were 2 staff members responsible for recording. It was confirmed that even if one failed the game and was stripped of their gaming privileges, their talents wouldn't disappear, they would simply be unable to access the game store and back-end. Therefore, it was now the case that players were always awakened, but awakened weren't necessarily players. For example, the 2 people in front of her were awakened, but their abilities were unknown. Ling Mo had initially thought these 2 would try to gather information, but they hadn't asked anything the entire way. 10 minutes later, Ling Mo shivered, muttering to herself, "It's so cold." Why was it so cold? But she quickly realized it was the water-cooling stone. She should have known better than to take off her thermostat. Just as she was thinking about taking out a blanket, one of them, as if they could read minds, pulled out a fluffy blanket from the side. "Wait, mind reading? Here, take this. There's a water-cooling stone on the helicopter to keep it cool, otherwise, it wouldn't work." The last sentence served as an explanation. Ling Mo glanced at the person who handed her the blanket. They were completely wrapped up, even their eyes were covered. They must be wearing a thermostatic suit. Otherwise, dressed like that in this weather, they'd be unbearably hot. Ling Mo took out her phone and typed a message to Jiang Xian, Ye Kai, and Fuyu, telling them that the 2 people opposite them might be able to read minds, and they shouldn't overthink things. Jiang Xian. Fuyu. Ye Kai, I was just mentally criticizing their ugly and tasteless clothes, and now I'm doomed. Am I going to be thrown out? Jiang Xian/Ling Mo/Fuyu, have a safe journey. After typing the last message, Ling Mo put her phone away. The pilot was quite skilled. Covered by the blanket, Ling Mo soon became drowsy. Just before she lost consciousness, she was suddenly awakened by a shout of "Holy shit!" from beside her. Turning to see what had happened, they saw Ye Kai frowning, staring angrily at his phone. "Boss, look. The residents' group chat is exploding. Lots of people are cursing us," Ye Kai exclaimed. Hearing this, Ling Mo and the others quickly pulled out their phones and opened the residents' group chat. It turned out someone had heard the commotion and come to investigate. Ling Mo and the others had already left by helicopter, but the person saw a car taking all the cats and dogs away. This was unacceptable. These cats and dogs were their community's security guards. So, the person posted about it in the residents' group chat, even tagging Ling Mo, since she was in charge of the cats and dogs. However, Ling Mo ignored her. When someone couldn't wait any longer and went to check her house, they found it empty. They then went to Jiang Xian's house. Although the move wasn't as thorough as Ling Mo's, everything that could be taken was taken. At this point, how could anyone not understand what had happened? So they started denouncing Ling Mo and his group in the group chat, demanding an explanation. They said it was one thing for them to leave, but why did they have to take all the stray cats and dogs with them, showing no consideration for their neighbors? Chapter 117 Arriving at the Safe Base. The once gentle and polite neighbors seemed to have changed their tune overnight. I found those stray cats and dogs, the dog food was provided by the boss, and Momo was the trainer. What does it have to do with these people? Yetis said angrily. He prepared to type a furious reply. They outnumber us. Even if all 4 of us ganged up on them, we couldn't win, Fuyu said slowly. Then what do we do? Just let them keep cursing? Fuyu's slender finger swiped across the screen a few times, and then the group chat showed that Fuyu had left. We can't control these people's mouths. Getting entangled with them will only make things more troublesome, so out of sight, out of mind. Following this, Ling Mo also left the residence group, and then Jiang Xian. Seeing this, Yetis could only angrily leave the residence group without sending a single message. At this moment, Ling Mo opened another group, filled with players from the community. Before the previous round of the game, none of these people had been eliminated. I wonder if anyone will be eliminated after this round of the game. The atmosphere in this group is much better. Although there is still a hint of dissatisfaction in their tone, they don't say it directly. Instead, they subtly ask why they left and where they plan to go after leaving. Ling Mo glanced at the group. She had hardly ever spoken in this group and wasn't familiar with these people, so she simply left. She put down her phone, pulled the blanket around herself, closed her eyes, and tried to fall asleep again. About an hour later, the helicopter slowly landed, and Ling Mo was woken up by Yetis. Mo, wake up, we've arrived. Ling Mo hummed in response, slowly opened her eyes, and followed Yetis off the helicopter. Is this the safe base? Ling Mo looked at the base in front of her, not rashly extending her mental power. Although mental power is concealed, some talented or perceptive individuals can still detect it, so it's better to be cautious. Because it was night, the entire base was very quiet. At this moment, a staff member came out and, upon seeing Ling Mo and the others, immediately greeted them excitedly. You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages. Come in quickly. Led by this man, the group entered a spacious room. We need to inspect the goods first, the man said respectfully. Hearing this, Jiang Xian nodded and took out a pot of soldier's food vinegar and a piece of repairing aloe vera. As soon as the items were taken out, a middle-aged man rushed out and picked up the pot of soldier's food vinegar to examine it. After a moment, he exclaimed excitedly, "It's real." Then he looked at Jiang Xian, "Can you tell me how you recognized these plants?" Things like soldier's food vinegar and repairing aloe vera, which clearly didn't belong to Blue Star, had only been brought back by Drunk on Soy Sauce before, and he could even clearly label their uses. If he didn't know that these people had nothing to do with Drunk on Soy Sauce, he would have thought that Drunk on Soy Sauce was hiding among these people. When questioned, Jiang Xian replied without changing his expression, "Of course we have our own methods." The middle-aged man choked, his brows furrowing. He was about to say that at a time like this, they were still hiding things. Suddenly, a young man rushed forward and covered the man's mouth. "All right, Professor Su, you've done your examination. Leave the rest to us." He then gave a wink to the people behind him, and 2 immediately stepped forward, dragging Professor Su away. The young man looked at them apologetically. "I'm sorry, Professor Su was only thinking of all humanity. He meant no harm." Jiang Xian nodded. "We understand. By the way, my name is Xie Qing, and I'm the head of Huagua Games. You're very capable, are you interested in joining us?" Ling Mo maintained her usual quiet, withdrawn persona. However, she seemed to have heard of Xiecheng before. He was apparently the boss of some kind of 1, 2, 3, freeze mission. Jiang Xian, as the one pushed forward to speak, smiled and politely declined. Sorry, we don't have that idea at the moment. Fortunately, Xiecheng didn't insist. Since that's the case, I won't force you. You can come find me anytime you change your mind. Now, let's begin the transaction. Jiang Xian nodded, then took out his spatial storage and started taking things out. Ling Mo, Fu Yu, and Ye Kai did similar things. Fortunately, Ling Mo had processed all the fruits and the like into energy cubes, otherwise, they wouldn't have had any extra space to store anything else. Looking at what they had taken out, Xiecheng's eyes grew brighter and his gaze more intense. Especially seeing their spatial storage, no wonder they had brought back so much stuff. After about an hour and a half, they finally took everything out of their spatial storage. Soldier's food vine, repairing aloe vera, sugar grass, breadfruit tree bark, and fruits, among other things. The breadfruit tree was what Jiang Xian and Fu Yu had encountered. Similar to the soldier's food vine, its bark was edible and nutritious, and could quickly regenerate. However, while the bark grew easily, the breadfruit tree grew very slowly and had high environmental requirements. Ling Mo also took out a bunch of soldier's food vines and various kinds of sea fish. She kept the tasty sea fish for herself. These were the less palatable and harder to process. Seeing them stop, Xiecheng immediately told them to start moving the things. 2 staff members approached and offered them water. Thank you, but please excuse the water. We want to finalize the housing arrangements as soon as possible. No problem, Xiecheng readily agreed, then began to explain the current situation of the base. The entire base was divided into an inner city and an outer city, with the facilities in the inner city naturally being superior to those in the outer city. The inner city was further divided into 2 areas, Area A and Area B. Area B was slightly worse than Area A, with water, electricity, and gas supplied on a timed basis, but still much better than the outer city. Area A consisted of detached houses, with security guards patrolling daily, ensuring absolute safety, and unlimited water, electricity, and gas supply throughout the day. However, Area A wasn't open to just anyone. Only those who had made significant contributions to the base could reside there, like Ling Mo and his group. Some issues had already been discussed during previous meetings, and now only some details needed to be confirmed. 15 minutes later, a staff member led the group to a detached villa in Area A. This house was specially chosen for you by Captain Xia. It's similar to the house you lived in before, and the facilities inside are very complete. I'll go and connect the water, electricity, and gas for you now. If you don't want to cook, there's also a canteen here. Chapter 118 Using the body tempering aloe vera. Also, everything you asked for is already in the living room. Your luggage will probably arrive tomorrow or the day after. Taking out her keys, she opened the door and turned on the lights. A spacious living room came into view. A few steps further in, she saw the kitchen, fully equipped with cookware, pots, pans, and dishes. The house had 2 floors. Ling Mo chose a room on the 2nd floor as her bedroom, while Jiang Xian, Ye Kai, and Fu Yu chose the 1st floor. Although there were ding-ding fish scales, they were still covered in sweat after working for so long, feeling sticky all over. They planned to go back to their rooms, take a shower, and then go to sleep, figuring out what to do tomorrow. Ling Mo also returned to her room, but she didn't go to sleep immediately. After checking that there was nothing unusual around her, she flashed into her spatial dimension. Taking out the body tempering aloe vera she had collected earlier, Ling Mo decided to test its effects. Kaiman, how do you use this body tempering aloe? Is it enough to just apply the juice to your body? Body tempering aloe usage. 1. Apply the juice to your entire body, wherever it's dry. Disadvantage. The tempering process will be very painful, so it's best to have someone assist you during application. 2. Put a large amount of body-tempering aloe juice in a container and soak your entire body in it for 1 hour daily. The optimal tempering effect will be achieved after 1 month. Remembering what Kaiman had explained, once the pain subsided, it meant the body had reached its optimal tempering effect, and then she could use the body-tempering worm. Ling Mo thought for a moment and decided to use the second method. Although it was a bit extravagant, she could afford it. She and Yi Kai had collected quite a bit before, and Jiang Xian and Fuyu had also found a large patch. Although she only got a quarter, it was enough. The body-tempering aloe she transplanted into her space had also begun to grow, and it was thriving. 1 month was just enough time for the next game to begin. By the way, can the juice of the body-strengthening aloe vera be reused? Yes. Hearing Kaiman's answer, Ling Mo was visibly happy. He took out the fish tank he'd brought from home, then picked out some mature body-strengthening aloe vera leaves, peeled them, and juiced them. In no time, a slowly collecting, transparent, viscous liquid filled the bathtub. It actually looked quite similar to ordinary aloe vera. Ling Mo first put his hand in to test it, immediately feeling as if his palm was being pricked by countless needles. Ling Mo grimaced in pain, feeling utterly miserable, and quickly pulled his hand back, but there wasn't a single mark. Kaiman, count down for me for 1 hour. Count down 1 hour, set. Then Ling Mo took a deep breath, her face showing a heroic expression, took off her clothes, and stepped into the tub. To achieve the best effect, Ling Mo sucked on a sea pearl and buried her head in the water. Instantly, a sharp pain swept through her entire body. Ling Mo, eyes closed, struggled in agony in the bathtub. Damn it, why does it hurt so much? She kept adjusting her position in the tub, trying to lessen the pain, but it only rapidly depleted her strength. Every second felt like torture. Countless thoughts of giving up rose in her mind, but Ling Mo suppressed them all. If she gave up now, wouldn't she have to endure all the suffering again? No. Absolutely not. With this willpower, Ling Mo persevered, no matter how much pain she was in or how much she wanted to give up. An hour later, Ling Mo struggled to climb out of the bathtub, rinsing off the remaining aloe vera liquid with clean water. After drying herself, the pain subsided completely. It was strange, after experiencing pain and fear repeatedly, people often develop a fear of that thing or event. For example, someone bitten by a dog might be afraid of dogs. But despite the intense pain of her recent experience, Ling Mo felt no fear whatsoever. She even felt a faint anticipation for the next time. Ling Mo was startled by her own thoughts. Did she have some strange constitution? Fortunately, the aloe vera provided an explanation. The aloe vera secretes a substance during the training process that allows one to forget the pain afterward and releases a signal of anticipation into the body. It could even do that? Ling Mo was completely shocked. But that was good, at least she didn't have to worry about giving up halfway through because of the pain. She stored the bathtub and aloe vera in the storage room, then quickly returned to Feng Kai, took out toiletries, and began washing up. In the morning, Ling Mo got up on time. Although she had gone to bed late the night before, it hadn't affected her mental state at all. After washing up, she felt her weight. It seemed a little light, so she adjusted it. Then she ate the various fruits she had eaten that day, including the marrow-cleansing fruit, strengthening fruit, and the energy cubes made from the strengthening fruit she had picked from the island turtle. Downstairs, Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fuyu were listening intently to the learning machine's lecture, their hands never stopping taking notes. Ling Mo looked at the breakfast on the table, picked it up, took a bite, and looked around. The glaring sunlight streamed into the room through the windows. Let's use heat-insulating pads to cover all these windows later, Ling Mo said. Although there were curtains, their heat insulation effect was far inferior to heat-insulating pads. Jiang Xian and the others had no objections, as they had already experienced the benefits of heat-insulating pads. To be honest, they were a little unaccustomed to the bright living room this morning. Without further ado, the three of them got to work, moving much faster than when Ling Mo had done it alone. Ling Mo went to a corner of the living room, moved away anything unnecessary, and then set up a swimming pool filled with water. Although the house is an area it wouldn't experience water shortages, the air was incredibly dry in this hot weather, and placing a bowl of water here would increase humidity and prevent overheating. After the living room became dimly lit again, Ye Kai remarked, "That's much more comfortable now. When are you planning to use that body-strengthening aloe vera?" Ling Mo suddenly asked. Ye Kai looked at Ling Mo and said, "You haven't already used it, have you?" Ling Mo nodded, then explained the two methods that Qiaman had provided her, leaving it to them to choose. "You just said it hurt, how much did it hurt?" Ye Kai asked. Ling Mo carefully recalled the feeling and described it as, "It felt like countless steel needles were constantly pricking you." Chapter 119 Helping with Shopping. Although Ling Mo described it as terrifying, there was no fear in Ling Mo's own expression. "If it's a full-body soak, it will take 30 days, and we might not have enough body-strengthening aloe vera on hand," Jiang Xian said. Hearing this, Ling Mo waved his hand, "Don't worry about that, the aloe vera juice can be reused." In the end, they decided to try applying body-strengthening aloe vera juice to the whole body first, and Fuyu was chosen as the candidate. "Why me?" Fuyu looked resistant. "The process of body strengthening will cause severe pain, and it is difficult for one person to maintain rationality and continuously apply body-strengthening aloe vera juice to the whole body. Therefore, at this time, it is necessary to have someone else to help. One person can do it, but it is best to have two people. Because when a person is feeling pain and constantly struggling, it is difficult for one person to stop them." Fuyu hugged his body tightly with both hands, looking like a virtuous woman who would rather die than submit. Although the three of them grew up together naked, now he was being asked to strip naked in front of these two people, and these two people were going to apply body-strengthening aloe vera juice to him. Just thinking about that scene made Fuyu feel embarrassed. "Why me? Why not you too?" Compared to Fuyu's resistance, Jiang Xian and Ye Kai were unusually excited, their smiles bordering on the grotesque. "Ye Kai and I both have offensive abilities. What if we lose our minds from the pain and accidentally hurt someone?" Jiang Xian said righteously. "That's right, boss is right. To avoid accidental injury, we'll just have to make do with you for now," Ye Kai chimed in. Hearing this, Fuyu took a deep breath. He hated it. "I choose the second method." He absolutely wouldn't let these two grope him like that. "Fine." A hint of disappointment flashed in Jiang Xian and Ye Kai's eyes. "Fuyu, what are you two disappointed about?" After quickly finishing her breakfast, Ling Mo went upstairs to start her training for the day. Before leaving, she reminded him. "If you choose the second method, it's best to immerse your head in it as well, and you can breathe with sea pearls in your mouth." Arriving at the second-floor room where the exercise equipment was located, Ling Mo had just finished warming up when she heard painful groans coming from downstairs. She put on her headphones and listened to music while running on the treadmill. An hour later, Ling Mo turned off the treadmill, took off her headphones, and the painful groans downstairs had stopped. Wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel, Ling Mo went downstairs and saw Jiang Xian and Ye Kai looking pale and shaken. Fuyu, on the other hand, looked relaxed. No matter how shaken these two were, they still had to go through the body-strengthening aloe vera juice. And because of their abilities, no one was willing to help, so they had no choice but to choose the second method. In the afternoon, the outside temperature dropped, and Ling Mo and the others decided to go for a walk. Ye Kai looked at his arm and exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, have you noticed that our skin seems to have improved a lot? This scar on my arm is almost invisible." This scar had been with him for over 10 years and hadn't disappeared. Hearing this, Ling Mo also glanced at her arm, and it didn't seem to have changed much. However, she quickly figured out the reason. Before using the body-tempering aloe vera, Ling Mo had also consumed special fruits like the marrow-cleansing fruit and the strengthening fruit, which had already strengthened her body once, so the effects were naturally not as noticeable as those of Jiang Xian and the other two. Hearing that there was a free trade market in Area B, the group decided to check it out. The extreme heat killed most plants, but it also gave rise to some heat-resistant plants, such as the previously mentioned extreme heat mushroom. Upon arriving at the free trade market, Ling Mo found many people selling extreme heat mushrooms, each one large and plump. Ling Mo stopped at a stall and asked, "How much are these mushrooms?" The stall owner, a woman who looked to be in her 30s or 40s, glanced at Ling Mo and her eyes widened instantly. "Are you a player?" Ling Mo nodded. It was still quite easy to distinguish between players and non-players, as well as ordinary people. Because of the heat and the lack of extra water to wash their hair, almost all ordinary people, regardless of age or gender, had shaved their heads. Those who had lost their game privileges but still possessed talent could support themselves, and while they might look a bit unkempt, they were still much better off than ordinary people. Women might cut their hair short, but they would never shave their heads. Players, on the other hand, are the easiest to spot. Especially someone like Ling Mo, with her beautiful, black, and shiny hair. Even though it was tied up, it showed no signs of oiliness, and you could even smell the fragrance of shampoo when you got close. Her complexion was also rosy. It was clear she wasn't lacking in food, water, or supplies, something most players couldn't achieve. The woman looked at Ling Mo, as if making a significant decision, and said, "You're a player, so can you do me a favor? If you do, I'll give you all these mushrooms." Hearing this, Ling Mo didn't immediately agree, but asked, "What favor?" The woman bit her lip. "I heard that the little shop where the soy sauce drunkard is selling a kind of food called soldier's food lobe. One lobe is enough for a family to eat for several days. Could you buy me one? I'll pay for everything." So that's what it was. This wasn't difficult for Ling Mo. After all, she was just a drunkard. Others might have to steal it, but she didn't need to. However, why didn't you ask someone else for help? There must be quite a few players here. Especially considering the woman's actions just now, it seemed she had made a huge decision to ask this question. Those people charge exorbitant fees. After hearing the woman's explanation, Ling Mo finally understood why she didn't ask others for help. Because if she asked other players to buy things for her, they would charge a fee. For example, for a single soldier's ration, a slightly conscientious player would charge a quarter or a third as payment. But some unscrupulous players would directly charge half or even 2/3. Hearing this, Ling Mo couldn't help but curse inwardly, so heartless. The woman chose Ling Mo because she looked healthy and didn't seem to be lacking food, so she mustered up the courage to ask her for help. Taking the gold necklace the woman handed him, Ling Mo readily took out a soldier's ration vine. The woman hugged the soldier's ration vine and cried tears of joy. This vine was so big, if they ate it sparingly, it would be enough for their family to eat for a long time. Chapter 120 Bullying the Weak and Fearing the Strong. The woman didn't dare delay and ran home with the military provisions. Ling Mo stored the extreme heat mushrooms from the stall into his spatial storage. At this moment, some people who had witnessed the scene gathered around, eagerly offering Ling Mo help. Ling Mo, annoyed by the noise, simply sat down at the stall and said to the crowd, "Those who want my help, line up. But let me make it clear, I don't take everything." Jiang Xian and his group noticed the commotion and, after briefly understanding the situation, spontaneously began to manage the order. Some of the people who had initially resisted and tried to push forward were silenced by Jiang Xian's presence, and they all obediently lined up. The first few were relatively easy to deal with. They took out the precious metals they had used to exchange for military provisions and gave Ling Mo the items from their stalls as payment, mostly extreme heat mushrooms. As the weather gets hotter, these extreme heat mushrooms are becoming increasingly abundant, almost ubiquitous. They're picked and then quickly reappear. While not poisonous, they shouldn't be eaten in hot weather. Some people, ignoring the warnings, ate them and were roasted alive. For a long time afterward, no one dared touch them. It wasn't until the base announced they could be exchanged for food that people began harvesting them frantically. But as the weather grew hotter and the mushrooms became more plentiful, their price plummeted. Previously, a basket of mushrooms could be exchanged for a single grain cake. Now, a sack of mushrooms wouldn't even get half a cake. After seeing off another customer and putting away the extreme heat mushrooms, Ling Mo called out, "Next." An elderly man with gray hair approached and tossed a gold ring in front of Ling Mo. Seeing this, Ling Mo didn't reach for it, letting it fall to the ground. The ring landed with a dull thud, indicating its considerable weight. Exchange all these rings for military rations. This old man knows the weight of these rings perfectly well. Don't even think about skimming a single ration. As he said this, the old man glanced at Ling Mo with his triangular eyes, his gaze seemingly saying, "Don't try anything funny, I've seen through you." Ling Mo looked at the rings on the ground, remaining motionless and staring at the old man. Seeing this, the old man assumed she was asking for payment and immediately adopted a condescending, elder-like tone, saying in a lecturing voice, "These young people nowadays are truly worse than the last. I only asked you for a small favor, and you still want payment?" People's hearts have changed. His words instantly attracted the attention of many, and some even echoed his sentiments. Although mushrooms weren't worth much, they could be exchanged for some food at the official exchange point. However, most people looked at the old man with strange and complicated expressions. This man was clearly a bully, trying to manipulate a young girl. Many of them had witnessed the old man's obsequious and servile manner when dealing with others. He was incredibly fawning. Noticing everyone staring at him, the old man, far from being ashamed, seemed proud and urged, "Hurry up and change it for me. As an elder, I'm here today to teach you a lesson. One must know how to respect the elderly and care for the young." Seeing this, Yetis was about to step forward and steal the old man's ring. However, before he could make a move, Ling Mo acted first. She took out a magnet from her spatial storage and held it close to the gold ring on the ground. With a clear metallic clang, the gold ring was firmly attached to the magnet. The onlookers stared at the old man with disbelief. At first, they thought he was just trying to take advantage, but it turned out he was up to no good. The old man's face turned pale, then black. He hadn't expected his gold ring to be seen through. To hide his panic, he pointed at Ling Mo and shouted, "It was you. You secretly switched my gold ring." However, few believed him, since Ling Mo hadn't even touched the ring. Ling Mo frowned slightly at this. Sure enough, being a good guy always brings trouble. She should have known better than to agree to these people's requests. There were plenty of hot mushrooms everywhere, no need to bother with them. At this moment, Jiang Xin and his group arrived and, without a word, grabbed the old man and tossed him aside. Facing three tall, strong men, the old man completely lost the arrogance he had shown Ling Mo, demonstrating the true meaning of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. After quickly exchanging items for everyone, Ling Mo returned home and deftly changed some of the stall's exchange items from gold and other precious metals to extreme heat mushrooms. She had learned from the others that extreme heat mushrooms were plentiful now. One person could collect a whole sackful in a day. She chopped the soldier's food vine into small pieces and sold them at a price of 1 sackful per piece. Although it was only a small piece, soldier's food vine was very filling. Even an adult man would feel very full after a few bites. As soon as they were put on the shelves, they caused a sensation. The items in the shop were almost sold out the moment they were listed. Ling Mo was glad she had bought an automatic listing machine from the system shop. Otherwise, at this rate, she would have developed superhuman arms. Hearing what was happening outside, Ling Mo asked curiously, "What's going on outside?" Yetis, sprawled on the sofa without any regard for appearances, said, "It's all because of that drunkard who's been acting crazy. He wants to exchange extreme heat mushrooms for soldier food vine, and now everyone's going crazy collecting extreme heat mushrooms. That's actually a good thing. Extreme heat mushrooms are everywhere now, so this way, he can probably save a lot of people," Fuyu said. Yetis opened the Don't Miss Out shop and looked around for a long time before asking in bewilderment, "Does this drunkard have grown a lot of arms? Look at how fast he's stocking up." Right now, I bet everyone in the world is exchanging extreme heat mushrooms for soldier food vine, but he still manages to keep all the shelves full. Even an octopus can't keep up with his speed. Ling Mo. About 10 minutes later, Ling Mo stopped stocking soldier food vine and switched to animal offal. The extreme heat mushrooms in her space were already piled up like a mountain, and her soldier food vine was completely depleted. If she wanted to sell any more, she would have to wait for new vines to grow. Ling Mo looked at the vibrant soldier's food vine in the space. With the blessing of water, wood, and stone, the soldier's food vine was growing very fast. Moreover, the soldier's food vine planted earlier had also begun to sprout, and it wouldn't be long before they grew up. Chapter 121 Planting Vegetables. Glancing at the 99+ private messages, Ling Mo didn't even bother to open them. She could guess why these people were contacting her without even looking. That evening, as usual, Ling Mo went to her space, took off her clothes, and soaked herself in the body-strengthening aloe vera liquid. The pain returned, and even though she was prepared, Ling Mo still writhed in agony in the bathtub. On the third day, their luggage was delivered, along with Ling Mo's cats and dogs. Because of the ding-ding fish scales, they weren't in bad shape during the journey. After getting off the vehicle, they eagerly greeted Ling Mo. "Your dogs and cats are really amazing, they're not afraid of the heat at all." "Is there some secret?" one of the staff members asked casually. Ling Mo counted the number of cats and dogs while replying, "What secret could there be? They've just adapted to this kind of weather." Ling Mo assigned these cats and dogs to guard the house and forbade them from going anywhere else without permission. This wasn't the previous neighborhood. The cats were fine, being small and agile, but the dogs were all fat and robust. If they were to wander outside, they'd definitely be spotted. Who knows when they might be caught and slaughtered for meat. Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fuyu built a sunshade in the yard for the cats and dogs to rest under. It wasn't very useful, but it was better than nothing. Because the game system said the next round would begin in a month. Ling Mo lived a very regular life for the next period. He exercised or studied during the day, and meditated after soaking in body-strengthening aloe vera liquid at night. Except for going out once on the first day, Ling Mo didn't go out for the next few days. Mainly, he had no desire to go out, he preferred staying in his room. Actually, it wasn't just them, people living in Area A didn't like going out much. Looking at the empty living room, Ling Mo felt something was missing. That's right, plants. It would be a waste not to grow something in such a big house. Her previous planting plan in the house was abruptly halted due to the arrival of Jiang Xian and the others, but this time she might be able to try again. Moreover, their current vegetable reserves were almost depleted. Ling Mo, who hadn't stockpiled much food before the extreme heat, was outnumbered by Jiang Xian and the others, who, despite having stockpiled considerable supplies, didn't have many vegetables. Without further ado, Ling Mo immediately shared her idea with the other three. "Actually, I've wanted to say this for a while," Fuyu said. "Our vegetables are almost gone. If we don't replenish them soon, we'll be eating soldier rations." While these rations were filling, the taste was truly unappetizing. They had tried various cooking methods for them, but the results were less than satisfactory. "But aren't all the seeds on Blue Star contaminated now? How are we supposed to grow vegetables?" Yi Kai asked. Jiang Xian said, "That's not a problem. I just checked, the system shop sells seeds, and I also saw that the base sells planting soil, which means other people also grow vegetables." "You need to buy soil? Isn't that readily available everywhere?" Yi Kai said in surprise. "It seems that due to the extreme heat, the soil has lost too much moisture, and it also contains various substances that are detrimental to plant growth. Therefore, it is recommended that those who can afford it purchase specialized soil when planting vegetables." Ling Mo recalled the news she had recently seen on her phone. According to Chiaman's analysis, these soils were modified from water, wood, and stone, and were indeed more suitable for plant growth. However, the nutrients in this soil can only support one crop of vegetables. If you want to continue planting, you will need to replace the soil. Even so, it was still much better than soil dug directly from outside. They got right to work. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai bought a lot of soil and containers from the base that very day. Besides the parts they were currently using, there were many empty rooms in the house. Since they were just sitting there, they decided to plant vegetables. After some discussion, besides high-yield crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes, they mostly planted fast-growing crops like bok choy and lettuce. During the planting process, Ling Mo secretly placed a few pieces of waterwood stone inside. After trading waterwood stones with the 1, 2, 3 wooden man once, Ling Mo hadn't sold them again, so very few people knew about them. The seeds sprouted in just one day, their lush, vibrant growth a sight to behold. Yi Kai's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, this soil is amazing. It's growing so fast. Jiang Xian and Fuyu were also shocked, but more than anything, they were happy. Great, it seems we'll be able to eat fresh vegetables in a few days. Fuyu glanced at the thriving vegetables, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. His talent was divination, and even without using his abilities, his intuition was incredibly accurate. Seeing the thriving vegetables in the container, his intuition told him something was wrong. Even the best soil provided by the base couldn't be this good. It couldn't have been this good, even before the extreme heat. Thinking of this, Fuyu's gaze involuntarily turned to the second floor. There were only 4 people in the house. He knew Jiang Xian and Yi Kai's character, so the problem could only be with Ling Mo. Fuyu's first thought was that Ling Mo had lied about his talent. But why? Although he was puzzled, Fuyu didn't intend to ask Ling Mo directly. Don't ask why, intuition tells him it's best not to do this. Besides, it seems this situation only benefits them. Meanwhile, Ling Mo slowly opened her eyes in her bedroom on the second floor. She had already noticed Fuyu's unusual behavior. Looking up at the ceiling, she sighed. She was still suspected. She just didn't know which aspect Fuyu suspected. However, Ling Mo didn't regret it. Given another chance, she would still take out the water and wood stone. She opened the game panel, went to the back end, and opened her private messages. She read through all the messages one by one, blocking those who tried to morally blackmail or coerce her. Then she replied to the remaining messages. Of course, Ling Mo ignored or didn't block the messages from those who were feigning helplessness to try and get something for nothing. Everyone was a player, could they be more pitiful than ordinary people? Chapter 122 Hemostatic Bandage. After replying to everyone else, Ling Mo finally opened the chat box for 123 Wooden Man. As soon as he opened it, a series of messages popped up. It turned out that 123 Wooden Man had been trying to contact Ling Mo for the past few days. Initially, they inquired about the soldier food vine, the repairing aloe vera, and the water storage mushroom. Later, it seemed the research on the island turtle's feces had yielded results. 123 Wooden Man, boss. 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 Are you there? The research results on the island turtle's feces are out. It can cure almost all currently discovered diseases. Do you have any left? We want them all. 123 Wooden Man, boss, name your price. We want as many as you have. Drunk on soy sauce. Less than a minute after Ling Mo sent this message, there was a reply. 123 Wooden Man, boss, you finally replied. Drunk on soy sauce, I told you not to call me boss. 123 Wooden Man, why can't I call you boss? After drinking soy sauce and acting crazy, because I want to keep a low profile. 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man. 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man, okay, then what should I call you? After drinking soy sauce and acting crazy. Call me ninth brother, I'm the ninth in my family. Ling Mo made up lies as soon as they came out. 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man, okay, then ninth brother, we've prepared the gold and jade. As for the island turtle droppings, and the military provisions, repair aloe vera and water-storing mushrooms, how much do you have? We'll take it all. Regarding the island turtle droppings, Ling Mo's original plan was to give them away for free, and split the things the scientists researched 50-50. But later she discovered that she already had a more effective medicinal fruit and a healing fruit with overlapping effects, so her initial plan changed. After drinking soy sauce and acting crazy, okay, but I want your hemostatic bandages. At this moment, the other 1, 2, 3 wooden man couldn't help but widen his eyes and freeze on the spot. Seeing this, Xie Qing, who had just walked in, patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? Hasn't he replied to you yet? Mu Tao looked up and said, he just replied. Xie Qing was delighted. That's good news. The higher-ups have been calling several times a day to urge us. Ever since they discovered the effects of the island turtle's feces, the researchers had been going crazy, calling several times a day to urge them to complete the transaction. But they didn't want to make the transaction, they wanted to complete it quickly, but the guy, who had drunk himself into a stupor, was completely ignoring them. Boss, he said he wanted a hemostatic bandage. Upon hearing this, Xie Qing casually said, if he wants it, then give it to him. But soon, he realized something was wrong. The hemostatic bandage was made from the outer skin of repairing aloe vera, and it hadn't been publicly announced yet. How did he know? Boss, do you think this guy who's been drinking soy sauce and acting crazy might be one of our people? Mu Tao said. And when I was talking to him just now, he even asked me to call him ninth brother, saying he's the ninth child in his family. Xie Qing's expression was serious. This information is very important. I'll report it right away. If he really is one of them, it'll be a good thing for all of them. So, boss, should I agree to his request? Xie Qing said without turning his head. Agree, why wouldn't you agree? Ling Mo was unaware of the uproar her casual remark had caused. After agreeing on a price with the red light, green light figure, the transaction began. It was the familiar trading process. As the goods disappeared, a mountain of gold was presented in their place. As for the jade, it had at least been processed during previous transactions, but now it was used directly as raw stone. Fortunately, the jade inside these raw stones was of good quality, otherwise Ling Mo would have quit long ago. All these items were stored in a special warehouse, leaving only about 20 boxes of hemostatic bandages. She had overheard this when she wanted to test the maximum extent of her mental power. She swore she hadn't intentionally eavesdropped. A few days later, their first batch of vegetables finally ripened. Looking at the fresh, green cabbages in the planting pots, Ye Kai couldn't help but swallow, quickly breaking off a cabbage leaf and chewing it. Seeing Ye Kai's blissful expression, Jiang Xian couldn't help but tease him, your expression is too exaggerated. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were eating some kind of delicacy. Ye Kai swallowed the cabbage leaf in his mouth and said, but it's really delicious. Boss, try it yourself. This leaf is actually sweet. Hearing this, Jiang Xian looked at Ye Kai suspiciously, but still reached out and broke off a leaf, took a bite, and was immediately won over by the crisp texture. It really is sweet. And the taste was better than any vegetable he had ever eaten before. He was referring to the time before the heat. Fuyu also took a bite and nodded. Seeing this, Ling Mo also broke off a leaf and took a bite, smacked his lips a couple of times, and didn't find it particularly special. It tasted just like normal fresh vegetables. In the end, Ling Mo attributed the reactions of the three of them to the fact that they hadn't eaten fresh vegetables for too long. Although they hadn't stopped eating vegetables during this period, most of them were vacuum-packed dehydrated vegetables, and even those couldn't be eaten every day. They had been eating potatoes the most. Because Fuyu had previously predicted that the natural disasters wouldn't end anytime soon, and even if the extreme heat ended, other natural disasters would follow, they were now consciously collecting food. Aside from setting aside enough for the next few days, all the vegetables were dehydrated or made into various kinds of pickles for storage. The fish caught in Hailan were also smoked or dried for storage. With the abundant vegetable harvest, Ling Mo cooked a sumptuous meal for everyone. There was stir-fried cabbage with pork, stewed cabbage and pork with vermicelli, stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, and finally, steamed buns filled with cabbage and pork. These would have been ordinary home-cooked dishes before, but now they were an extraordinary luxury. Not bad, not bad, Mo's cooking skills are getting better and better, Ye Kai nodded in praise as he ate. The four of them usually took turns cooking, and Ling Mo was the best cook. Mainly because Ling Mo had the slow cook cheat code, she knew exactly when the food was cooked and how much seasoning to add. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Ling Mo picked up her phone, her eyes quickly drawn to the top news headline. A new food has been invented, which will be humanity's hope for survival. Chapter 123 Signs of a Level 3 Breakthrough. Opening the article, two pictures immediately catch the eye. One shows withered yellow leaves lying on the ground. You might think it's been dried out by the sun? No, this is what the plant naturally looks like. Scientists have named this plant Gamba Kai, and it's edible once cooked. It's said to taste quite good. The other picture is of a mushroom, very similar to the extreme heat mushroom, but with a much deeper cap. It's called Weimei mushroom, with a delicious flavor, slightly poisonous, and while excessive consumption can cause hallucinations, it's not life-threatening. Compared to starving to death, hallucinations seem insignificant. Ling Mo showed the article on his phone to the other three. Currently, the entire base is encouraging everyone to go out and collect Gamba Kai and Weimei mushrooms, which can be exchanged for multigrain cakes. The base is probably doing this for its own safety, Jiang Xian analyzed. Although the base's location hasn't been officially announced, the population within the base is increasing daily. If these people aren't given something to do, trouble is bound to happen sooner or later. People always need something to strive for, otherwise, all that's left in this apocalypse is panic. However, Ling Mo and her companions didn't intend to participate. After all, they had to study, exercise, train their bodies, practice using their talents, and meditate every day. They simply didn't have extra time for anything else. Recently, Ling Mo felt her mental energy becoming exceptionally active and difficult to control. According to Qiaman's hints, this was a sign of an impending breakthrough to level 3. But this was merely a sign, the actual breakthrough would still require some time. Although she didn't know what level 3 was like, Ling Mo felt she was just one step away. But she couldn't seem to take that final step, a frustrating feeling. According to the information he found from Qiaman, mental talent users awaken their spiritual body after reaching level 3. The earlier the spiritual body awakens, the better the talent. The awakening process for mutated talents is much more difficult than for ordinary mental talents. This process is known as a difficult birth. Thinking of her mutated talent, Ling Mo sighed, about to say that she probably wouldn't be that unlucky. But she immediately suppressed the thought. No, she absolutely couldn't make a prediction. She should just let things take their course. At the same time, because of Ling Mo's words, the entire upper echelons of China launched a massive investigation, mainly focusing on those who had access to hemostatic bandages. Knowing about hemostatic bandages and being the 9th child in one's family, especially the last piece of information, led to a nationwide census to see who had 9 siblings. In this day and age, it's very rare for a couple to have 9 children, unless they are extremely patriarchal and insist on having a son. Most families only have 1 or 2 children. So, this 9 likely refers to being the 9th child in a large family. After several days of searching, they couldn't even find a drunkard, but they did uncover several traitors. Meanwhile, other countries around the world also continued their search for Ling Mo. Because of the illusory cloak, the diviner couldn't determine her location, so these people sent messages, shouted messages, and even constantly harassed her with private messages from all places she might see, which was extremely annoying. After learning about this, Ling Mo was silent for 3 seconds before asking Qiaman, "Can you obtain a list of their spies from other countries?" I can hack into their systems. The implication was clear, she could. With Earth's current technological level, no firewall could stop her. If Ling Mo wanted, she could even monitor their every move in real time. Okay, then find these lists and print them out. 10 minutes later, a list of spies planted by various countries and other countries was prominently displayed on the shelves. On the shelves. The first page, in bold, listed the intruders from a certain country. To prevent them from understanding it immediately, Ling Mo thoughtfully printed it in their own languages. If they wanted the list back, they'd have to buy it. Of course, China wasn't on it. Besides these, Ling Mo also had her list the organizations that emerged after the extreme heat, both domestically and internationally, including their members, abilities, and even positions. These were the main harassers of hers. She wanted to hide her strength and play the fool, but she wouldn't let them have their way. She just honestly sold goods every day. These guys were just bored. For a time, Ling Mo's actions caused international relations to become extremely tense. Countless countries sent condemnations to China. China, however, neither took the initiative nor responded to the matter. If asked, they would simply say it had nothing to do with them. At the same time, Ling Mo's actions also served as a wake-up call for these countries. The personnel information was their most confidential data, yet Drunk on Soy Sauce stole it so easily. If the other party hadn't brought it out, they wouldn't have even noticed. This indicated that Drunk on Soy Sauce was likely an extremely skilled hacker. In the end, most of the data that Ling Mo posted was bought back by their respective countries at high prices. Although they could simply abandon these individuals, they dared not gamble. What if Drunk on Soy Sauce didn't get what he wanted and continued to steal his confidential information? After this incident, those who had previously tried to find Drunk on Soy Sauce indeed became much more subdued. Ling Mo went downstairs and saw Jiang Xian and Yi Kai sparring. Their so-called sparring involved one person punching the other twice, and then the other person punching the other twice in return. After this period of physical training, their physical abilities have significantly improved, and ordinary weapons can no longer easily harm them. According to Chairman's explanation, their physical strength has already reached the level of a first-level physical enhancement talent. After the training is completed, their physical strength will increase further, and even if they were thrown into extreme environments, they wouldn't die immediately. I just learned a move. Who wants to spar with me and test its power? Ling Mo asked as she came downstairs. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Yu, who had been sitting on the sofa, stood up without hesitation. I have something to do, so I can't keep you company. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai also tacitly stopped what they were doing. We also have things to do, let's spar next time. Before leaving, Yi Kai gave Ling Mo a complicated look. Chapter 124 The game begins. Days passed. Ling Mo once again crawled out of the night filled with body-tempering aloe vera, staggering to wash herself, and casually asked, "How many times is this?" Kaiman said, 29th time. After the 30th time, you can use the body-tempering worm. Unbeknownst to her, 29 days had already passed. Didn't that mean the next round of the game was about to begin? She opened her phone, and sure enough, many people online were discussing this. Tiga, in northeast China. Finally, I've made it through. I can't take another day of this awful life. I really hope the game starts now. Macapaka, upstairs, aren't you afraid of losing the game? Tiga, in northeast China, who cares? I'll enjoy it while I can. Igglepiggle, honestly, I really hope the game starts soon. This awful weather is unbearable. Blooming Fortune, hey upstairs, isn't there some dingo scales? They're not expensive. Igglepiggle, not expensive, but not cheap either. I need to save money for food. If I only have one dingo scale, I'll have to be careful with the elderly and children at home. Ethereal clouds, don't be so pessimistic. I believe that as long as we unite, we will definitely be able to overcome this difficulty. Ethereal clouds, I've formed an organization so that everyone can help each other and clear the game together. When we enter the game, we just need to exchange passwords. Mixed grain porridge, it's you again, Black Widow. What, you've already ruined all the previous teammates, and now you're looking for new ones? Pyamya Yunyan, I don't know why you have such malice towards me, but I really just wanted to help everyone, and that's what drinking soy sauce and acting mad hoped for. Netizens who were initially prepared to watch the drama unfold were instantly thrown into turmoil after drinking soy sauce and acting mad, and began asking Pyamya Yunyan what she meant and whether she knew drinking soy sauce and acting mad. At first, Pyamya Yunyan denied it, but under persistent questioning, she reluctantly admitted that she did indeed know drinking soy sauce and acting mad. This immediately caused a stir. Drinking soy sauce and acting mad wasn't just a name. It represented inexhaustible resources. Especially with the recent exoskeleton mechs, some even speculated that drinking soy sauce and acting mad might possess even more advanced interstellar weapons. Furthermore, a saying circulated among gamers, whoever gets drinking soy sauce and acting mad will rule the world. With drinking soy sauce and acting mad's support, it was even possible to easily establish a nation in the current chaotic world. However, the soy sauce drunkard persona was so mysterious that even those with divination skills couldn't ascertain her identity. Now, suddenly someone claimed to know her. How could everyone not be excited? In an instant, almost everyone was asking Pyamya Yunyan about the soy sauce drunkard persona. Being the center of attention satisfied Pyamya Yunyan's vanity like never before, but she hadn't forgotten her real purpose. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on her phone screen. Her actions weren't merely to satisfy her vanity, but to provoke the real, soy sauce drunkard persona. However, after waiting for a long time, Pyamya Yunyan stared intently at her phone screen but couldn't find a message similar to soy sauce drunkard's post. On the other side, Ling Mo didn't react as Pyamya Yunyan had predicted, losing her temper at the sight of someone using her name. In fact, anyone with a brain could easily discern the truth in Pyamya Yunyan's words. She didn't need to explain anything herself. Because during this period, no fewer than a dozen people had said similar things. At first, some people actually believed it and were even scammed out of money. Sure enough, not long after, Pyamya Yunyan was banned, and even her account was suspended. On the other side, Pyamya Yunyan looked at her suspended account and angrily threw her phone on the ground. At this moment, a woman pushed open the door and walked in. If Ling Mo were here, he would definitely recognize this woman's identity, Alice. Alice picked up the phone from the ground and chuckled. I told you, your method wouldn't work. You still didn't believe me. This is the 10th account already, isn't it? Still not giving up? Pyamya Yunyan glared at the woman. My affairs are none of your business. Hearing this, Alice's lips curled up. I can't be bothered with a black widow like you. I came in to remind you that it's time to eat. Of course, you can choose not to eat, which will save you some food. Pyamya Yunyan watched Alice's departing figure, her eyes seeming to want to kill. In the end, she still chose. Going to eat is the most important thing in the world, and after scrolling through her phone for a while, Ling Mo left the space. Based on the start time of the last game, tomorrow is the start date, and she needs to prepare. First, she needs to prepare the food. Ling Mo had prepared this a long time ago and stored it in her space, she just needs to distribute it. Also, in the past, the game notifications were always sudden, and she had to change her clothes in a rush. This time she can change in advance. Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu each put their portions of food into their space. By the way, Mo, have you finished your body tempering? Yi Kai asked. No, I still have one more time to go. I guess I'll have to wait until after the game ends. Ling Mo said. Although the game starts tomorrow, the exact time wasn't specified, and the body tempering process takes an hour. What if the game suddenly starts during the body tempering process? Therefore, Ling Mo plans to complete the final body tempering in the game after it starts. However, Ling Mo doesn't intend to say this plan aloud. Returning to her room, she changed her clothes and braided her hair into a scorpion tail that hung down her back. While braiding, Ling Mo measured the amount of hair with her fingers, and it seemed to have increased quite a bit. She used to lose hair when washing her hair, but now she doesn't. Could it be because of the shampoo? After braiding, Ling Mo put on a hat, glasses, and mask, just in case. After doing all this, she began to meditate. Before meditating, Ling Mo glanced at the time. There were still 10 minutes until midnight. 10 minutes later, when both the hour and minute hands pointed to midnight, Ling Mo heard the familiar game notification sound. Good evening, dear players. A new round of the game is about to begin. Please get ready. The game will begin in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 125 The Land of the Yeti 1. As the final countdown ended, Ling Mo felt a sudden darkness before her eyes. When her vision returned, she found herself in a huge cave. The surrounding environment was pitch black, so dark she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Ling Mo looked around, confirming she was alone, but didn't rush to act. Several minutes passed, but the game's notification sound still didn't ring. Based on previous experience, the game's notification sound should have already appeared by now. Was there no notification for this round? Ling Mo waited a while longer, but the game sound still didn't come. Reaching out and feeling around, Ling Mo determined she was in a circular space. Since there was no game notification for this round, she could only try to get out first. Ling Mo touched the wall and easily pried off some debris, indicating that what was trapping her wasn't very sturdy. Even so, Ling Mo didn't rush to destroy it. Instead, she released her mental energy to investigate her surroundings first. According to her mental feedback, she was trapped in a spherical object, and there were dozens, even hundreds, of other spheres like her around her. This scene naturally made Ling Mo wonder if other players were trapped inside these spheres like her. Suddenly, her mental energy detected heavy footsteps in the distance. She already knew the layout of the cave perfectly well. Ling Mo controlled her sphere, quickly weaving through the others, finally stopping in a secluded corner. At the same time, the rumbling sound of moving boulders echoed from inside the cave, followed by a biting gust of cold wind. Even with her protective shell, Ling Mo still shivered from the cold, quickly removing the scales from her body and activating her thermal suit. Once warmed up, Ling Mo began to observe the situation outside. 2 burly creatures approached from outside the cave. Unable to see them with her eyes, Ling Mo could only confirm that they were very large, with 2 horn-like objects on their heads. Whether decorative or naturally occurring, she couldn't tell. Ling Mo's hiding place was ingenious, situated in a depression. Her entire sphere was concealed within this depression, hidden in shadow, making her virtually undetectable unless one looked very closely. Even so, Ling Mo dared not move an inch, not even daring to breathe, for fear of making the slightest sound. The 2 enormous creatures stopped before a pile of tiny spheres, produced a basket from somewhere, and began picking through them. After a while, having filled the basket to the brim, the 2 colossal creatures stopped their work, got up, and left the cave. The cave entrance was once again blocked by a giant rock. This time, Ling Mo saw clearly that one of the creatures, with its bare hands, lifted a rock several times its own size and gambled it against the entrance. Only after the 2 creatures were completely gone did Ling Mo breathe a sigh of relief. She took out a shovel from her spatial storage and quickly destroyed the sphere that had trapped her. The moment she was freed, Ling Mo heard the familiar game notification sound. Dear player, congratulations on completing the first stage of the mission. This dungeon will consist of 1 main quest, several stage quests, and occasional side quests. Only by completing the main quest can you clear the game. Completing side quests will grant you additional rewards. On this planet known as the Land of Ice and Snow, lives the Yeti race. Due to their racial characteristics, the normally docile Yetis can become extremely ferocious at certain times, attacking any race within their territory except themselves. The second phase of the mission is now being issued: escape the cave. Friendly reminder, temperatures on Ice Star can drop to -100 degrees Celsius, please dress warmly. As the system notification ended, Ling Mo looked around searching for a way out. If she wasn't mistaken, the two creatures that had entered earlier were snow monsters. Ling Mo first went to the exit a short distance for the snow monsters, but it took her several minutes to reach it. After careful observation, she confirmed that the surroundings were completely blocked by rocks, without a single gap. Now that the only way out was blocked, it seemed she would have to find another way to leave. The ground beneath her feet was frozen solid, making digging a tunnel impossible. Besides, even if she could dig, it would be too time-consuming. Ling Mo paced anxiously in circles. If the snow monsters were to return now, she might be able to use the invisibility ability of her cloak to escape. But the snow monsters had already come once and shouldn't be back anytime soon, so that method was also out of the question. Just as Ling Mo was considering whether to light a fire in the cave to lure the snow monsters, she suddenly felt a cold wind blow against her neck, making her shiver involuntarily. Ling Mo looked to her side and saw nothing but a pile of stones. It was a pile of stones, yet it was as tall as her. However, the presence of a pile of stones in this place was strange in itself. As Ling Mo approached, she felt gusts of cold wind blowing against her. Her first thought was that there might be an exit behind it. Perhaps because it was close to an exit, the pile of stones was completely frozen. Ling Mo took out her flamethrower and began to warm the stones while scraping them down. As more and more stones piled up beneath her feet, the wind blowing from the cracks became increasingly cold. Even with the flamethrower in her hand, Ling Mo felt her fingers were about to freeze. Remembering the system's helpful reminder, Ling Mo temporarily stopped what she was doing, took out a white down jacket from her spatial storage and instantly activated the warmth function of her illusory cloak. After fully arming herself, she continued what she had been doing. About an hour later, Ling Mo finally cleared away the entire pile of stones, revealing a hole about the height of a person. A look of joy flashed in Ling Mo's eyes, and she stepped into the hole. Before leaving, to avoid being discovered, Ling Mo collected all the scattered stones around her and used them to block the entrance again. The cave was dark inside, but that didn't bother Ling Mo. She looked around. The cave didn't seem to be naturally formed, but rather dug out by some creature. Chapter 126, The Land of the Yeti 2. Wait a minute, test what creature left these marks on the walls? After a moment, the test results came back. Cold rock rat, a small rodent living on the Ice Star. It likes to dig burrows. The cold rock on its back can absorb the surrounding cold air, maintaining a certain temperature within a 1-meter radius to prevent the cold rock rat from freezing to death. When in danger, the cold rock rat will launch the cold rock on its body, instantly releasing the stored cold air inside, freezing everything around it instantly. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo hissed. This was a bit difficult to deal with. Observing the marks left on the wall, they weren't new, they looked quite old. Good news, this meant that the cold rock rat hadn't appeared in this area for a long time. However, before Ling Mo could be happy for long, the system's voice rang in his ears. A side quest is now available to the player drunk on soy sauce and acting mad. Every year at this time, the cold rock rats become extremely aggressive in their courtship rituals. Each time, the cold rocks behind them cause significant damage to tourists visiting Ice and Snow Star, severely impacting the star's tourism industry. Quest objective: help Ice and Snow Star resolve the cold rock rat's threat. Reward: S-Rank Awakening Stone, collectible at the Ice and Snow Council after completion. Accept? When Ling Mo saw the final quest reward, her eyes widened instantly. An S-Rank Awakening Stone. She knew that the B-Rank Awakening Stone she found in the sad bird's nest was already extremely rare. But now, Ice and Snow Star was offering an S-Rank Awakening Stone just to resolve the cold rock rat's threat. This clearly showed that the cold rock rat's harm to Ice and Snow Star exceeded the price of an S-Rank Awakening Stone. According to the system, main quests were mandatory, while side quests were optional. Accepting and completing them offered extra rewards, while failing to complete them incurred no penalty. With just this S-grade awakening stone, Ling Mo didn't hesitate for a second and decisively clicked confirm. However, the next second, a message popped up in front of Ling Mo's eyes. You have not registered an adventurer identity. According to regulations, for unregistered adventurers, 1/3 of the reward after completing a quest will be collected by a third party as a handling fee. Ling Mo's eyes widened. This was unbelievable. This game system wanted them to work for free. Wait, register my adventurer identity. Uploading your information. Review is estimated to take 2 minutes. Please wait patiently. 2 minutes passed. Adventurer identity registration successful. Because you are a minor, according to interstellar law, before reaching adulthood, you can only accept C-grade or lower-level quests. Hearing this, Ling Mo glanced at the side quest, which was stuck at C-grade, within her reach. A C-grade quest with such a high reward was definitely abnormal. It must be that Ice Star wanted to attract more adventurers, hence the low reward level. Immediately afterward, an identity card was teleported to Ling Mo via the wait function. Name, Ling Mo. Identity, Novice Adventurer. Adventurer ID, 949772389715525. A map also accompanied him on the teleportation. Ling Mo placed the adventurer's ID card alongside his interstellar ID card, then opened the map. The map marked the lair of the cold rock rats. Destroying one of them would complete Ling Mo's mission. The map was drawn rather abstractly, and with Qiaman's help, Ling Mo finally located his current position. What a coincidence! There just happened to be a cold rock rat's lair nearby. Ling Mo decided to complete the side quest first. According to Qiaman, the cold rock rat itself wasn't particularly powerful. Its main strength lay in the cold rocks on its back. Upon landing, they would instantly explode, releasing blasts of cold air reaching absolute zero, freezing everything around them instantly. Who could withstand that? Just dealing with these cold rocks will solve the problem, Ling Mo thought. Once the cold rocks were dealt with, the cold rock rat would be insignificant. This was a piece of cake for Ling Mo. Following the route on the map, Ling Mo navigated a maze of turns and quickly found the cold rock rat's lair. However, Ling Mo didn't approach it directly. Instead, she used her mental power, and soon she knew everything inside the lair. When she detected the cold rock rat's size, Ling Mo felt deceived. Were they really small rodents? How could they be small? Any one of the cold rock rat in the lair was larger than her. Some were even 2 or 3 meters long. Besides these, there was the largest one, presumably the king of this group of cold rock rats, dozens of times larger than the ordinary ones. The fur on these cold rock rats stood on end like hedgehogs, each hair pierced with a fist-sized stone, presumably cold rocks. It wouldn't be impossible for her to use her mental power in conjunction with spatial manipulation to collect all these cold rocks now, but Ling Mo feared that once the cold rocks disappeared, the rats would instantly go berserk, rampaging everywhere, and might injure her. Wait, do cold rock rats have any weaknesses? Cold rock rats have a keen sense of smell and hate strong, pungent odors. These will cause them to faint. Got it, a keen sense of smell. They'll be knocked unconscious by the stench. If this were before, Ling Mo could simply throw a couple of droppings, but now, the surrounding temperature was frighteningly low. The droppings would freeze instantly as soon as they were taken out. A pungent odor doesn't necessarily mean foul, right? Ling Mo thought of the batch of lorry fruits that had recently ripened. The fruit of this tree isn't for eating. It possesses all sorts of magical abilities, such as producing smoke, sleeping pills, tear gas, and itching powder. Basically, anything you can imagine, it can produce. Ling Mo found 2 bright red, almost purple fruits among a pile of fruit, the mutant chili pepper fruit. It said that this mutant chili pepper fruit is 10,000 times hotter than the hottest chili pepper on Earth. Previously, out of curiosity, Ling Mo had touched it without gloves, and for several days her hands were burning, and anything she touched became spicy. For those days, she didn't even dare wash her face with her hands. Ling Mo, holding both mutant chili pepper fruits, decided to use only one, no, half of one. She put on her gas mask and then used a knife to cut one of the mutant chili pepper fruits in half. Instantly, the small space was filled with the pungent smell of chili peppers. Luckily, Ling Mo had taken precautions, but even so, her eyes were watering from the spiciness, and she sneezed several times. One half was thrown into the water by Ling Mo for preservation, while the other half was sent directly to the nest of the cold rock rat. Chapter 127 The Land of the Yeti 3. A short while later the mournful cries of the ice rock rats echoed from not far away. Less than a minute later, the sounds quickly subsided. After scanning with her mental energy and confirming that all the ice rock rats had fallen, Ling Mo remotely retrieved the half of the monstrous chili pepper fruit, tossed it into a pre-prepared water bowl, and sealed it with plastic wrap. She should have only used a quarter. She had underestimated the monstrous nature of the chili pepper fruit. Upon arriving at the ice rock rat's nest, Ling Mo found that all the ice rock rats inside were lying motionless on the ground. The smell of the chili pepper fruit hadn't dissipated in the air. Seeing this, Ling Mo didn't waste any time. With a wave of her hand, she stored all the ice rocks from the ice rock rats into her spatial storage. She had completed her mission and gained another attack method, a double win. Congratulations to player Drunk on Soy Sauce for completing the side quest. The system notification sounded in her ear. Just as Ling Mo was about to leave, she suddenly glanced at the entire nest of ice rock rats. Wait a minute, search for any ice rock rats recycling quests? After a moment, wait a minute replied, sea level quest found, recycle ice rock rat carcasses, the fresher the better. Recycling price: 200 gold coins for an adult ordinary ice rock rat, 2,000 gold coins for a juvenile ice rock rat, 20,000 gold coins for a giant ice rock rat, and 200,000 gold coins for the ice rock rat king. Sea level quest, long-term recycling of ice rocks, 200 gold coins per rock. At this point, Ling Mo didn't know what to say. These ice rock rats were really valuable. Luckily, she didn't leave immediately, or she would have missed out on a lot of money. There were at least 800, if not 1,000, ice rock rats here, and there was even an ice rock rat king among them, which alone was worth 200,000 gold coins. Ling Mo found an empty warehouse and stored the ice rock rats inside, planning to sell them for money as soon as she got the side quest reward. Having tasted success, Ling Mo set her sights on several other ice rock rat nests, but unfortunately, they were all quite a distance from her current location. Knowing her priorities, Ling Mo used the map to quickly locate the nests and find her way out. The closer she got to the ground, the colder she felt. While not freezing to death, she was shivering uncontrollably. Her solution was to boil some brown sugar and ginger water in her spatial storage, put it in a thermos, and keep it close to her chest for easy access. Not content with just the brown sugar and ginger water, she also had some grilled hot mushrooms. A bite of grilled mushroom followed by a sip of brown sugar and ginger water instantly warmed her up, making her feel incredibly comfortable. The moment Ling Mo left the cave, the system's voice rang in her ears again. Congratulations, player, on completing the second stage of the mission. You are currently ranked 9th. A side quest has been triggered, SOS. Send a distress signal to the federal government, and they will dispatch troops to rescue you as quickly as possible. Third stage mission, leave the Yetis' territory. Be careful not to let the Yeti discover your presence, otherwise. The system didn't specify what would happen otherwise, but it certainly didn't sound good. This side quest might be difficult for other players, but for Ling Mo, it was a breeze. Wait, call the police. Your distress message has been sent to the federal government. Immediately afterward, Ling Mo received a message from the government. The message stated that the federal government was organizing a rescue operation for her, instructing her to ensure her safety in the coming days and leave the rest to them. Simultaneously, almost every player heard the game system's announcement. Congratulations to player Drunk on Soy Sauce for completing the side quest SOS. Reward: 1 talent quality enhancement stone. This announcement caused an uproar among almost all players. Some coveted the talent quality enhancement stone, while others were shocked that drunk on soy sauce was in the same game as them. Ling Mo, meanwhile, couldn't help but curse inwardly. She was certain the game was deliberately sabotaging her. Fortunately, the game's backend was inaccessible during gameplay, and players couldn't communicate, otherwise her private messages would likely have been flooded again. Looking at the milky white stone delivered to her, Ling Mo temporarily stored it in her spatial storage. What if something went wrong during the fusion? She'd deal with it later. Everything was a blinding white. To avoid developing snow blindness, Ling Mo adjusted her glasses to black. She then put on a white hood, making her completely invisible from a distance. Even so, Ling Mo still felt uneasy. She used her spiritual sense to check the thickness of the snow beneath her feet, then took out a shovel. Since it wasn't safe up there, she went down to the bottom, where it was warmer. She didn't waste the snow she dug out, she stored it in her spatial storage, intending to sell it later. She had already checked, and the snow on this ice star was exceptionally clean, even edible. With her spiritual sense, she didn't need to worry about getting lost. As she dug, a blue, chestnut-shaped object appeared before her. At first, Ling Mo thought it was an ice lump, but upon picking it up, she realized it was indeed a chestnut. Ice chestnut, a specialty of ice star, hidden several meters deep under ice and snow, extremely rare, increasing ice resistance when consumed. Seeing this, Ling Mo didn't hesitate to eat the ice chestnut. It tasted better than ordinary chestnuts, icy cool and sweet, like eating creamy ice cream. After finishing the ice chestnuts, Ling Mo didn't feel any noticeable changes, probably because she hadn't eaten many. She then began specifically searching for ice chestnuts, but unfortunately, after searching for a long time and collecting a large amount of snow, she only found 2 more. Eating the ice chestnuts she had just dug up, she sighed, "It seems unlikely that I can fill up this ice chestnut pile." The third stage of the mission is to leave the Yetis' territory. She doesn't have a map and doesn't know how large the Yetis' territory is, but as long as she heads in a certain direction, she should be able to leave. At night, gusts of cold wind swept across the ground, the sound of which Ling Mo could hear clearly even while hiding underground. At this moment, Ling Mo was incredibly grateful for her initial decision, because being underground, she wasn't affected by the outside weather at all. Ling Mo expanded the surrounding space a little, then took out her tent and a cold rock. The surrounding temperature instantly rose considerably. Chapter 128 The Land of the Yetis 4. After crawling into the tent, Ling Mo took out the food she had prepared and began to eat. To prevent the food from getting cold, Ling Mo specially took out an alcohol stove to heat it up while eating. After eating and drinking her fill, she started roasting the extremely hot mushrooms she would eat the next day and boiling brown sugar and ginger water. The next day, Ling Mo slowly opened her eyes from her meditation. Last night, she sensed several Yetis passing by nearby. Fortunately, the location she had chosen was relatively hidden, otherwise, given the sheer size of those Yetis, they could have easily trampled her snow cave with a single stomp. After breakfast, before leaving, Ling Mo filled the snow cave where she had lived for the night with snow. Her shovel kept swinging in her hand. She was lucky today, she had already found 3 ice chestnuts not long after setting off. After eating the ice chestnuts, Ling Mo suddenly felt even stronger, with inexhaustible energy throughout her body. The shovel in her hand almost left after images as she swung it. Just then, Ling Mo, who was busy at work, suddenly stopped what she was doing, her body freezing in place. Slowly putting down the shovel, Ling Mo looked up in confusion. All she saw was a vast expanse of white, nothing at all. But outside, an iceberg had appeared above her, seemingly out of nowhere. Ling Mo frowned. If she remembered correctly, there shouldn't have been any icebergs along the way. Could her mental energy have misjudged? No. Her mental energy couldn't be wrong. The only possibility was that this iceberg had appeared later. Moreover, Ling Mo sensed a faint biological aura emanating from the iceberg. Wait, search. Are there any creatures on Ice Star that look like icebergs? Iceberg beast Urki, composed of 98% ice, it loves to stay motionless basking in the sun. Its body is covered in a layer of white snow, which has a smooth texture and is said to have beauty and whitening effects. Urki is gentle and will not attack unless provoked. Hearing the explanation from Kaiman, Ling Mo's tense mood instantly relaxed. She had been startled, but thankfully there was no danger. However, Urki's size was simply too large, so Ling Mo chose to return the way she came and take a detour. Before leaving, she didn't miss the opportunity to fleece Urki. She took all the snow off its body. This layer of snow seemed insignificant to Urki, so even when it suddenly disappeared, Urki only swayed slightly before continuing to bask in the sun. Through her mental detection, Ling Mo discovered that there were quite a few Urki around. After confirming that there was no one else around, she crawled out of the snow. Having stayed underground for so long, it took Ling Mo a while to adjust to the sunlight again. Taking out a cloud-shaped flying vehicle from her spatial storage, Ling Mo boarded it and then piloted it into the air. From high above, these ice mountain beasts, Urki, were even more magnificent. These huge ice mountains, she wished she could take them all home. Ling Mo suppressed his impulse and began collecting the snow from the ice beasts. Even after collecting all the snow from the entire area of ice beasts, Urki, Ling Mo didn't return to the ground. Instead, he continued to control the flight path, ascending to a higher position. Start scanning. A few seconds later, Ling Mo heard a soft voice, "Scan complete." A sphere appeared before Ling Mo's eyes, with a patch of color just filled in. This was Ling Mo's current location. Just as Ling Mo finished scanning and was about to return to dig the tunnel, a beastly roar suddenly came from afar, interrupting her actions. Looking in the direction of the sound, a massive iceberg appeared before her, charging towards her on 4 thick legs. Iceberg beast, Urki? No. Ling Mo keenly noticed that the snow on this iceberg beast's body had a hint of gray, and its eyes were red, completely different from the golden eyes of the iceberg beast, Urki she had seen before. Iceberg beast, Chidra, violent temperament, completely opposite to Urki's, will attack any creature that appears before it. Just as Ling Mo thought these Chidras were chasing her, she suddenly noticed 3 figures desperately fleeing in front of him. The 3 escaped in different ways. One had a pair of snow-white wings sprouting from its back, another could leap incredibly high, and the last would occasionally create a whirlwind beneath its feet, carrying it suddenly far away. Even so, under the pursuit of the Chidras, the distance between them was constantly shrinking. Just as Ling Mo was about to leave this dangerous place before Chidra noticed her, she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Looking down, she met a pair of scarlet eyes. Damn it! Seeing this, Ling Mo couldn't help but curse under her breath. Without hesitation, she immediately turned and ran in her cloud-shaped flying vehicle. At the speed of the vehicle, she instantly appeared in front of the 3 people. Seeing this, the 3 behind her shouted for Ling Mo to help them. "We want her to give us a ride." However, Ling Mo didn't even turn her head in response to their pleas for help, leaving them completely behind. Putting aside the fact that these 3 people were the ones who lured Chidra here in the first place, she was already being generous by not demanding compensation for their emotional distress. Why should she save them? The fact that they were able to escape this far from Chidra's pursuit meant that these people were quite strong. On the other side, seeing Ling Mo leave without looking back, Lily and her 2 companions, who were desperately fleeing for their lives, looked extremely ugly. How could there be such a selfish person in this world? Seeing their companions in danger, they only thought about escaping themselves. Lily glanced at her companions beside her, then at the approaching terrifying annihilation behind her, pondering which to abandon if forced into a corner. One of her 2 henchmen possessed the talent of flight, the other physical enhancement. After a brief moment's thought, Lily chose to keep the physical enhancement. After all, she needed a fighter. Actually, Lily had another trump card, but it was something she had worked hard to acquire, and naturally, she couldn't bear to use it. So, she could only apologize. At that moment, Chidra leaped behind them, once again closing the distance. Seeing this, Lily gritted her teeth, conjured a cyan whirlwind in her hand, and threw it towards the man in the sky. If all went well, this man should buy them some time to escape. Lily thought to herself, go in peace. I will always remember your sacrifice. When I encounter that selfish person again, I will avenge you myself. Chapter 129 The Land of the Yeti 5. Just as she was about to throw the swirling wind she had gathered at the winged man in the sky, causing him to lose his balance and fall, she suddenly felt her body being controlled by a tremendous force. Immediately afterward, the scene before her eyes receded rapidly. The next second, she was slammed hard to the ground. He who hits will be hit in return. This saying couldn't be more fitting for Lily. She took the two people beside her for granted, even expecting them to sacrifice themselves for her at any moment. Little did she know that in their eyes, she was merely a stepping stone. Meanwhile, Ling Mo, flying ahead, was unaware of what was happening behind her. She was currently in her flying vehicle, relatively safe. However, Ling Mo felt no relaxation whatsoever. The ice monsters were enormous, but their movement speed was not slow, as had been evident just moments before. Moreover, Chidra was notoriously short-tempered. Once it set its sights on something, it would relentlessly pursue until it caught its prey. Just then, Ling Mo suddenly noticed three black figures appearing ahead. Ling Mo had never seen a Yeti before, but its large, long horns left a deep impression on her. She cursed her bad luck inwardly. Ling Mo climbed onto the white flying vehicle, her clothes matching hers. Due to the altitude, the Yeti didn't seem to notice her. Looking at the direction the three Yetis were heading, they seemed to be heading towards Chidra. This was a good opportunity for Ling Mo. She controlled the flying vehicle to fly higher, slowing her speed to disguise herself as a real cloud. But she quickly realized this was still too obvious, so she shifted her gaze to an urchin not far away. She controlled the flying vehicle to slowly descend onto Urchi. Urchi itself was composed of ice, and Ling Mo's white clothes blended seamlessly into it, even complementing it somewhat. After hiding, Ling Mo watched as the three Yetis trudged heavily towards Chidra. When Chidra spotted the three Yetis, he stopped chasing the two players, his eyes fixed on the three Yetis. Two people? Ling Mo watched the two fleeing in different directions. Shouldn't there have been three? How come there were only two now? She had expected a fierce battle between the Yetis and Chidra, but instead the three Yetis surrounded Chidra, and with a single punch from each, Chidra was reduced to a pile of shattered ice. Ling Mo stared wide-eyed at this scene, unable to help but gasp. Although she had guessed that the Yetis might be strong, she hadn't expected them to be this powerful. The ferocious beast that had chased them around not long ago seemed so weak in front of these three Yetis. Seeing the three Yetis seemingly searching for something among the fragments of Chidra's body, Ling Mo instinctively crouched down, completely concealing herself. She shouldn't have come up here. Once the three Yetis were gone, she would immediately return to the underground. Just as Ling Mo was planning her escape route, she suddenly touched something round and plump. Looking down, she saw a smooth snowball that had appeared beside her. Picking it up and squeezing it hard, the snowball broke open, and an icy chestnut fell out. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Ling Mo's eyes. She glanced around. There were at least 100 such snowballs. Had she turned misfortune into blessing? After finding what they wanted, the three Yetis headed away without looking back. With Ling Mo's current eyesight, she could only make out that it was something glowing red, which she guessed was Chidra's eye. As fellow snow mountain beasts, Urki and Chidra should have similar compositions, but Chidra possessed red eyes. Once the Yetis were completely gone, Ling Mo, who had originally planned to return underground immediately, changed her mind. She could wait a while before going back. She had been so focused on the snow on Urki that she hadn't noticed these snowballs. Sitting on her cloud-based flying vehicle, Ling Mo revisited all the Urkish she had seen before, collecting quite a few snowballs. After confirming that none had escaped, Ling Mo returned to the snowfield, satisfied, and continued digging in the opposite direction from the Yetis. The Yeti must have returned to its territory with something, so if she wanted to leave its territory, she would naturally head in the opposite direction. After about an hour, Ling Mo felt a strong hunger pang in her stomach and stopped what she was doing. She took out a cold rock and a tent, set up an alcohol stove, and ate while crushing all the snowballs she had collected. After crushing several, Ling Mo discovered that not all snowballs contained anything. The probability was about 50%. That is, about 5 out of 10 snowballs would yield something. Well, that's a much higher probability than a lottery. After crushing all the snowballs, Ling Mo discovered that not all of them contained ice chestnuts. Besides ice chestnuts, which looked like ice blocks, there was also a white fruit that looked like snow. At first, Ling Mo thought it was snow and almost threw it away. Snow chestnut, after consumption, all parts of the body will turn white, including hair and eyes, and there is a 1 in 1,000 chance of receiving the blessing of the snow spirit. P.S. The changes brought about by snow chestnuts only become apparent at low temperatures. Looking at the description, Ling Mo decided to eat ice chestnuts and snow chestnuts as her main meals from now on. Ice chestnuts can increase the body's resistance to freezing, and the blessing of the snow fairy, the snow chestnut, is worth the gamble. After making this decision, Ling Mo would occasionally stop to eat an ice chestnut while digging in the snow, just like eating ice cream. Perhaps because she ate so many, the effects of the ice chestnuts gradually became apparent. At first, she needed to eat roasted hot mushrooms every half hour and drink a sip of brown sugar and ginger water from time to warm herself. But after eating dozens of ice chestnuts, her need for hot mushrooms decreased, and now she only needs to eat them once every 2 hours. Ling Mo looked at her hands. Now, even without thick gloves, they didn't feel frozen. Good, good. There are still some ice chestnuts in the space. She'll eat the snow chestnuts after she finishes them all. However, just to be on the safe side, she still wore a pair of leather gloves. Chapter 130 The Land of the Yeti 6. After digging for a while longer, Ling Mo stopped again. Her mental energy detected that a battle had just taken place not far ahead. Ling Mo emerged from the snow and looked around. The snow was covered with traces of the battle, pitted and uneven, with some small icebergs scattered around. Judging from the color of these small icebergs, Ling Mo judged that they must have fallen from Urki's body. The ice on Kitter's body was not so pure. Ling Mo opened her mental energy and collected all the icebergs within sight into her spatial storage, also picking up quite a few snowballs. Just as Ling Mo was continuously opening her mental energy to collect icebergs, she suddenly discovered that a group of players seemed to be gathered in a place a few hundred meters away. Roughly estimated, there were probably dozens of people, or even more. Because Ling Mo's mental energy had reached its limit, she could not continue to explore any further. Ling Mo originally did not intend to get involved in such a large gathering of players because the more people there were, the more trouble there would be. What she wanted to do now was to complete the mission as soon as possible. Just as she was about to leave, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in her mind. Side quest triggered. After a year of rest and recuperation, the fish in Ice Lake are now at their fattest. Catching them will bring you unexpected benefits. Unexpected benefits? Ling Mo's gaze drifted into the distance. No wonder so many people were gathered there. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Mo decided to go and see, but before doing so she needed to disguise herself. She removed her hat and glasses, put on a hood leaving only her eyes visible, changed the color of her pupils, and removed 2 layers of clothing. This was to prevent anyone from seeing her wearing too much and shamelessly trying to steal her clothes. After preparing, she headed towards Ice Lake. Meanwhile, at Ice Lake, all the players gathered there were pale from the cold, but not one of them wanted to give up or leave. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't. Although side quests were voluntary, the Ice Lake quest was special. It could only begin after a sufficient number of people had gathered. Now, they have 99 people gathered here, but they are 1 person short before the mission can officially begin. Just then, someone in the crowd pointed to a figure not far away and exclaimed excitedly, "Look, over there! Someone is coming this way." Hearing this, 1, 2, 3 wooden man stood up abruptly and looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a person walking towards them. Ling Mo hadn't even reached Ice Lake yet when she felt several burning gazes. As soon as she arrived at Ice Lake, 2 groups of people immediately came to greet her. One of them was 1, 2, 3 wooden man, whom Ling Mo had met before. Unexpectedly, she would run into an acquaintance here. Ling Mo calmly withdrew her gaze and looked at the other group of people, led by a refined man in a black overcoat. The man had a gentle smile on his face. Seeing Ling Mo's thin clothes, he stepped forward and said softly, "You must be cold wearing so little. I happen to have a thick coat here. You can wear this first. My name is Mu Chunfeng. Welcome to our team." Ling Mo looked at the man who was about to drape the coat over her shoulders and took a few steps back warily. Although this person had given off a gentle and refined feeling from the beginning, Ling Mo recognized him. She had encountered this person back in the 3rd round of the game in Mocha Forest. She had only glanced at him from afar before leaving immediately. Now, it seemed her decision was right. This man was extremely dangerous. Ling Mo detected the faint mental fluctuations emanating from the man, judging that his talent was also mental. Seeing Ling Mo retreat, a hint of displeasure flashed in the man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and he returned to his gentle demeanor. "Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person. I don't believe you." Ling Mo took a few more steps back, then turned and walked towards the red light, green light sign without hesitation. In a short time, she had already figured out the rules of the game. Simply put, it was a two-way competition that could only start when there were 100 participants. However, the game system didn't require the number of participants on each side to be the same. The competition lasted 1 hour, and any means were allowed. The side that caught more fish during the competition won, and the winner might also trigger a hidden quest. The rewards for the hidden quest were generous. It seemed everyone was here for it. Mu Chunfeng watched Ling Mo's unhesitating departure, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. 1, 2, 3, wooden man glared at Mu Chunfeng and sneered, "Looks like not everyone falls for your lies." Hearing this, the man said coldly, "Just one person? Do you really think you can change the final outcome? We have more than a dozen more people than you." Hearing this, 1, 2, 3, wooden man glared angrily, but he knew Mu Chunfeng was telling the truth. The other side had 69 people, while their side, including the one from before, only had 31. Ling Mo entered the crowd. Because of the low temperature, these people huddled together for warmth. Seeing Ling Mo approach, one of them made room, saying, "Come on, it's warm here." Seeing this, Ling Mo shook her head and didn't go over. She wasn't cold and didn't need to huddle together for warmth. Seeing that Ling Mo wouldn't come over, the person didn't insist. Seeing that she was dressed so lightly but didn't seem to be shivering at all, they guessed that her talent might be related to ice, which was why she wasn't afraid of the cold. All the players on both sides took their positions. The first step was to break through the thick layer of ice. This kind of thing is usually done by those who have awakened their body-enhancing physical abilities. Mu Chunfeng's side had already started smashing the ice. A dozen or so people with body-enhancing talents took off their clothes, their bodies began to expand violently, and they clenched their fists, slamming them hard against the ice. Seeing this, Ling Mo assumed they were doing something similar, but then the 1, 2, 3 wooden figure gestured for several teammates to come over. The group pressed their hands on their waists, and immediately their bodies were covered in black armor, drawing gasps of shock from those around them. Not only them, but even Ling Mo was stunned. She knew these people were wearing exoskeletons, but the armor she had sold didn't look like this, and the color was wrong too. Chapter 131 The Land of the Yeti 7. Suddenly, chainsaws, drills, and flamethrowers appeared in the hands of the 1, 2, 3 wooden men and others. Even though Mu Chunfeng's group had more people, they were the first to break through the ice. As the ice was removed, clean lake water gushed out from the breach. At that moment, a plump fish suddenly leaped out of the water, its silver scales shimmering in the air. Simultaneously, a familiar object appeared in everyone's hands. The same vegetable basket they used during the Mocha Forest game, but slightly different. Ling Mo glanced at the basket's handle. The number 100 was displayed below. Having fewer people had its advantages. If each group had one water hole for every 10 people, they only needed to dig 2 more holes. Mu Chuanfeng's group, with more people, needed to dig several more holes. Moreover, compared to the 1, 2, 3 wooden men group who used machinery, creating holes quickly, large, and neatly, Mu Chuanfeng's group relied entirely on manpower. While physical enhancement talents are powerful, as the saying goes, man is made of iron, food is steel, and those who awaken physical enhancement talents have a considerable appetite. Therefore, to ensure these players with physical enhancement talents can continuously break ice, they need a constant supply of food. Mu Chunfeng produced a large pile of food without blinking. Ling Mo wasn't shocked by the food itself. Although Blue Star was currently experiencing extreme heat, the pre-apocalyptic stockpiles had ensured that many people had enough to eat and drink. What shocked her was that Mu Chunfeng had just opened her trench coat and found over a dozen spatial buttons hanging inside. The style of the spatial buttons looked familiar. It seemed like the ones she had sold. This was a classic case of making up for a lack of space with quantity, right? Wasn't she afraid of losing so many spatial buttons? Ling Mo shook her head and looked away. Now that the ice cave was open, the others took out their prepared tools and crouched down beside it, ready to fish. Ling Mo also took out her fishing rod and found a spot to start fishing. But her fishing rod had no bait, not even a hook, because her attention wasn't on fishing. With mental energy and spatial manipulation as cheat codes, who would bother fishing one fish at a time? Ice Lake was vast, roughly the size of 100 basketball courts. Penetrating her mental energy beneath the icy lake water reflected back through her mental energy, causing Ling Mo to shiver involuntarily. Strange, could mental energy sense temperature too? After a short while, Ling Mo continued to explore with her mental energy. Beneath the ice, there were countless fish swimming around, their density almost comparable to the Spring Festival travel rush. This description wasn't an exaggeration. The Spring Festival travel rush was about people crammed together, while Ice Lake was about fish crammed together. Seeing this, Ling Mo didn't hold back and directly used her mental energy to collect fish into her spatial dimension. She didn't even need to search deliberately, she could collect fish with an abundance of water. Ling Mo even wondered how such a high density of fish could survive. Even artificial breeding couldn't produce such an exaggerated number. Not to mention these fish are wild, what are they going to eat? After maximizing her mental energy and collecting fish several times, the number of fish underwater showed no signs of decreasing, but Ling Mo's temples began to throb, a sign of overusing her mental energy. She hadn't felt this way before, even when she was constantly using her mental energy to collect things, which showed just how many fish she had collected in such a short time. Realizing her mental energy was exhausted, Ling Mo decided to rest before continuing. She attached a hook and bait to the fishing line, and as soon as the hook was lowered, a fish took the bait in the blink of an eye. After catching the first fish, she placed it in her basket. With the first fish, the original 3-digit number of fish dropped to 2. After recovering her mental energy, Ling Mo fished several more times, and only then did the density of fish underwater begin to decrease. An hour later, with the end of the competition, the baskets in everyone's hands vanished instantly. Ling Mo's team looked dejected. Despite saving time by initially chiseling the ice hole, their smaller numbers made it difficult to overcome their disadvantage. Then, the system's voice rang in their ears. Due to the unequal number of players on both sides, for fairness, this system will calculate the total number of fish caught by both teams, divided by the number of players on each team, and determine the average weight. The team with the higher average weight wins. Additionally, the player with the best performance among all participants will receive an extra prize. Hearing this, Ling Mo's team cheered. This gave them the advantage. In contrast to their cheers, Mu Chuanfeng's face turned extremely grim. However, no matter how grim his expression, it couldn't change the game's decision. A minute later, the results were in. Ling Mo's team averaged 150 gene, 75 kilograms, while Mu Chuanfeng's team only averaged a little over 100 gene, 50-odd kg. They had won decisively. The results were in, but no one showed any sign of leaving, because the system had previously stated that the player with the best performance would receive an extra prize. The best performance in fishing competitions is undoubtedly catching the largest fish within an hour. At this moment, Ling Mo's heart skipped a beat. Although she hadn't caught 100 fish in an hour, she had filled her basket with quite a few, mostly the largest ones. While she was happy to receive this extra reward, she worried the game system wouldn't reveal her name immediately. After all, something similar had happened recently. Seeing everyone's attention on the system, Ling Mo quietly went to a secluded corner and activated the invisibility mode of her cloak. Not satisfied, she found a small flying vehicle and hid it under the cloak, ready to fly away at the slightest sign of trouble. This time, the wait was longer, about 2 minutes later. Congratulations to player Drunk and Acting Mad for winning first place in this fishing competition. Reward, 1 ticket to the Naui auction. The next second, a golden light flashed in Ling Mo's hand, and a card appeared. Without hesitation, Ling Mo immediately stored it in her spatial storage. The moment the phrase "drunk and disorderly after drinking soy sauce" was uttered, everyone's eyes widened. So, the big boss was right next to me just now. Chapter 132 The Land of the Yeti 8. Many people began searching everywhere, trying to find the figure of Drunk on soy sauce and Acting Mad. After all, back on Earth, Drunk on soy sauce and Acting Mad was so mysterious, frequently blocking people, that they dared not offend him. Now, in the game, they had fewer such concerns. Ling Mo's team was relatively small, and the others quickly noticed that one person was missing. Originally, there were 31 players, but now only 30 remained. Who was missing? The answer was obvious. So the last person to arrive was Drunk on soy sauce and Acting Mad. Everyone showed expressions of regret, if only they had asked everyone about their identities. A female player named Little Red Riding Hood looked at the 1, 2, 3 wooden man and asked, "Captain, should we go after him?" The 1, 2, 3 wooden man shook his head. "We won't catch him. Besides, given our relationship with Drunk on soy sauce, it's actually a good thing he hasn't revealed his identity." Little Red Riding Hood nodded in agreement. It was true. After the previous incidents, it was clear that Drunk on soy sauce, she was obviously from their country. Rather than risk offending her by trying to find out her identity, it was better to maintain their current relationship. At the end of the mission, the winning side could take the basket and all the fish they caught. This was definitely good news for the players. These were fish, food, meat, protein. They could also take the basket with them, so they could eat one and take another. These fish would last them a long time. Many people began to regret not catching more fish if they had known the reward was this. Some players went to the ice cave to continue catching fish. They caught some, but they couldn't put them in the basket like before. Ling Mo remained hidden in the corner, not having left. She hadn't forgotten the hidden quest. Winning the competition would give her a chance to trigger it. Congratulations, player, you have triggered a hidden quest. Since the fish you caught are of high quality, please deliver them to Chef Shin in Snow Fox Village. Ling Mo looked at the basket in her hand and stored it in her spatial storage. Only after everyone had left did she dispel her invisibility. Finally, she was gone. That Mu Chunfeng, for some reason, stayed for almost half an hour longer than the competition ended. If she didn't leave soon, Ling Mo would have to. Her illusory cloak's invisibility time was limited. Taking out several bottles of high-grade recovery potions, Ling Mo fished more than 10 times until she ran out of potions and felt the water level drop significantly. Only then did she leave satisfied. Back underground, Ling Mo removed her hood, changed her clothes, and took out the system's reward from her spatial storage. Looking at the black and gold admission ticket in her hand, she thought, the Nawe auction? Wait a minute, search for the Nosix auction house. Soon, information about the Nosix auction house appeared before Ling Mo. The Nosix auction house is a top-tier auction held exclusively on Andromeda. Invitation cards are issued in limited quantities each year, and not just anyone can obtain one. Furthermore, the invitation cards are not registered to anyone's name, anyone with an invitation card can enter. Invitation cards are issued 6 months before the auction each year, and are collected after the auction. Hearing Kaiman's explanation, Ling Mo was filled with curiosity about the Nosix auction. She had never been to an auction before and didn't know what it was like. She expected to receive a large reward after handing over the cold rock rats from her spatial dimension, but she wasn't sure if it would be enough. Since it was a top-tier auction, there should be many rare treasures. Even if it wasn't enough, it was still good to broaden her horizons. She just didn't know when the Nosix auction would be held. Kaiman, check the Nosix auction schedule. The Nosix auction schedule is confidential. Before the auction begins, a portal will appear in front of those with invitation cards, transporting them to their corresponding carriage. Ling Mo was shocked. It was possible. Looking at the admission ticket/invitation card in her hand, she carefully put it away. But soon, another problem occurred to her. What if the game time clashed with the auction time? This was a very serious problem. The invitation card was given to her by the system, so this shouldn't be an issue. However, the timing of the Nawe auction was confidential. What if it was just a coincidence and it was suddenly moved up? Ling Mo couldn't come up with an answer after thinking for a long time, so she simply stopped thinking about it. Even if she really ran into it, it would be the system's fault, not hers. After putting the invitation card away, Ling Mo took out an ice chestnut and put it in her mouth. It was icy and sweet. She seemed to have fallen in love with the taste. For the next while, Ling Mo focused on digging a hole, stopping to rest when she felt hungry or tired, and continuing to dig when she was rested. As evening approached, Ling Mo stopped again. Based on yesterday's experience, the Yetis would begin patrolling their territory at night, so she decided to wait until dawn. Just then, Ling Mo felt the snow under her feet was slippery and instinctively moved to the side. At the same time, a familiar system voice sounded. Congratulations to the player for completing the 4th stage of the mission. Hearing that her mission was complete, Ling Mo's eyes widened in shock. It was done already? She took 2 steps to the side, and that was it. Ling Mo looked at the snow cave she was in. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Half of it was inside the Yeti's territory, and the other half outside. She had been on the other side the whole time, which was why the mission hadn't shown as complete. Ling Mo's feelings were complicated, a mix of joy and elation, but overall, joy prevailed. Final main quest issued, rescue. Leaving the Yeti's territory doesn't guarantee absolute safety, as many wandering Yetis roam outside, and they are far more aggressive than ordinary Yetis. Ling Mo didn't find this final quest difficult, as she had already sent a distress signal, and the Federation had dispatched people. As long as she held on, she would definitely be rescued. She just didn't know when the Federation's reinforcements would arrive, or how long she would have to wait. For safety's sake, Ling Mo decided to dig a little further, at least until she was completely out of the Yeti's territory. About 10 minutes later, Ling Mo was forced to stop. A green mountain appeared before her. Chapter 133 The Land of the Yeti 9. The snow on the ice and snow star is extremely thick, burying many mountains directly beneath it. Ling Mo had encountered situations where she encountered a mountain while digging before, and she could simply go around it. But the mountain she encountered today was a bit unusual. To be precise, the interior of the mountain was unusually lively. Taking out the map she had previously marked with the location of the cold rock rats, and after several confirmations, she confirmed that this was indeed a cold rock rat's nest. Ling Mo searched the surrounding area but couldn't find the entrance or exit for the cold rock rats. If she couldn't find it, so be it, she didn't necessarily need to go in anyway. It was just that the cold rock rat's nest was still quite far away, and her current mental power wasn't enough to completely cover it, but this didn't deter Ling Mo. Taking out a shovel, Ling Mo began digging downwards until her mental power could cover the entire cold rock rat's nest, at which point she stopped. The rest became simple. She only needed to send the pepper fruit inside, she didn't even need to lift a finger, and all the cold rock rats were taken care of. After harvesting another batch of cold rock rats and cold rocks, Ling Mo couldn't stop smiling. These cold rock rats were practically money. After resting for a night, Ling Mo decided to complete some side quests first. The rewards for side quests were quite good, aside from anything else. Plus, she now had the status of an adventurer and could accept quests. While waiting for rescue, she could complete as many side quests as possible. With this in mind, Ling Mo decided to emerge from underground. This would not only be faster but also give her more opportunities to accept side quests. As for the wandering Yeti, danger and opportunity always go hand in hand, it was unavoidable. She had her mental power, so she could detect any Yeti that got close. Besides, she had her illusory cloak and protective shield, survival shouldn't be a problem. Fully armed, Ling Mo climbed out of the snow, took out a skateboard from her spatial storage, and stepped onto it. This was a floating skateboard produced in interstellar space, a toy for interstellar children. She had bought it from a rabbitworks house. It was supposedly bought for her child to play with, but upon arrival she discovered the item was far too small for her child's size, making it unusable. Returning it was too much trouble, so it just sat gathering dust in the warehouse. Ling Mo was stunned by this display of wealth and, with tears in her eyes, emptied her warehouse completely. Ling Mo stepped onto the floating skateboard and instantly shot off a great distance. Fortunately, Ling Mo was already used to the speed of the wind speed fruit and quickly adapted. Unbeknownst to Ling Mo, shortly after she left, two Yetis followed the path she had taken. After confirming the scent originated there, the two Yetis exchanged a glance and began digging in the snow with their sharp claws. After digging for a while without finding anything, the two Yetis realized their target might have left and angrily punched the nearby mountainside. The next second, a crack appeared in the once solid mountain. Meanwhile, Ling Mo, completely unaware of this, was searching everywhere for traces of Snow Fox Village. The system only said to find Snow Fox Village and hand the basket to Chef Ajin inside, but it didn't provide the exact location of Snow Fox Village. If we just search aimlessly like this, who knows how long it will take to find it. Ling Mo stepped off her skateboard, her anti-gravity shoes preventing her from leaving footprints even on the thick snow. Looking around, all she saw was snow, a vast expanse of white, making it impossible to distinguish directions. Luckily, she never could anyway. Finding Snow Fox Village here was a pipe dream, unless a snow fox came knocking on her door. Wait, let's search for information on the snow foxes. Snow Fox Clan Beastmen, one of the oldest native inhabitants of Ice Star, possess snow-white fur. Every Snow Fox Beastman, after transforming, possesses unparalleled beauty. The Snow Fox Beastmen highly value appearance. Good-looking people receive preferential treatment, while those who are unattractive are refused interaction. This was a race that judged by appearance. Ling Mo touched her face, she was quite confident in her looks. After consuming many good things in the game, her skin became even whiter, and her features more refined. Suddenly, Ling Mo caught a whiff of floral fragrance in the otherwise frigid air. Although the scent was very faint, Ling Mo was certain she wasn't mistaken. Could flowers really bloom in such an icy, snowy place? Ling Mo decided to investigate. After all, she might trigger a side quest. Following the direction of the fragrance, Ling Mo sped off. As the fragrance grew stronger, her mental energy detected that she wasn't alone. After confirming that her disguise was flawless, Ling Mo put away her hoverboard and walked towards the direction of the fragrance. After about 10 minutes, Ling Mo finally arrived at her destination, a vast sea of blue-purple flowers, swaying in the cold wind. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Side quest, Collect over 50 snow lilies and deliver them to the gardener in Snow Rabbit Village. Only 50? This quest doesn't sound difficult. With such a large flower field, picking a handful would easily yield 50 snow lilies. Despite these thoughts, Ling Mo, maintaining a meticulous approach, still had Kaiman look up information about snow lilies. Snow lily, a flower unique to ice and snow star, its fragrance helps maintain sanity. Key points for harvesting snow lilies: snow lilies should not come into contact with skin, otherwise they will melt. When picking, wrap your fingers in snow lily leaves, and then use a container woven from withered snow lily roots to prevent the snow lilies from withering. P.S. The snow rabbit beastmen of ice and snow star will make various items from snow lilies. Giving them snow lilies will yield a return gift. Seeing the last sentence, this return gift should be the reward for this side quest. Ling Mo thought, since giving 50 snow lilies would yield a return gift, what if she gave more than 50? Would she get even more? Without further ado, Ling Mo removed her thick gloves, wrapped her fingers in snow lily leaves, and then gathered a pile of withered snow lily roots from the ground, simply weaving them into a basket. After getting ready, Ling Mo began picking snow lilies. She wasn't alone, she could hear the frustrated voices of other players around her from time to time. Chapter 134: The Land of the Yeti 10. Ling Mo lowered her body, hiding herself among the snow lilies to minimize her presence, while also quickening her movements. These players were reckless, and she needed to pick as many snow lilies as possible before they were destroyed. Soon, Ling Mo had gathered 50 snow lilies and used an empty spatial key to store them. Then, she skillfully wove a simple basket and continued picking. The closer she got to the center of the flower field, the larger, darker, and more fragrant the snow lilies became. These were clearly of higher quality. While others were still racking their brains about how to preserve their snow lilies, Ling Mo had already begun working on the ones in the center of the flower field. Manually weaving containers was too slow, so Ling Mo simply stored the snow lily stems in her spatial key to weave them. Before she knew it, several spatial keys were filled with snow lilies. Ling Mo straightened up, wiping non-existent sweat from her forehead, thinking this should be enough. She originally wanted to go deeper, but found that the snow lilies closest to the center of the flower field weren't in full bloom, the buds were still closed. Had she arrived too early? Ling Mo had now developed the habit of asking questions before acting on anything she didn't understand. Snow lily about to wither. After the snow lily withers, a seed will grow inside the bud. Consuming this seed can accelerate thinking speed. You can think for 2 seconds while others think for 1. Ling Mo's eyes lit up. This snow lily was truly a treasure trove. Looking at the many closed buds before her, all of them snow lilies about to wither, Ling Mo took out scissors from her spatial storage and collected them all. Her mental energy detected that someone was slowly approaching. Although there were still several hundred meters to go, she had to be quick. It took her nearly 10 minutes to cut down all the snow lily buds that were about to wither. Just then, the flower beds nearby stirred, and the sound of footsteps echoed on the ground. Seeing this, Ling Mo immediately bent down and quietly slipped away from another spot. When Piamia Yunyan emerged from the flower bed, she only saw a large patch of snow lily stems, devoid of buds. Piamia Yunyan examined the broken ends of the stems. They were still fresh, indicating that the person had only recently left. She thought about how she had painstakingly collected so few snow lilies, or how they melted at the slightest touch, a problem easily solved by wearing gloves. But snow lilies would wither within minutes of being picked, a problem she couldn't prevent no matter what she tried. Now, seeing these stems with only buds removed, could it be that her previous picking method had been wrong? Meanwhile, Ling Mo, after leaving, hadn't been idle either, continuing to collect snow lilies along the way. Occasionally, she would cut off a nearly withered bud and take it with her. Because of her spiritual power, she hadn't encountered anyone along the way. After successfully leaving the sea of flowers, all she needed to do now was deliver the snow lilies to the gardener in Snow Rabbit Village. She now had 2 tasks to complete, finding Snow Fox Village and Snow Rabbit Village. These two villages seemed like they couldn't get along. Oh well, whether they could get along or not, she just needed to complete her tasks. Ling Mo habitually reached for a chestnut, but when she reached into her waistband, she found nothing. She then checked her space again and confirmed that she had eaten all the ice chestnuts. Moreover, she realized she hadn't eaten extreme heat mushrooms in a long time, which was a good thing, indicating her cold resistance was already very high. Since the ice chestnuts were gone, she would eat snow chestnuts next. She could also eat the snow lily seeds, as well as these. Eating snow chestnuts gave her a 1 in 1,000 chance of receiving a snow elf's blessing. Although she didn't know what the blessing was, it was definitely something good. Even though the chance was small, it was worth a try. The only side effect was that regardless of success or failure, her skin, hair, and even her eyes would turn white. However, this change wouldn't affect her health. At most, it would make her stand out in a crowd, which wasn't unacceptable. Furthermore, this change wasn't permanent. As long as she didn't go to extremely cold places, she would revert to her original appearance. Ling Mo pursed her lips, thinking about it, and realized she was acting like a chameleon. She looked around. In this snowy place, being completely white didn't seem like a bad thing. Wearing a white dress and lying on the ground, no one would be able to find her. Thinking this, Ling Mo took out a snow chestnut and ate it without hesitation. The moment it entered her mouth, Ling Mo felt a jolt. If a frozen chestnut tasted like ice cream, then a snow chestnut was like a piece of tasteless ice. One bite, and it was refreshingly cool, making her heart soar. After swallowing a snow chestnut, Ling Mo waited a moment but didn't feel any change. But she wasn't disappointed. It was said to be a 1 in 1,000 chance, like winning the lottery, all depending on luck. Ling Mo looked at her hands, they seemed to have become noticeably whiter than before. After putting on her gloves, Ling Mo continued on her way, popping snow chestnuts into her mouth. Occasionally, when she got tired of them, she would also pop a snow lily seed into her mouth. And sure enough, since eating the snow lily seed, Ling Mo felt that she had become much clearer, her thinking speed had increased, and even her reaction speed had improved. What a pity, snow lilies are a unique flower of ice and snow star, otherwise she would have planted some in her space. She should hurry up and finish the side quest. After walking for half an hour, Ling Mo decided to stop and rest. Looking around, there were no hidden rocks for her to hide behind, so she simply dug a hole on the spot and jumped in. She took out a parasol from her space and opened it to shield her head from the opening. She took out the food and alcohol stove she had prepared beforehand. Originally, she planned to eat hot pot. After all, in this cold weather, nothing is more blissful than a steaming hot pot. But considering the strong smell of hot pot, and the fact that this was a snowy landscape, she worried that it might attract stray snow monsters, which would be a greater loss. Anyway, she could eat hot pot anytime. After the game ended, she was determined to have a delicious meal. After making up her mind, even the boxed lunch in her hand tasted even better to Ling Mo. Chapter 135 The Land of the Yeti 11. Just as Ling Mo was enjoying her meal, she suddenly sensed something rapidly approaching. Ling Mo paused, her first thought being of a Yeti. But she quickly realized the sound was coming from the snow wall beside her, and both the sound and the frequency indicated that the creature was small. Even so, Ling Mo cautiously drew her weapon. Just then, the snow wall beside her suddenly moved, and a circular hole appeared. A little girl with white rabbit ears emerged from it. Seeing Ling Mo holding a weapon, the little girl was startled and quickly scurried back into the hole, crying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." By this time, Ling Mo had already put away her weapon. Seeing the rabbit ears on the girl's head, she had already guessed its identity. Snow rabbit beast man, timid by nature, gentle in nature, likes to burrow in the snow, has a keen sense of smell. Ling Mo looked at the frightened little girl and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I didn't mean to hurt you." Soon, a muffled voice came from the other side, "Really? Of course it's true, look, I've already put away my weapons." Hearing this, the little girl slowly peeked out of the cave. Seeing that Ling Mo had nothing in her hands, she breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, I came here because of the fragrance. Ling Mo waved her hand and said, It's okay. By the way, do you want some strawberries? As she spoke, she produced a big, red strawberry in her hand as if by magic. The little girl saw the bright red strawberry and smelled the sweet aroma in the air, and couldn't help but swallow. No, I can't take it. My mother said I can't take things from strangers. Although she said that, the little girl's eyes seemed glued to the strawberry. Oh, okay? Then do me a favor, and I'll treat you to these strawberries as payment, alright? The little girl's eyes lit up. Really? What is it? Could you take me to your village's gardener? I need to talk to him about something. The little girl readily agreed. Of course. I thought it was something important, but it turns out you just want to see the gardener. Did you pick some snow lilies and want him to process them for you? Ling Mo nodded. Then come with me. The little girl beckoned Ling Mo to follow her. Looking at the small hole in front of him, Ling Mo reached out and collected all the surrounding snow into his spatial storage. Wow, you're really good at digging holes. Ling Mo just smiled without saying anything. By the way, is there anything I should be careful about when I go to see the gardener? She asked. The little girl thought for a moment and asked, How many snow lilies did you pick? A lot, probably several hundred. Ling Mo roughly estimated the number of snow lilies he had picked. Hearing this, the little girl looked at her with admiration. You're so amazing. You picked so many. If there are hundreds of snow lilies, there's nothing to worry about. Ling Mo didn't understand why the little girl thought she was so amazing. It was just a few hundred snow lilies. With the right technique, it would only take a little time to collect them. Was there some danger in collecting snow lilies that she wasn't aware of? If so, she could only say she was very lucky not to encounter any. However, from the little girl's words, it was clear that the gardener had a high demand for snow lilies. 50 might just be the minimum requirement. After walking for about 10 minutes, Ling Mo arrived at Snow Rabbit Village, where mushroom-shaped houses built entirely of snow were scattered everywhere. The little girl led her to one of these mushroom houses, took a few steps forward, and knocked on the door, saying, Uncle Gardener, are you home? Soon, heavy footsteps echoed from inside, followed by the door opening and a kind-looking middle-aged man appearing. Seeing the little girl, he smiled warmly. Oh, it's you, my little rabbit. What can I do for you? The little girl pointed to Ling Mo beside her and said, Uncle Gardener, this lady picked some snow lilies and would like your help. The gardener glanced at Ling Mo and asked in a deep voice, How many did you pick? Several hundred, the little girl answered quickly. Hearing this number, the gardener was first surprised, then looked at Ling Mo to confirm, Is what she said true? Ling Mo nodded, Yes, it's true. Alright, then come in with me. After leading Ling Mo into the house, the gardener handed her a light screen. Upon closer inspection, the screen displayed a price list and the labor fees. 30 snow lilies can create a low-level item that keeps you alert in critical moments, but it has a long cooldown, so it can only be used about once a day. 80 snow lilies can create a mid-level item, with a much shorter cooldown and a stronger effect. 150 snow lilies can create a high-level item with no cooldown and an effect even stronger than the mid-level item. Beyond these 3 levels, there are custom-made items, which are naturally more expensive. After looking at the prices, there's the crafting fee. The crafting fee is divided into 20, 50, and 100. Low-level items require more than 30 snow lilies, plus a 20-point crafting fee. No wonder the quest requires 50 snow lilies. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The higher the crafting fee, the more durable the item. Ling Mo has plenty of snow lilies, so naturally he wants the best. Thinking this, Ling Mo took out his spatial storage and retrieved all the snow lilies he had picked from the center of the flower sea. I want to order the best package. The florist stared wide-eyed at the snow lilies Ling Mo had brought out, holding her breath for a long time before recovering. Looking at Ling Mo again, her eyes were filled with awe, and she said solemnly, "Don't worry, since you trust me so much and entrust me with such important snow lilies, I will definitely not let you down." Ling Mo looked at this scene, somewhat bewildered. What was wrong? Why was she suddenly so serious? Although she sensed something was off, Ling Mo calmly nodded and said, "I believe you, but I'd like to ask, approximately when can I expect to receive the finished product?" The florist looked at the snow lilies in front of her, thought seriously for a moment, and said, "The quality of these snow lilies is exceptionally high, far exceeding any snow lilies I've ever seen before. It will probably take about a month to complete." A month? If it was a month, she would have already ended the game and returned to Earth. Seeing her expression, the gardener asked, "Are you in a hurry?" Ling Mo smiled sheepishly and said, "To be honest, I probably won't be able to stay here for more than a month." Chapter 136 The Land of the Yeti 12. Upon hearing this, the gardener smiled and said, "I thought it was something big, but it's just this." He then turned and handed Ling Mo a card. This is a one-time teleportation card. Once the item is crafted, you can use this card to teleport it directly to you, so don't worry. Ling Mo happily accepted the card. He was surprised that it could be done this way. This interstellar world was truly convenient. "Thank you for your help," Ling Mo politely thanked him. The gardener smiled and saw Ling Mo out. "Don't worry, I certainly won't let you down." As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the little girl standing there, idly drawing in the snow. Her eyes lit up when she saw Ling Mo come out. She had been so happy to see the gardener that she had almost forgotten about this. Ling Mo took out 2 large, red strawberries from her spatial storage and gave them to the little girl, smiling, "Here you go, thank you for showing me the way." The little girl took the strawberry and eagerly took a bite. The sweet and sour taste instantly captivated her. She had never eaten anything so delicious. After finishing one, she carefully put the other strawberry away, saving it for later. "Are you leaving?" the little girl asked Ling Mo. Ling Mo nodded, then thought she might ask the little girl about her connection to Snow Fox Village. With that thought, she squatted down, and the next second, a basket full of strawberries appeared in her hands. The little girl's eyes lit up when she saw the strawberries in Ling Mo's hand. "What else do you want to know?" Ling Mo was very pleased with the little girl's cleverness, so she said, "I want to know the location of Snow Fox Village." Hearing the words Snow Fox Village, the little girl subconsciously frowned. "What do you want with them?" "I'm an adventurer, and I accepted a quest related to Snow Fox Village, but I don't know where Snow Fox Village is, so." The little girl pursed her lips, looked at the strawberries in Ling Mo's hand, and after struggling internally for a moment, she said, "To get to Snow Fox Village, just turn right and walk about a kilometer after leaving our village." However, the people in Snow Fox Village are very cunning. They look down on everyone just because they're pretty. You have to be careful and not get tricked by them. "Okay, thank you for reminding me. I'll be careful." Ling Mo nodded. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something. How could she have almost forgotten her job? Actually, I also have a job as a recycler. Do you have any unwanted items in your village that I can help recycle? The little girl, holding strawberries, thought for a moment. "I'm not sure about that. I think I heard Grandpa Village Chief mention hiring recyclers to help in the village, but I don't know much else. But I can ask Grandpa Village Chief for you. You can wait here for a bit." "Okay." Ling Mo nodded, watching the little girl leave, silently praying that the village chief of Snow Rabbit Village hadn't had time to hire any other recyclers. While waiting, Ling Mo ate some snow chestnuts. About 5 minutes later, the little girl skipped back. Grandpa Village Chief said he hasn't had time to hire any other recyclers yet. "Come with me." Ling Mo followed behind the little girl. Thankfully she remembered in time, otherwise they would have almost missed each other. After arriving at a warehouse, the little girl stopped and pointed ahead, saying, "Grandpa Village Chief said that everything inside needs to be disposed of. He also said that since you're alone, you probably can't teleport everything away, so just do your best. And here's your reward. The little girl handed Ling Mo a bundle containing Snow Rabbit Village's specialty, snow rice dumplings. Taking the bundle, Ling Mo thanked her and headed towards the warehouse. Couldn't send it all away? She'd done her best, that village chief really underestimated her. Snow rabbit dung, a type of fuel that emits a faint fragrance when burned, it can also be used as a spice. P.S. The fragrance depends on what the snow rabbit beastman ate. Upon entering, she was greeted by a mountain of snow rabbit dung piled up in sacks. With a wave of her hand, she stored it all in her spatial storage. Immediately afterward, another pile of sacks appeared before Ling Mo. Unlike the sacks containing dung, these were bulging, but felt exceptionally soft to the touch. Opening one of the sacks, she found it filled with white rabbit fur. Snow rabbit beastman's fur, extremely warm. Every summer, snow rabbit beastmen shed their thick fur. Another excellent source of warmth, take it, take it. Besides these two items, which were the most numerous, the rest were various miscellaneous items. To save time, Ling Mo didn't even glance at the items before storing them all in her spatial storage, deciding to deal with the rest after the game ended. She'd keep what she could use and sell the rest in the shops for gold or something similar. She remembered hearing from Chia-man that gold and jade from Blue Star were extremely rare and valuable in interstellar space. After collecting everything, Ling Mo got up and left Snow Rabbit Village, following the direction the little girl had indicated. After about half an hour, Snow Fox Village came into view. The village, with its smooth roads and well-arranged buildings, resembled a small town more than a village. Indeed, just as Chia-man had said, every snow fox was a stunning beauty, the kind of beauty that disregarded the lives of others. Ling Mo approached Snow Fox Village without attracting anyone's attention. Everyone continued with their business as usual. Ling Mo noticed that the Snow Fox beastmen here existed in two forms, one with black hair and black eyes, and the other entirely white. Hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, eyes, and everything except their mouths were white. However, Ling Mo quickly realized that these people must have eaten snow chestnuts like her, which was why they looked like this. She hadn't checked her appearance after eating the snow chestnuts, so she took out a small mirror from her spatial storage. Sure enough, not only had her hair turned white, but her eyebrows and eyelashes had also turned white. Her eyes were still black because she was wearing colored contact lenses, but once she took them off, they would probably be white too. Pulling her mask down, her lips were also very pale, but thankfully not completely white. Otherwise, staring at a bloodless, lifeless face on a dark and stormy night would truly be terrifying. Chapter 137 The Land of the Yeti 13. After putting her mask back on, Ling Mo decided to find Chef Shen first and complete the side quest. Originally, Ling Mo planned to ask for directions, but the Snow Fox beastmen here were incredibly aloof and completely ignored her. Fine, if they wouldn't tell her, she'd find it herself. Since she was the head chef, she should be in a restaurant or something similar. Ling Mo walked along the flat road and quickly found her target. Shenzhen Restaurant? A photo hung on the signboard at the entrance, with the words Head Chef Shen written on it. This should be it. Taking the basket out of her spatial storage, Ling Mo walked into the restaurant. The interior decoration was very elegant, every step seemed to reveal a different view, truly a scene at every turn. Iridescent paint can continuously change appearance, 1,000 people will see 1,000 different looks. Ling Mo. So, it's not a matter of arrangement, it's genuinely changing. Just then, a waiter with a pair of fluffy white ears and a bushy tail approached and politely said, "Is there anything I can help you with? We have a special set meal today that's definitely worth trying." Seeing this, Ling Mo took out her basket and said, "I'm not here to eat, I'm here to deliver something." The waiter's foxy eyes lit up at the sight of the basket in Ling Mo's hand. "You've finally arrived. Chef Shen has been waiting for a long time. Come with me." Ling Mo followed the waiter to the kitchen. Before she even got close, she heard an angry roar coming from inside. "You think you can be chefs? Look at what you've made. You dare to present this junk to me for tasting? Where are the fish from Binger Lake? Why haven't they been delivered yet? What are those people doing? Hearing the voices inside, Ling Mo felt like she was back in high school being scolded by her homeroom teacher, and she didn't really want to go in. However, the waiter who was walking ahead had already pushed open the kitchen door. Chef Ajin, the fish delivery is here. Hearing this, Chef Ajin, with his devastatingly handsome face, turned to look at the door and said in a rather unpleasant tone, "Since you're here, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring it over. The customers are waiting." Okay. The waiter waved to Ling Mo. "What are you standing there for? Come on over." At this moment, those who had just been scolded showed expressions of relief, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Ling Mo. What a kind person. She saved them from dire straits, otherwise, who knows how long Chef Ajin would have continued to berate them. Ling Mo went to the counter, placed the basket on it, and said, "The fish are in there." Chef Ajin's eyes fell on the basket. Her slender, white fingers gently lifted the basket, and then she took out a blue card from the side and lightly swiped it on the basket handle. With a crisp beep, the next second, one fish after another poured out of the basket. Looking at the size of the fish, Chef Ajin's face showed a satisfied expression. The quality of the fish this time is excellent, every single one is top quality. He then looked at Ling Mo. "What do you want as payment? Can I choose this myself?" Ling Mo asked in surprise. Chef Ajin tilted his head and looked at her, saying, "Originally, no, but you were the first person to bring fish, and the quality of the fish is so good. Besides, you're quite good-looking, so I can grant you this honor." Ling Mo. Anyway, being able to choose the reward herself is a good thing. For that reason, she wouldn't argue with the fox. "Where should I go to choose?" Chef Ajin pointed to someone beside her. "Let him take you. I need to start preparing for dinner now." The person Chef Ajin pointed to quickly stepped forward, smiling at Ling Mo. "Come with me." On the way, Ling Mo took the opportunity to get closer to the snow fox boy beside her. "Are you a chef here too?" The boy shook his head shyly. "I can't really be considered a chef yet, just an apprentice. I usually just help Chef Ajin out." "Is Chef Ajin very skilled?" Ling Mo asked. "You don't know?" The snow fox boy looked at Ling Mo in surprise. Ling Mo shook her head. "This is my first time on ice and snow star, I don't know much about it." "Oh, I see." The snow fox boy showed an expression of understanding, and then began to talk endlessly about Chef Ajin. Of course, over 90% of it was the snow fox boy's admiration and praise for Chef Ajin. In short, Chef Ajin is the most amazing and handsome chef I've ever seen. My dream is to become like him someday. Ling Mo nodded sincerely. "You'll definitely achieve your wish." "Thank you." The snow fox boy twitched his ears and smiled happily. Upon arriving at their destination, the snow fox boy stopped. "This is it. Go in and choose for yourself. I'll wait for you outside." Hearing this, Ling Mo glanced into the room. Various items were neatly arranged, some still in their original packaging. Ling Mo looked at the labels, they were all different kinds of kitchen utensils. So many things, looking at them one by one would take a long time. Looking at the snow fox boy beside him, Ling Mo thought of a way to save time, ask for help. There are so many things here, could you help me pick one out?" Hearing this, the snow fox boy pointed to himself with slight surprise. "Help me?" Ling Mo nodded. "Since you want to become a chef, you should know a lot about these things, so could you help me choose one?" Seeing how much the other trusted her, the snow fox boy agreed without hesitation. "What do you need?" Ling Mo thought for a moment. What could she possibly need? Most of the items here were kitchen utensils. After a moment, she said, "I want something comprehensive, convenient, time-saving, and easy to operate." After listening, the snow fox boy thought for a moment and said, "I know what you want." He then walked to the back of the room and returned a few minutes later with a silver box, handing it to Ling Mo. Ling Mo looked at the box in her hand. It was about the size of a makeup bag and not very heavy. What is this? This is the latest portable kitchen developed by Tianma Company. Don't let its small size fool you, it has everything. It can do everything a kitchen needs. Chapter 138 The Land of the Yeti 14. After hearing the Snow Fox Boy's introduction, Ling Mo's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. After putting away the portable kitchen, Ling Mo looked at the Snow Fox Boy. To thank you, how about I help you collect the trash? I'm a recycler. No, actually I haven't helped you much. The Snow Fox Boy waved his hands repeatedly, feeling that the girl in front of him was too polite. Are people from other planets like this? Yes, if it weren't for you, how could I have gotten the portable kitchen? It's just collecting some trash, it's nothing to me, just a small favor. Originally, the Snow Fox Boy wanted to refuse because he felt that he really hadn't helped much, and he knew that the price for recyclers, even a D-level recycler, was very high. But then he seemed to think of something, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "All right then, but we have a little bit of trash, so just do what you can, don't force yourself." No, I won't force myself. Ling Mo said with a smile. It's not about the quantity, it's about the quantity. The Snow Fox youth led Ling Mo to a room. When they arrived, a group of Snow Fox youths were carrying plates of cooked dishes, looking dejected as they walked into the room. Upon entering, one of the Snow Fox youths scratched his head sheepishly and said, "These are all dishes we failed to make, thank you for your help." Upon entering the room, several metallic-looking buckets immediately caught her eye. Did you make all of these today? If they were made today, they were still fresh, otherwise, she would need to carefully examine them. Yes, we made them today, but Chef Ajin rejected them all, saying our practice wasn't enough, and these dishes couldn't be served. At least they were from today. Ling Mo approached the room and went to the buckets, noticing that the dishes inside were all different, neatly categorized. It was certain that these Snow Fox beast men had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Collecting these items didn't take Ling Mo too long. Seeing her emerge from the room, the Snow Fox Boy assumed she had done her best and comforted her. "It's all right, we'll ask other recyclers to come later." Ling Mo smiled and didn't argue. After leaving the restaurant, she saw several players walking towards her in the distance. Ling Mo turned and walked in the opposite direction, taking off her hat as she went, revealing snow-white hair. Combined with her white cloak, she blended perfectly with the surrounding Snow Fox beastmen. From behind, no one would guess she was a player. Although the players noticed Ling Mo, they only thought she was a uniquely dressed Snow Fox beastman and didn't pay much attention. However, Ling Mo didn't notice that her hair, besides being white, also had a faint blue tint in the sunlight, pure and noble. After walking a distance, Ling Mo put her hat back on, oblivious to the change, and popped a snow chestnut into her mouth. Eating so many snow chestnuts, she wondered if she could get the Snow Fairy's blessing. Oh well, even if she didn't, getting a limited edition snow season skin would be nice. Now that she had completed all her side quests, the key was to finish as many as possible before the rescue arrived. After leaving Snow Fox Village, Ling Mo took out her flying vehicle, attempting to find the most likely location for side quests. Based on her experience from the previous 2 side quests, she knew that to receive a side quest, she needed to find a specific location. For example, there was Ice Lake and the Snow Lily Sea. After flying several hundred meters, the surroundings were still a vast expanse of white, with nothing at all. It seemed there were no side quests around. However, Ling Mo was not discouraged. Such a large ice and snow star couldn't possibly have only 2 or 3 side quests. Besides, she still had wait a moment, so even if she couldn't find any side quests, she could still help update the map of Ice and Snow Star. This wasn't a side quest, it was a quest Ling Mo had accepted using her adventurer account. Although the reward was a little less, every little bit counts. She randomly chose a direction to leave. As she walked, something on the snow suddenly caught her attention. In the vast expanse of white snow, a splash of red suddenly appeared. Even if it was very, very small, it was still very conspicuous. However, Ling Mo was very cautious and didn't get off the aircraft. She had mental energy. If she wanted something, she could just use her mental energy. Getting off was completely unnecessary. After scanning the surroundings with her mental energy, Ling Mo indeed found another strong heartbeat beneath the snow, just a few meters away from the red object. If she rashly went down to investigate, the creature might suddenly attack, and her chances of evading it were extremely slim, unless she hid inside her spatial dimension. Wait, examine what that is? Perhaps because of the distance, this time, the scan and analysis took even longer than before. Anu beast, ferocious in nature, its body is hidden under the snow, using the red fruit on its head as bait to lure prey closer before swallowing them whole. So, this was indeed a trap. Fortunately, she hadn't acted out of curiosity and rushed forward to investigate. Just as Ling Mo was about to pilot her aircraft away, Kaiman's voice rang in her ears again. Not over yet? Crimson fruit, SSS-grade energy fruit. Consuming it can strengthen bloodlines and the body, awakening hidden potential within. P.S. The effect is hundreds of times stronger than the marrow-cleansing fruit that the master consumed. Only the crimson fruit plucked from the head of the Anu beast is considered an SSS-grade energy fruit. Once it leaves the Anu beast, its grade will continuously drop. The Anu beast is extremely protective of its crimson fruit, and anyone attempting to pick it will be subjected to its most ferocious attack. Ling Mo, who originally intended to leave directly, is now unable to move. On one side is the ferocious Anu beast and on the other is an SSS-grade energy fruit. Strengthening bloodline and body, awakening hidden potential, its effects are hundreds of times greater than the marrow-cleansing fruit. Ling Mo looks at the red stain on the ground. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. She's currently in the air, perhaps the beast won't detect her using her mental power. Having made up her mind, Ling Mo asks, Kaiman, will there be any side effects from consuming the crimson fruit? The crimson fruit's grade will continuously drop after leaving the Anu beast. To avoid weakening its effects, the best way is to consume it as soon as possible. Crimson fruit consumption precautions: do not use your talent within 8 hours. Rest well. Some people may experience drowsiness after consuming the crimson fruit. Chapter 139, The Land of the Yeti 15. Not being able to use her talent for 8 hours is a bit troublesome. Without mental detection, many dangers cannot be avoided in time. However, compared to the effects of consuming the crimson fruit, this risk is still worth taking. After all, she still has the illusion cloak, protective shield, exoskeleton mech, and flying vehicle, life-saving artifacts, so enduring 8 hours shouldn't be a problem. At worst, she can hide in her spatial dimension for those 8 hours. As for the drowsiness, only a portion of people experience this. It's probably a matter of probability, but it's still necessary to take precautions. After mentally preparing herself, Ling Mo looked at the red patch on the snow, used her mental power to envelop it, and in the next second, with lightning speed, she stored it in her spatial dimension. Then, before the Anu beast could unleash its fury, Ling Mo herself, along with her flying vehicle, hid in her spatial dimension. Before entering the spatial dimension, she clearly heard a roar. Fortunately, the roar disappeared after entering. Ling Mo looked at the freshly picked crimson fruit, a smile she couldn't suppress. It was icy cold in her hand, probably from being in the snow for so long. Strands of red energy were leaking from the broken end. Seeing this, Ling Mo didn't dare delay and immediately popped it into her mouth. The instant the crimson fruit entered her mouth, Ling Mo felt her mental energy suddenly vanish. She had been worried about uncontrollably using her mental energy, as she had become accustomed to using it for many things over the years. Now her mental energy was completely blocked, she couldn't use it even if she wanted to. Kaiman, set an 8-hour countdown for me. Setting complete. Ling Mo didn't leave the space immediately. Firstly, the Anu beast was probably still outside and hadn't gone far. secondly she wanted to wait for the second side effect of the crimson fruit. After about half an hour, Ling Mo still didn't feel drowsy, so it seemed she wasn't among those people. Taking out her flying vehicle, Ling Mo activated the invisibility mode of her illusory cloak and left the space. Returning to the spot where she had disappeared, and seeing the mess on the ground, Ling Mo patted her chest with lingering fear. Thank goodness she had run fast. She quickly piloted the aircraft away from the area, the farther the better. After flying for about 10 minutes, Ling Mo deactivated her invisibility. The invisibility effect of her favorite cloak only lasted an hour, so she had to use it sparingly for the next 7 hours. In the distance, Ling Mo saw a blue forest ahead. Based on previous experience, such places usually had side quests. She controlled the aircraft and flew towards the forest. When she was still some distance from the forest, Ling Mo slowly landed, put the aircraft away, and then disguised herself again. This white hair was a bit troublesome. Although her hair would return to normal after she returned and wouldn't be connected to her anymore, not being able to connect now didn't mean she wouldn't be able to later. Blue Star was extremely hot now. What if it became extremely cold later? Had she heard of the Ice Age? She put on a mask, sunglasses, and then found a hat with a wig in her spatial storage. While organizing her spatial supplies, Ling Mo discovered a voice-changing toy that could mimic sounds, and she put it to use. After completing all these preparations, Ling Mo headed towards the direction of the forest. After walking halfway, she heard the system's voice. Attention, you have now entered the territory of another group of Yetis. Please be careful. Another Yeti territory, meaning the Yetis of Ice and Snow Star are not limited to just one group. She had witnessed the Yetis' power firsthand, and Ling Mo didn't want to encounter them unless absolutely necessary. Besides, she hadn't triggered a side quest after walking for so long. Side quest: collect 100 large, plump ice mist fruits and deliver them to the Snowbird Choir in Snowbird Village. Alright, a side quest here. Ling Mo glanced at the forest in the distance, then at the path back. She couldn't use her mental energy, and she didn't really want to accept this quest, but giving it up was a bit of a shame. Who knew where the next side quest would be? After hesitating for a few minutes, Ling Mo decided to accept the quest. Without mental energy, she could only use other methods to monitor her surroundings. She took out a drone from her spatial storage. Wait, notify me immediately if any Yetis approach. Understood. After launching the drone, Ling Mo felt much more at ease. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Ling Mo discovered that this wasn't a forest at all, but rather an orchard, with blue, pear-like fruits hanging heavily from the treetops. There were footprints on the ground, indicating that other players had been there before her. Not daring to waste time, Ling Mo immediately began picking ice mist fruits. The quest required 100 large, plump ice mist fruits, meaning it wasn't as simple as just picking 100. Looking at the forest full of fruit, Ling Mo desperately missed her spiritual power. If she still had it, she could put all the fruit into her spatial storage in less than 10 minutes, then choose them at her leisure. Unfortunately, without her spiritual power, she could only put things into her spatial storage by touch. The large, plump fruits were all hidden at the top of the trees, requiring climbing to reach them. This wasn't difficult for Ling Mo. With a light leap, without any external assistance, she jumped directly onto the branches. It seemed that all those days of eating the jumping fruit hadn't been in vain. Ling Mo glanced at her feet. The path was at least 3 or 4 meters long. She wouldn't have dared to dream of such a thing before. She collected all the ice mist fruits within reach into her spatial storage, without even looking at them. She'd find Snowbird Village later anyway, and there would be plenty of time to choose later. She shouldn't waste time now. After picking all the ice mist fruits from the upper half of one tree, Ling Mo moved on to the next, one tree after another. Until she heard the warning from Kaiman, not from the Yeti, but from another player. The forest was vast, and these players were on the other side, which was why she hadn't noticed them at first. From the footage transmitted by the drone, these players didn't seem to be from her country. They were still some distance away, so Ling Mo decisively changed direction. She didn't want to waste time arguing with these people, and besides, she might not understand their language. Chapter 140 The Land of the Yetis 16. The other party didn't look well. They were shivering from the cold and covered in fur that looked like it had been peeled off from some creature. Given their condition, seeing her like this, it was hard to guarantee they wouldn't try to steal her clothes and supplies. After successfully brushing past these players, Ling Mo didn't pay them any mind and continued to focus on collecting ice mist fruits. Not long after, Ling Mo heard the voice of Chia Man again, much more urgent than before. Warning, warning, a group of Yetis is approaching. Ling Mo didn't dare to take any chances. She took out her flying vehicle, activated stealth mode, and also opened the protective shield, then dashed out of the forest. As she fled, Ling Mo glanced back and could vaguely see a group of huge figures rapidly approaching in the distance. Her glasses had a focusing lens, so she could clearly see that there were 5 Yetis approaching, but they were enormous, and their running was very loud. No wonder Chia Man said it was a group. Fortunately, Ling Mo ran fast, and the Yetis didn't seem to notice her. Only after leaving the Yetis' territory did she breathe a sigh of relief and slow down her aircraft, but then she felt like she'd forgotten something. She slapped her forehead, her drone. These things were incredibly expensive, she'd never bought many. Even with this thought, Ling Mo's escape didn't stop. She ran a little further and saw a snow mountain beast, Urki, sunbathing in the distance. Ling Mo gently landed on Urki's back, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Wait, can you still control the drone at this distance? After a moment, receiving footage from the drone view. The signal hadn't been lost, she'd clearly run this far. She then realized it was probably because of the delay. View. Immediately, the forest scene appeared before Ling Mo. The Yetis, enraged by the missing ice mist fruit, began searching everywhere for the thief. Watching one of the Yetis easily uproot a fruit tree and break it in two, Ling Mo was extremely glad she left early, otherwise. Continuing to watch, the video showed no trace of other players, indicating they must have sensed danger and fled beforehand. After failing to find the thief, the Yetis didn't return but headed in another direction. Seeing the Yetis getting further and further away, Ling Mo whispered, "Follow them." As soon as she finished speaking, the drone, under Chia Man's control, chased after the Yetis. About 10 minutes later, the Yetis finally reached their destination, which turned out to be a vast field of snow lilies. Judging from its size, it shouldn't be the same field Ling Mo had seen before. No wonder the little girl had made that expression and said those things. At this moment, many players were doing quests in the flower field. Upon seeing this, the Yetis became enraged and roared angrily. The players picking flowers were startled, suddenly seeing 5 enormous monsters roaring at them, and many of them turned tail and ran. Although the Yetis were enormous, they were surprisingly fast, possessing strong physiques and astonishing jumping ability. Ling Mo witnessed one Yeti easily leap across most of the flower field, arriving in front of a fleeing player and grabbing them before they could react. Fortunately, the drone was at a high altitude, preventing the Yeti from noticing, mainly because their attention wasn't on it. Several other Yetis performed similar maneuvers, easily capturing several players. After a series of captures, most players were held captive by the Yetis, with only a few managing to escape using items and talents. Although the captured players were deprived of their freedom, the Yetis didn't seem to intend to harm them, or at least not immediately. After tying up the captured players, the Yetis picked a considerable amount of snow lilies and headed back into their territory. As darkness fell, Ling Mo decided against having the drone pursue them. Darkness descended quickly on Ice and Snow Star. Just a few minutes ago, it was only getting dark, but within minutes, it was completely dark. Suddenly feeling the ground move, Urki beneath her abruptly stood up and began to move slowly. Realizing this, Ling Mo wasn't panicked, for now, her location seemed relatively safe. Urki stopped in front of an iceberg, and Ling Mo heard a crunching sound coming from below. Looking down, she saw Urki happily munching on a corner of the iceberg. Seriously? It eats ice? Watching one iceberg devour another felt a bit strange. Wouldn't these iceberg beasts eat their own kind if they mistook one for another? Watching Urki's enjoyable meal, Ling Mo suddenly felt like she was watching a mukbang. While watching, she selected 100 large, plump ice mist fruits from the ones she had picked and stored them separately. Kaiman, does this ice mist fruit have any special effects? Ling Mo looked at the ice mist fruit in her hand. It looked like a pear, but it was blue. However, this was Ice Star, where most things seemed to be in cool colors. It was also much larger than the pears on Blue Star. Ice mist fruit prefers to grow in cold places. It tastes sweet and is very juicy. It has the effect of protecting and nourishing the vocal cords. Long-term consumption can make the voice more beautiful and penetrating. Penetrating? Looking at these 3 words, she thought of the Yeti's roar she had heard not long ago. She didn't think it was beautiful, but the penetrating power was definitely amazing. Even from that distance, she could hear it clearly without the drone. After eating this ice mist fruit combined with the dolphin voice, the destructive power would be considerable. The effect of this ice mist fruit was very suitable for people who had awakened their voice-related talents. She stored the 100 ice mist fruits she had selected in a separate spatial lock. At this moment her drone also flew back. After putting the drone away, Ling Mo couldn't help but yawn. This yawn was like flipping a switch, and sleepiness came over her like a tidal wave. No way. She was just relieved that she hadn't experienced drowsiness after eating the crimson fruit, but it turns out it wasn't that there was no adverse reaction but rather that the reaction was delayed. Anyway, it's already dark and there's no point in traveling, so she might as well sleep. Ling Mo forced herself to stay awake, took out her flying vehicle, and disembarked from Urki's body. Who knows where this ice monster might go after she fell asleep? What if it took her to the Yeti's territory? That would be terrible. Chapter 141, The Land of the Yeti 17. This wasn't over yet. Ling Mo dug a hole and hid inside. After doing all this, she flashed into her spatial dimension and let herself fall into a deep sleep. Ling Mo slept extremely restlessly because something kept licking her face. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape it. She didn't know how much time had passed when Ling Mo slowly opened her eyes. Her first instinct was to try and remove the thing licking her face, but there was nothing there. She sat up abruptly, looked around and saw nothing. She touched her face, the sticky feeling seemed to still be there. She quickly went to wash her face. After washing her face, Ling Mo took off her extra clothes and took out a full-length mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, she seemed unchanged, yet also quite different. She compared her height with her hands. She seemed to have grown taller. Her clothes were a bit small, especially her pants. Her ankles were showing. Previously, Ling Mo's height was a little under 1.68 meters, but now, she measured herself with a measuring cup and found she was 1.75 meters tall, an increase of 6 to 7 centimeters. Besides, her features seemed more refined and well-proportioned. Her figure had changed, as she had grown considerably taller, and her hair seemed to have thickened considerably. This was likely due to the year-round spring-like environment within the space, as Ling Mo's hair and skin had returned to normal. Beyond these most obvious external changes, internal changes must have occurred as well, though Ling Mo couldn't yet determine the extent of them. Changing into a well-fitting outfit, her sudden increase in height caught her off guard. It seemed most of the clothes she had prepared wouldn't fit. Fortunately, she had acquired many ready-made garments from the Cloud Silkworm Beastman. After rearming herself, she left the space, learning from Chia Man that 8 hours had passed. Upon leaving the space, Ling Mo immediately felt cramped. This place had been hastily dug, just enough to accommodate her previous height. Now that she had grown so much, feeling crowded was normal. After crawling out of the snow, the Urki from yesterday had indeed disappeared, as had the iceberg it had devoured, leaving not a trace. Ling Mo looked around and subconsciously released her mental energy to investigate. This almost caused her to lose control. When had her mental energy range become so vast? Moreover, for some reason, she could faintly hear some childish voices. Yet, her mental energy hadn't detected any life forms around her. Was it just her imagination? Just as Ling Mo was wondering if she was imagining things, the voice rang out again. Avalanche! An avalanche is coming! Run! Run! Avalanche! What a joke! There isn't even a snow-capped mountain here, how could there be snow? Wait! Ling Mo stared wide-eyed at the endless snow-capped mountains in the distance. Wait, when did these snow-capped mountains appear? Why didn't anyone warn her? At that moment, a violent tremor shook the ground. Remembering the avalanche, Ling Mo's expression changed. Could she really be that unlucky? As it turned out, she was indeed that unlucky. Countless snowflakes tumbled towards her, the sight reminding Ling Mo of the apocalypse. At that moment, only one thought echoed in her mind: heaven has forgotten me, but that's impossible. She immediately took out her flying vehicle and soared into the sky. Even in the air, it wasn't necessarily absolutely safe. Ling Mo recalled her knowledge about avalanches. Having learned that the apocalypse might involve various natural disasters, Ling Mo had crammed on this information. An avalanche is an extremely dangerous natural phenomenon. When a large amount of snow slides down rapidly under the influence of gravity, it creates a powerful impact, causing damage to everything in its path. Once caught in an avalanche, a person will suffer severe injuries, including fractures, internal organ damage, and even death. The air wasn't safe because it wasn't high enough. Ling Mo activated her protective shield and tried to fly higher. Once she reached a sufficiently high position and was certain she wouldn't be affected, Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at the scene below. The avalanche was like a greedy beast, devouring everything in its path. Ling Mo watched all this with lingering fear, only belatedly realizing what the sound she had heard earlier was. If it weren't for that sound, she might not have even realized an avalanche was happening. Kaiman, did you hear anything before the avalanche? No sound was heard, and no sound fluctuations were detected. Since there was nothing, it was even stranger. She clearly heard it. Could it have been a hallucination, or was her subconscious warning her? She wondered if the Crimson Fruit's ability to unleash human potential was due to this. After all, intuition is sometimes very accurate. Ling Mo attributed everything to the Crimson Fruit. After watching the avalanche for a while longer, she piloted the aircraft away from the dangerous area. Once in a safe area, her stomach rumbled in protest. From yesterday until now, aside from snow chestnuts and snow lily seeds, she hadn't eaten much. It was time for a hot meal. Looking around, she noticed a small snow-capped mountain not far away. The previous avalanche still left her a little shaken, but there was no better place nearby. Besides, the mountain wasn't large, it shouldn't be prone to avalanches. Reaching the mountain, Ling Mo took out a shovel and dug a cave in the snow. Once the interior space was large enough, she sealed the entrance with snow to prevent any odor from escaping due to the enemy, and stored the excess snow in her spatial storage. After making these preparations, Ling Mo took out the portable kitchen she had obtained in Snow Fox Village. According to the Snow Fox boy, it had everything. Ling Mo wanted a cooking utensil to heat up food, and in the next second, the box transformed into a pot with a built-in heating function. She took out the prepared rice, poured it into the pot, and then added a lot of good ingredients. Given the current circumstances, this was the only option. After eating and drinking her fill, Ling Mo let out a comfortable burp. It felt so good. She then ate the remaining snow chestnuts and snow lily seeds as dessert, which made her even more satisfied. She wondered when the rescue would arrive. Ling Mo inquired about their progress and learned that they were still on their way. They also reminded her that it was avalanche season on Ice and Snow Star and that she should be very careful. Chapter 143 The Land of the Yeti 19. Ling Mo looked at the picture of the heavenly eye shown by Qiaman. It was golden, but the heavenly eyes in these bags were not only golden but also red. What's the difference between the golden and red heavenly eyes? No information was found on red heavenly eyes. All heavenly eyes on the market are currently golden. Hearing this, Ling Mo looked at the red heavenly eyes in the bags. There were indeed relatively few, so had she opened a hidden one? Ling Mo took out a golden heavenly eye to test its effect. As for the red heavenly eye, she would deal with it after the game ended. Following the instructions provided by Chairman, Ling Mo first injected her mental energy into it. As her mental energy was injected, the golden heavenly eye slowly rose. A few minutes later, it transformed into a golden light and flew into the sky. Watching the golden heavenly eye disappear, Ling Mo's mind moved, and her entire vision instantly switched. Fortunately, she didn't have a fear of heights. She had adapted to being on the aircraft for the past few days, otherwise, such a sudden and drastic change in her vision would have given her a heart attack. Although the golden heavenly eye was incredibly useful, its drawback quickly became apparent: it couldn't cover the lower areas. In other words, when she used the heavenly eye to observe, her physical vision would completely disappear. When her vision returned to normal, Ling Mo frowned and spent a long time adjusting to the sudden shift in her field of vision. This was a problem, as each switch required time to adjust. Just as she was pondering a solution, she suddenly remembered that she had two eyes. She had tried multitasking before, and perhaps she could use one eye to see different things. Without hesitation, Ling Mo adjusted one lens to a completely light-blocking state, leaving the other lens unchanged. One eye's view was shifted to the sky, while the other maintained its normal view. Although Ling Mo felt a little awkward at first, she quickly adapted. With the heavenly eye, her observation range increased exponentially. Moreover, the heavenly eye had another advantage: it had no distance limitations. She could go wherever she wanted and return easily whenever she wanted. Ling Mo collected snow and traveled while simultaneously controlling the heavenly eye to fly around in the sky. Generally, side quests should be found where players gather, but after searching around, unfortunately, she found nothing. Thinking of the cold rock rat in her spatial dimension, Ling Mo decided to change her approach. Now that she was a registered adventurer, she could find quests herself. She also wanted to find the Ice and Snow Council. She still had an S-rank Awakening Stone quest reward to claim. Changing her strategy, Ling Mo took out her Adventurer ID card and entered the Adventurer-only platform using the number on it. Adventurers often spend years or even months in the wilderness. The wilderness is complex and information is scarce. They can't keep up with outside news and must travel to specific locations to accept quests, which is time-consuming and laborious for adventurers. To make things easier, the Adventurers Guild developed this adventurer-only system. Not only can it accept and post quests, but after completion, it can also scan the quest to show as completed. Some quests allow multiple adventurers or adventure teams to claim them, but there's only one reward, so it's first come, first served. All you have to do is bring the items back and claim your reward. It's incredibly convenient. Ling Mo looked at the tasks listed. Some were already snatched away by others before she could even fully read the details. New tasks appeared almost every second, and tasks were constantly being completed. Ling Mo was overwhelmed and couldn't see the content clearly. Seeing the word filter in the upper right corner, she decisively clicked it. She selected Ice and Snow Star as the task scope, and immediately the number of tasks decreased significantly. Even so, there were still several thousand tasks, but compared to the previous huge number, it was much better. Ling Mo began to look at them one by one. Collect the Yetis horn, task reward, Snow Maiden's blessing. After checking what Snow Maiden's blessing was, Ling Mo was very glad that she hadn't accepted that terrible task from the system. Snow Maiden's blessing, as the name suggests, is a blessing given by Snow Maiden, who is a snow spirit. Unlike Ling Mo's crazy gamble with snow chestnuts, Snow Maiden's blessing guarantees a blessing. Moreover, the snow spirit's blessing also varies in strength. Obtaining a blessing by eating snow chestnuts is random. You might get a powerful blessing or a very useless one. These are things that cannot be controlled by external forces. This snow woman's blessing was clearly a very powerful one. she accepted it without hesitation. Since the task didn't require a specific number, Ling Mo only scanned one Yeti horn. If it failed, she'd scan a second one, saving every bit of effort. After scanning the first Yeti horn, the task changed from incomplete to completed. Now she only needed to go to the Ice and Snow Council, hand in the Yeti horn, and receive the Snow Woman's blessing. Ling Mo realized she had underestimated the value of the Yeti horns. Since she could find a Yeti that had tragically died in an avalanche, there must be more unfortunate Yetis caught in avalanches throughout the entire snowfield. Next, Ling Mo added another task for herself, to find places where avalanches had occurred and see if any unfortunate Yetis were buried there. Besides this, Ling Mo also saw a task related to the Red Heavenly Eye, with a reward of 100 million gold coins. In addition to the Red Heavenly Eye, the Golden Heavenly Eye also offered 50 million gold coins. Ling Mo couldn't help but clutch her heart, mentally cursing the system. That damn system almost made her regret it for the rest of her life. After a moment's thought, she decided against accepting the task. The Heavenly Eyes were a perfect match for her talent. Although she had obtained some from the 3 Yetis, the quantity was still small, and some of them were Red Heavenly Eyes. Since the other party was willing to pay twice as much as for the Golden Heavenly Eyes, it meant they were even more valuable. She decided to go back and study the functions of the Red Heavenly Eyes first. As she walked, the Heavenly Eyes didn't reveal anything, but Ling Mo's spiritual power detected a location where an avalanche had just occurred. By the time she arrived, the avalanche had just ended. She had already detected traces of Yetis within the avalanche before arriving here. They must have been carried here by the avalanche along the way. Ling Mo approached cautiously, afraid of triggering a second avalanche. Chapter 144, The Land of the Yetis 20. After confirming the Yeti's death, Ling Mo was too lazy to waste energy digging it out of the snow, so she simply put it into her spatial storage. There were 3 Yetis in total this time. Unlike the previous 3 Yetis, which were in a terrible state, these 3 Yetis had no wounds on their bodies, but they were dead. Ling Mo's spiritual power detected that none of the bones in these 3 Yetis were intact, including their spines and skulls. In addition, her first impression of these 3 Yetis was that they were dirty. Their originally white fur had turned gray and was covered with unknown black clumps, and they emitted a foul odor. The only relatively clean part of their bodies was their horns, which were larger and looked sharper. The previous 3 Yetis probably belonged to a group, while these 3 slovenly Yetis were probably stray Yetis. After removing the horns and the cloth bags from the Yetis' heads, Ling Mo moved the 3 Yetis out of her spatial storage. The smell emanating from them was incredibly overpowering. While outside, the cold hadn't bothered him, but the higher temperature inside caused the black clumps on their bodies to melt, releasing an odor dozens of times more unpleasant than before. After searching the surrounding area, Ling Mo finally left. A short while later, news came from the Heavenly Eye. A group of players seemed to be preparing to hunt Yetis. Hunt Yetis? Yetis? And judging by appearances, they were wandering Yetis. Wait, were these people courting death? Did they even realize how dangerous Yetis were at this time of year? And Yetis have an extremely keen sense of smell. They would have been detected before they even got close. Oh, right, they really didn't know that. Their desire to hunt Yetis was probably blinded by the system's promised mission rewards. Originally, Ling Mo didn't want to interfere. After all, even if she stopped them, they might not appreciate it. But when she saw Ye Kai among them, led by the 1, 2, 3 wooden man group, Ling Mo took a deep breath. Given her relationship with Ye Kai, she couldn't stand idly by, both morally and logically. As for the 1, 2, 3 wooden man, at least for now, he was a suitable trading partner. Therefore, Ling Mo controlled the Heavenly Eye to fly towards Ye Kai's location. What's that? Someone noticed a golden object rapidly approaching and warned. Instantly, everyone became alert, their eyes fixed on the approaching Heavenly Eye. Ling Mo ignored them. Some tried to attack, but she easily dodged. Then, she controlled the Heavenly Eye to land on the ground and quickly wrote something. The 123 wooden man understood her intention and said to his companions who were preparing to attack, "Don't act rashly. See what it wants to do." Hearing this, Ling Mo gave the 123 wooden man an appreciative look. Good for him. Ling Mo controlled the heavenly eye to right the character go on the snow and then flew in the opposite direction from the snow monster. "Captain, one of the team members looked at the 123 wooden man. They were here to hunt the snow monster. Leaving now would mean all their preparations were wasted. Moreover, what if this was a trap deliberately set by other countries?" Ye Kai didn't think that far ahead. Looking at the words on the snow, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. So he got up and ran without hesitation in the direction the heavenly eye had left, even using his talent. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight. Seeing this, 123 wooden man glanced at the approaching Yeti and then at the direction Tianyin and Ye Kai had left in, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Retreat." If it was just a trap, they could continue setting traps later, but if it wasn't, they might have already been exposed, and the other side had come specifically to warn them. A name flashed through 123 wooden man's mind, Drunk with Soy Sauce. The system's earlier announcement indicated that Drunk with Soy Sauce was currently in the same game as them. And so 123 wooden man quietly led his teammates away from that area. This ambush wasn't limited to their group. Several other groups from different countries were also involved. Seeing 123 wooden man and his group leave, these people secretly mocked them for retreating at the last minute. When Mu Chunfeng learned of their departure, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. "It's good they're gone, one less competitor," one of his subordinates said. Others might think that 123 wooden man chose to act rashly at this moment because of cowardice, but Mu Chunfeng didn't think so. After several encounters, he knew exactly what kind of person red light, green light was. Cowardly? Impossible. His departure at this moment meant something had gone wrong on their end. Did he know beforehand that the mission was dangerous and wouldn't succeed? Various guesses flashed through Mu Chunfeng's mind, but he himself had no intention of leaving. Before the game began, he had always been an adventurous person. The more dangerous the situation, the more it piqued his interest. Moreover, Mu Chunfeng firmly believed that danger and opportunity often went hand in hand, just like this time. Although the Yeti was powerful, he felt it was worth the risk for high-level items. Just as he was thinking this, the Yeti, which had been slowly approaching their encirclement, suddenly stopped and then leaped over the encirclement, appearing behind them. At this moment, everyone finally understood why red light, green light had left, because they had already been exposed. They were waiting for the Yeti to enter the encirclement, but the Yeti was also waiting to get close enough before attacking. They thought they were the hunters, but little did they know they were the real prey. The group of 1, 2, 3 wooden men who had already left noticed this scene and were filled with lingering fear. Thankfully they had left quickly. Meanwhile, Ye Kai chased after Tianyin, calling out Ling Mo's name. However, Ling Mo had no intention of meeting him, so after leading Ye Kai to a safe place, she controlled Tianyin to fly higher until Ye Kai could no longer see her. She originally thought this would shake Ye Kai off, since he had chosen a gliding cloak instead of a flying vehicle. Unexpectedly, a pair of magnificent cyan wings suddenly sprouted from Ye Kai's back. Seeing this, Ling Mo didn't hesitate and immediately increased her speed. If she didn't leave, she would really be caught. In the sky, Ye Kai, flapping his wings, looked at the vanished Tianyin and muttered to himself, "Could I have mistaken him?" But who else besides Ling Mo would know so much about the game? No, wait, there really is someone. Ye Kai suddenly thought of the guy who drank soy sauce and acted crazy. Chapter 145, The Land of the Yeti 21. On the other side, Ling Mo, who had finally escaped, breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she ran fast. Wait, when did Ye Kai learn this move? After this little incident, Ling Mo finally arrived at Snowbird Village. The snowbird beastmen living here were all tall and slender, with a pair of snow-blue wings on their backs and a magnificent feathered crest on their heads, making them easily identifiable. "Excuse me, where's the snowbird dance troupe?" Ling Mo immediately found a passerby to ask for directions. The snowbird beastman who had been stopped blinked his large, bright eyes and pointed in a certain direction. It's over there. Are you a fan of the dance troupe? But they haven't performed in a long time. I heard there were internal problems. As he spoke, the snowbird beastman shook his head regretfully. Without the snowbird dance troupe, their fun had diminished considerably, and the whole village had become deserted. It was quite a change. I'm not a fan of theirs. I'm here to deliver something to them. Thank you for the directions. Following the direction pointed out by the snowbird beastman, Ling Mo quickly found the snowbird dance troupe. Just as the snowbird beastman had said, the door was tightly closed, indicating that it hadn't been open for a long time. Ling Mo stepped forward and knocked on the door. After a while, footsteps came from inside, and then the door opened. A tall girl with a feathered headdress peeked out. Seeing Ling Mo, she said apologetically, "There's no song and dance performance today. Please come another day." Seeing that the door was about to close again, Ling Mo quickly said, "I'm not here to listen to the song and dance, I'm here to deliver something, ice mist fruit." Hearing the words ice mist fruit, the girl's previously annoyed expression immediately changed, and she looked at Ling Mo with her beautiful big eyes. "Are you serious?" Ling Mo didn't speak, but simply took out the ice mist fruit that he had already selected from his spatial storage. Seeing the large, plump ice mist fruit, the girl's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Great. Come with me." Ling Mo had just entered when he heard the girl running and shouting impatiently, "Captain, Captain, the ice mist fruit is here." Her voice attracted more members of the dance troupe. A moment later, an elegant and refined woman approached Ling Mo. Looking at the light blue feathered crown on the woman's head, he confirmed she was also a snowbird beastman. "You really have ice mist fruit?" Ling Mo nodded, then took out another ice mist fruit and placed it in front of the woman. The woman examined the ice mist fruit carefully, looking it over from all angles. It was flawless. It was the highest grade ice mist fruit. "How many ice mist fruits like this do you have?" "I'll take them all." Ling Mo was about to say he had 100, since the mission required 100, but remembering his experience in Snow Rabbit Village, he didn't say it aloud. Instead, he asked, "How many do you want?" The woman gritted her teeth and said, 200? Only 200? She had thought it would be many more. Seeing that Ling Mo didn't speak, the woman assumed he didn't have that many, so she said, "If 200 is too many, then 150 will do, but it can't be less than 100. 200 is no problem, but the price?" Ling Mo looked at the woman with a smile. "Price is not an issue." Hearing that Ling Mo could actually produce 200 ice mist fruits, the woman didn't care about anything else. A little price was fine. 200 ice mist fruits should be enough for them to survive this period. Deal. Also, could I have some of your shed feathers? Snowbird beastmen feathers, after simple processing, could be turned into weapons, considered the most beautiful weapons. Of course, just some feathers. You can have as many as you want. The snowbird beastmen molted all their feathers every day. Having gotten what he wanted, Ling Mo readily produced 200 ice mist fruits. After checking the quality of the ice mist fruits, the woman had someone bring over a lot of snow mist cream. Each box contained about 500 grams. These snow mist pastes are made from ice mist fruits and freshly fallen snow. They have the effects of clearing heat, moistening the lungs, relieving coughs, and protecting the throat. Normally, one ice mist fruit can be exchanged for 3 boxes of snow mist pastes. But since your ice mist fruits are of high quality and in large quantities, I'll double it for you, 1 ice mist fruit for 6 boxes of snow mist pastes. Ling Mo looked at the crystal clear snow mist pastes and asked in confusion, "Since you have so many snow mist pastes, why do you still need ice mist fruits?" He wondered how many ice mist fruits were needed to make just 1 box of snow mist pastes. "We need high-quality ice mist fruits. Only after eating them can our voices become clear and beautiful. These snow mist pastes are made from slightly lower-grade ice mist fruits, so the effect is different." "All right. 1 ice mist fruit for 6 boxes of snow mist pastes, 200 for 1,200 boxes. After Ling Mo put away these 1,200 boxes of snow mist pastes, she followed the snowbird beastman who had started the conversation towards their back warehouse. As soon as she entered, Ling Mo saw a warehouse full of feathers with a faint blue tinge. The members of the snowbird dance troupe, because they paid more attention to their appearance than other snowbirds, had feathers that were more lustrous and beautiful. Each feather seemed to shimmer with starlight, making them appear like perfect works of art. Ling Mo first thanked the snowbird beastman who had led the way, then stored all the snowbird feathers in the warehouse into her spatial storage. Just as she was about to leave, the snowbird beastman reappeared, seemingly holding something in his hand. Wait a minute. The snowbird beastman caught up with Ling Mo and took out what he was holding. This is for you. Ling Mo took it. It was a ticket, silver and blue with a picture of a white bird dancing gracefully printed on it. With the snow mist fruit you provided, our dance troupe has decided to launch our long-dormant interstellar tour. Here's the ticket. The troop leader asked me to give it to you. This ticket allows you to watch one of our troupe's performances for free. Ling Mo put the ticket into her spatial storage and said, "Thank you for the ticket, I'll definitely go." Before leaving Snowbird Village, Ling Mo suddenly remembered something and asked, "Do you know how to get to the Ice and Snow Council?" Hearing this, the Snowbird Beastman was taken aback. "You want to go to the Ice and Snow Council?" Ling Mo nodded. "Do you know how to get there?" "I do know." The Snowbird Beastman nodded with a troubled expression. "Go east from here and after about half a day you'll see a castle made of ice. That's the Ice and Snow Council. However, before you get there you need to cross a territory inhabited by wandering Yetis, which is very dangerous." Chapter 146, The Land of the Yetis 22. Do wandering Yetis still have territory? They're wandering yet they still have territory? Wandering Yetis are creatures driven out by their respective Yeti clans. They're more brutal and warlike than ordinary Yetis. That area wasn't originally their territory, it just became theirs because they frequented it. I see. What if I take a detour? By going around the wandering Yetis' territory? Ling Mo thought to herself, if you can't afford to mess with someone, just avoid them. That's unlikely. The Snowbird Beastman's first sentence effectively blocked that path. Why not? Is it because the wandering Yetis' territory is large and going around it would take a lot of time? Time is secondary. To go around the wandering Yetis' territory, you have to pass through 7 or 8 Yeti territories consecutively. Ling Mo. Okay, so taking a detour is more dangerous than going directly through. After thanking the Snowbird Beastman again, Ling Mo left Snowbird Village. She definitely needed to go to the Ice and Snow Council, but how to get there required some thought. Go underground like below? That's certainly one way, but if an avalanche occurs, she'll be caught in the crossfire, and escaping will be very troublesome. Ling Mo has 4 paths before her. The first is to detour, which is both dangerous and time-consuming, so that's out of the question. The remaining 3 are underground, which also carries the risk of avalanches, and escape is difficult. And surface, which, while also subject to avalanches, offers easier escape, but the downside is the risk of being spotted by the snow monsters. Finally, there's the option of going skyward, which Ling Mo personally prefers. It's fast and safe, but the only drawback is the high risk of being spotted. Oh, right, there's another way: stay put and wait for the Federation's rescue, then have them take her to the Ice and Snow Council. That's safe and hassle-free, the only uncertainties being the time and whether they're even willing to help. What if they're unwilling? She'll lose everything. Looking at the 3 paths, upper, middle, and lower, a sudden inspiration struck Ling Mo. Why choose one? She can take all 3 simultaneously, whichever is safest. Having made up her mind, Ling Mo resolutely headed east. Before reaching the territory of the wandering Yetis, Ling Mo first sent Tianyan to scout the situation. Tianyan, after circling the skies, indeed discovered numerous Yetis' tracks on the ground. They were either walking alone across the snowfield or engaged in sudden, deadly sparring. In just a short time, Ling Mo witnessed at least 5 Yetis fighting, some even in large groups, where there were no friends, only enemies. Then predictably, this triggered avalanches. Because of these Yetis, avalanches in that area were exceptionally frequent, almost a small avalanche every 5 minutes and a large one every 10 minutes. The Yetis swept into the avalanches didn't seem to care. Those who survived crawled out, dusted themselves off and left. Those who didn't survive were buried forever in the snow. Ling Mo recorded all these locations. The horns of these Yetis were treasures, especially the horns of the wandering Yetis. Wandering Yetis were more aggressive than ordinary Yetis and their horns were much sharper. Donning a pure white outfit, with a flying vehicle, protective shield, and illusory cloak ready at any moment, Ling Mo officially stepped into the territory of the wandering Yeti after walking for about half an hour. Upon entering, Ling Mo smelled a faint stench, the distinctive odor of stray Yetis. Due to neglect, their bodies were covered in clots of blood from fights, some their own, some from enemies. Over time, this resulted in an unpleasant smell. It was manageable now, but it would be a disaster in the summer. Yes, I did have a summer, albeit a very short one, lasting only about a month. Based on her previous observations with her heavenly eye, stray Yetis had passed through here not long ago and this was likely its scent. She noticed a black clot nearby, probably also from that stray Yetis. Ling Mo hesitated, not picking it up. Although the scent on the clot might lead her to be mistaken for a stray Yetis, one of their own kind, based on her recent observations, being mistaken for one wasn't necessarily a good thing. From what she had just seen, every stray Yetis here had no friends, only enemies. She even saw through her heavenly eye that 2 Yetis, despite being far apart, rushed towards each other because they smelled each other's scent. Did you think they were old friends reunited after a long time, their eyes filled with tears of joy? No, they simply wanted to kill each other. Therefore, disguising herself as a wandering Yeti not only failed to keep other wandering Yetis away, but it also attracted them. Before entering the wandering Yeti territory, she had already planned her route using her heavenly eye. All that was left was to follow it. If nothing unexpected happened, she would be able to leave smoothly and reach the ice and snow council by this time tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happened, then the unexpected did. Her heavenly eye saw several Yetis fighting in groups, and the commotion caused a massive avalanche, instantly engulfing several wandering Yetis without a chance to struggle. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that the avalanche was heading straight for her. When Ling Mo heard the warning avalanches coming, again, without hesitation, she flew directly into the sky. The moment she took off, her protective shield and illusory cloak activated simultaneously to avoid revealing her position in the air and becoming a target. After a thoroughly enjoyable avalanche, Ling Mo had gathered many ice chestnuts, edible but damaged fruits, and a broken snowflake. Those wandering snow monsters had fought so fiercely over this snowflake. Snowflake? A specialty of Ice and Snow Star, a favorite of snow monsters. Carrying it can eliminate one's own aura, its effect is doubled in snowy weather. Looking at the damaged snowflake, she wondered if it was still usable. Ling Mo looked at the broken snowflake in her hand, which resembled an enlarged version of a half-melted snowflake, and put it in her pocket. It's not completely broken, it should still be somewhat useful. Besides the snowflake, she also found 5 pairs of snow monster horns and several heavenly eyes. It was a pity there were no red heavenly eyes among them. Wandering Beastman didn't seem to possess red heavenly eyes. The avalanche had brought her many gains, but it had also wasted a lot of time. She needed to hurry to make up for the lost time. For the rest of the time, Ling Mo would walk on the ground and fly in the sky, resting underground when she got tired. Chapter 147, The Land of the Yetis 23. On the way forward, they encountered several more avalanches of varying sizes, harvesting some ice chestnuts but wasting a lot of time. After a few times, Ling Mo gave up. Wasting time was fine. It wasn't a complete waste, and each time brought different gains. The route was pre-planned, passing through the places she had marked where wandering Yetis were buried. This time, Ling Mo didn't stop traveling at night. Yetis aren't nocturnal creatures, they rest at night too. Previously, Yetis patrolled their territories, but the wandering Yetis clearly didn't have this awareness. In their minds, just do the work, patrol? What patrol? Therefore, it was much safer at night. Ling Mo only needed to deal with the sudden drop in temperature and the harsh weather. And since Ling Mo had eaten ice chestnuts, these were nothing to her. Compared to the daytime, Ling Mo's travel speed was actually much faster at night. After collecting the Yeti horns from the previously marked locations, she miraculously made up for all the time she had wasted. Ling Mo piloted the aircraft at breakneck speed, the cold wind constantly whistling past her ears, but she felt nothing, not even a change in expression, finding the temperature just right. Judging by her appearance, no one would guess that the surrounding temperature was already over -100 degrees Celsius. If she continued to ascend, the temperature would drop even lower. Along the way, Ling Mo spotted many traces of Yetis. If it were daytime, she would never dare to appear so openly, but it was nighttime, and the Yetis were all asleep. Even if a Yeti sensed her presence, by the time it opened its eyes, she would have already flown far away. At dawn, an aircraft slowly landed on the ground. Ling Mo jumped off, stretched, yawned, and looked back. It was several hours ahead of schedule. Her previous estimate of a full day's journey included various possible unforeseen circumstances. According to the snowbird beastman, continuing forward for a while would lead to a castle made of ice, the Ice and Snow Council. Ling Mo suddenly thought of a serious question, speaking of which, I've already reached the Ice and Snow Council, so shouldn't I be considered rescued? The last task of the main quest only mentioned being rescued, but she had already reached the council, a clearly official organization. Wasn't that considered rescued? After walking for a while, when Ling Mo could finally see the tip of a castle in the distance, a set of data suddenly appeared before her eyes. 3,800 meters from the Ice and Snow Council. 3,800 meters still to go. Looks like I need to hurry. Thinking this, Ling Mo quickened her pace. 10 minutes later, a door made of ice appeared before Ling Mo. She rang the doorbell, and the door slowly opened. Just as Ling Mo stepped through the door, the system's voice rang in her ears. Congratulations to player Drunk on Soy Sauce for completing the main quest. Do you wish to leave the game? Seeing this, Ling Mo chose no without hesitation. Only a fool would choose to leave the game at this moment. She still had quest rewards to claim. Upon arriving at the Ice and Snow Council, she was greeted by a snowman. Looking at the receptionist, Ling Mo confirmed that she was indeed a snowman. The Snow Clan, the oldest race on Ice and Snow Star, prefers to live in cold environments and dislikes hot things. Ling Mo withdrew her curious gaze and took out her adventurer's identity card. I'm here to submit a quest and receive my rewards. The snowman took the quest card, a look of shock flashing in its eyes. A newly registered novice adventurer had actually resolved 2 cold rock rat threats in one go. This had never happened before. However, the records couldn't be wrong. Okay, please follow me. Ling Mo naturally noticed the surprise in the snowman's eyes. She had thought she'd be challenged like the protagonists in the novels she'd read, she'd even prepared her explanations. But nothing happened. But that was fine, since bringing out all the cold rock rat was quite time-consuming. Reaching a spot, the snowman stopped and turned to Ling Mo, saying, "Please wait a moment." Ling Mo nodded silently. The snowman entered the room and emerged a moment later, holding a cyan stone. "This is your quest reward." She took the cyan stone. S-rank awakening stone, 100% guaranteed for a second awakening. P.S. Only those with the aptitude for a second awakening can achieve a 100% awakening after using this. Those without the aptitude for a second awakening cannot awaken even with an SSS level awakening stone. What is awakening aptitude? Breakthrough level 3 before the age of 20. This condition is not difficult for Ling Mo, since she already showed signs of breaking through level 3 before entering the game. She has a premonition that she will be able to break through level 3 smoothly after this game ends. She read in her research that level 3 and level 5 are 2 watersheds. If she can't even get past level 3, there's no point in talking about level 4 or 5. Moreover, after level 3, one will awaken a spiritual body. Ling Mo is very much looking forward to her spiritual body and wonders what it will be like. There are all kinds of spiritual power recorded in interstellar space, including animals, plants, insects, and even inanimate objects. For some reason, Ling Mo suddenly thought of the egg in the lion's arms in the space. After obtaining the awakening stone, Ling Mo did not leave but went to the 3rd floor, which is the branch of the Adventurers Guild. Ling Mo found the person in charge here. "Hello, I'm here to submit a mission." She took out her adventurer's ID card. Seeing that Ling Mo was only a novice adventurer, a hint of surprise flashed in the person's eyes, but they didn't say anything. After leading her to a warehouse, they said, "You've accepted a mission related to the cold rock rats. Put the cold rock rats you capture in this warehouse. After we've settled everything, the money will be deposited into your account." "Okay, I understand." Ling Mo nodded. The warehouse seemed a bit small, though. It was probably due to spatial folding technology, like a spatial loop. Ling Mo didn't ask any questions, otherwise she would seem uncultured and ignorant. As Ling Mo took out cold rock rats one by one from the spatial storage, first ordinary-sized cold rock rats, then baby cold rock rats, giant cold rock rats, and even 2 cold rock rat kings, she continued her journey. Chapter 148 The Land of the Yeti 24. The person in charge's expression went from calm and collected to surprised, then to shocked, and finally, when he saw the cold rock rat king, his mouth gaped open, unable to close. Besides the astonishing number, these cold rock rats seemed to be alive. "Did you catch all of these?" Upon hearing this, the person in charge knew he had asked a pointless question. If she hadn't caught them, how would they be in his hands? Looking at the warehouse full of cold rock rats, the person in charge trembled as he used his AI to contact other staff to count the number. At this moment, he was incredibly grateful that he hadn't taken this novice adventurer to a regular warehouse out of greed for convenience, otherwise, so many cold rock rats wouldn't have been able to fit. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him: some adventurers deliberately didn't upgrade their adventurer level. Could this person be one of them? Although this person looked quite young, in interstellar space, some people develop slowly due to racial reasons, even hundreds of years old, they might look like minors. Even if not, someone who could capture so many cold rock rats all by themselves, and keep them alive, would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future, someone he wouldn't dare offend. Thinking of this, the person in charge's expression became even more eager. "You've provided too many cold rock rats. We may need some time to verify the quantity before we can transfer the bounty to your account." Hearing this, Ling Mo nodded and casually asked, "About how long?" She hoped it wouldn't interfere with her participation in the auction. Although she went to the auction to broaden her horizons, what if she encountered something she really wanted? She wasn't sure if the money from selling these cold rock rats would be enough. Perhaps she should sell some Yeti horns? She had collected quite a few along the way in the territory of the wandering beastmen. She currently had about 30 Yeti horns, she kept 20 for herself, and the rest could be sold for cash. Speaking of which, she seemed to still have the reward for the Snow Maiden's Blessing quest to claim. She looked at the person in charge. "I've also taken on another quest, the Snow Maiden's Blessing." As the person in charge, she remembered some special quests. The Snow Maiden's Blessing quest involved trading a Yeti's horn. This quest had been hanging there for a long time, but no one had completed it. It wasn't that no one had ever obtained a Yeti's horn. There were always 1 or 2 people who could successfully defeat Yetis and bring back their horns. But, even if they could bring them back, the seller might not be willing to sell. The Snow Maiden's Blessing was rare, but the Yeti's horn was even rarer. Those who had obtained Yeti horns all used them to forge their own weapons. Who would trade them? Ling Mo took out a relatively small Yeti horn. Although it was relatively small, it was still nearly 1.5 meters long. Compared to its size, its weight was terrifying, weighing several hundred kilograms. Those Yetis, carrying such heavy horns every day, might develop cervical spondylosis. The person in charge was extremely excited when he saw the Yeti horn. In all his years here, he had only had a handful of opportunities to see a Yeti horn in person. The last time he saw someone take out a Yeti horn was 10 years ago, and seeing it again now still shocked him from the murderous aura emanating from it. He didn't even need to verify it, he could confirm it was a genuine Yeti horn. However, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. With the person in charge deliberately pulling strings, the determination regarding the Yeti horn was made in less than 5 minutes, and at the same time, the Snow Maiden's blessing was delivered to Ling Mo. Looking at the small blue crystal in her hand, she respectfully asked the person in charge, "Is this the Snow Maiden's blessing?" "Yes, as long as you crush it, you will receive the Snow Maiden's blessing. Moreover, this ice crystal is of extremely high quality, and there's a high probability of obtaining a powerful blessing." Hearing this, Ling Mo clasped her hands together and crushed the small blue crystal with almost no effort. At the same time, a cool sensation swept through her body. However, this feeling didn't last long, disappearing after about 30 seconds. Ling Mo, still not fully reacting, blinked. "That's it? What blessing did I receive? I didn't feel anything at all." Although she thought this, Ling Mo didn't show it, her face remaining calm. The person in charge, observing this, couldn't help but secretly admire her. She hadn't even asked a question. Was she absolutely certain she would receive the blessing she desired, or did she simply not care what blessing she might receive? The person in charge couldn't help but speculate wildly. Could this person be a disciple from some powerful family, hence their nonchalant attitude? By the way, I also found a few other quests related to Yeti horns for you. Would you be interested? With that, the person in charge took out a blue screen and placed it in front of Ling Mo. As everyone knows, Yetis have 2 horns. Ling Mo glanced at the quests on the screen. They were indeed all related to Yeti horns, and each one offered very generous rewards. But why hadn't she seen them before? Thinking of this, Ling Mo asked directly. The person in charge was taken aback, then explained, "These quests are all very dangerous designated quests. Only high-level adventurers and above can see them." Ling Mo. Looks like I still need to raise my adventurer level. Ling Mo carefully examined the screen, and she had to admit, the rewards for each quest were incredibly tempting. A Yeti horn, and the quest reward is a beast egg. These people seem to know that Yeti horns are hard to obtain, so they're requesting them one at a time. Kaiman, what's a beast egg? It sounds like a pet egg. Beast egg. An egg formed from an object that has developed sentience. After hatching, it can awaken various different abilities. P.S. After hatching, the beast will recognize the first person it sees as its master, so it's best to ensure that no one else is around when hatching the egg to avoid accidents. It sounds pretty powerful. And since it can be used to exchange for a Yeti horn, it shouldn't be an ordinary item. Without much hesitation, Ling Mo decided to get the egg. The person in charge was visibly happy when he saw Ling Mo click on one of the quests. You see, these quests have been hanging here for a long time without anyone completing them. Now that they've been completed, it will be a performance bonus for him. Chapter 149 The Land of the Yetis 25. However, seeing that Ling Mo didn't stop after accepting a task, but instead continued to flip through them, could it be? The person in charge held her breath, her heart pounding, a guess already forming in her mind. If it were true, it seemed that her promotion this year was promising, and she might even be transferred to the main star to be in charge. Ling Mo was unaware of the person in charge's thoughts at this moment. Her gaze fell on one of the tasks. Task 4, 5 Yeti Horns Task Reward, 1 Little Mocha Star. Task 6, 5 Yeti Horns Task Reward, 3 Garbage Stars. Ling Mo had already visited the Mocha Forest once during the second task. The place where the Mocha forest was located was called Mocha Star, an undeveloped planet. What was this little Mocha Star about? Fortunately, a detailed introduction to the planet was attached to the task. The situation of Little Mocha Star was similar to that of Mocha Star. It was also undeveloped, but unlike Mocha Star, which was an unclaimed planet, Little Mocha Star clearly had an owner. Moreover, Little Mocha Star was much smaller than Mocha Star, roughly only 1/10 the size of Mocha Star. The information also indicated that some dangerous animals on Little Mocha Star had been driven away, and it was now very safe. The person who posted this task was clearly very sincere. Ling Mo didn't hesitate and immediately clicked to accept. For Ling Mo at this moment, the value of Little Mocha Star far outweighed that of the Yeti horn. Moreover, she didn't think the Yeti horn was that difficult to obtain. She had had a fairly smooth journey so far. Although there were dangers, she had avoided most of them. Then came the next task, again involving trading the Yeti horn for a planet, this time 3 junk planets. Ling Mo was now extremely sensitive to the word junk. With a nervous heart, Ling Mo opened the information on these 3 junk planets. The interstellar standard for judging junk planets was how many usable resources a planet had. Planets with relatively scarce resources were generally classified as junk planets and used as dumping grounds for waste. In fact, junk planets could also be developed, it just required time. Interstellar space valued efficiency. It was better to use that time to develop more valuable planets. The current situation on these 3 junk planets is quite different. Resources are scarce. One of them is 80% covered by water, only slightly better than Hylon Planet. But Hylon Planet is rich in assets, with its island turtles being a veritable treasure trove. The other 2 are completely different. One is entirely bottomless swamps, and the other is a desert and Gobi. Leaving aside the ocean, perhaps there are ways to address the swamps and deserts. Planting trees and improving the land, she might be able to contract out this project. After all, Blue Star is unbearably hot right now, and the environment on the junk planets might be better. However, this matter requires careful consideration. The most important thing now is to take control of these 3 junk planets first. After accepting these 2 tasks, Ling Mo scrolled down again, but didn't find anything else she liked, so she stopped. Meanwhile, the person in charge stared wide-eyed, her expression as if she had seen a ghost. After a long pause, he finally found his voice and said, "The procedures for transferring ownership of a planet are quite complicated, and you may have to wait for a while." Ling Mo nodded, "Okay, I understand. By the way, could you do me a favor?" Upon hearing this, the person in charge immediately stood at attention and said, "What kind of help is it? Please tell me. I will do my best to help anyone within my authority." At this point, the person in charge had already decided that Ling Mo was a disciple from some powerful family, and even if it exceeded his authority, he would not refuse. Seeing this, Ling Mo did not waste any words and took out 4 more snow monster horns, saying, "I need to attend an auction soon, but I don't have enough funds, so I need your help." Looking at the 4 snow monster horns, the person in charge almost gasped, his heart pounding in his chest. In his eyes, this was not just helping, it was a direct path to his future career. Although he was asking for help, Ling Mo didn't specify what he needed to do, just exchange it for funds. With these 4 snow monster horns, he was 100% certain he would be transferred back to the main star, and might even have a chance to advance further. Moreover, he was going to attend an auction soon, and what kind of auction would require such a terrifying amount of funds? As far as he knew, it was probably only the Gnostics auction on Andromeda. The person in charge excitedly said, "Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory answer as soon as possible." Ling Mo nodded. She wasn't worried that the person in charge would abscond with the money, because if he did, it would be a slap in the face to the entire Adventurers Guild. Even without Ling Mo's intervention, the Adventurers Guild wouldn't let him go. Moreover, the Adventurers Guild would compensate Ling Mo 10 times the amount. In this light, the person's escape was actually a good thing. After resolving this matter, Ling Mo decided to go for a walk. The surrounding area was all within the territory of the Ice and Snow Council, very safe, so she didn't need to worry about anything. Before leaving, Ling Mo took the opportunity to upgrade her adventurer rank. Life, Ling Mo. Identity, high-level adventurer. Adventurer number, 949772389715525. She went from a beginner adventurer to a high-level adventurer in an instant. Others might need years or even decades, but Ling Mo did it in just a few days. All of this was because of the tasks she completed and the few Yeti horns she gave to the person in charge. After leaving the Ice and Snow Council, Ling Mo was about to ask Kaiman to inquire about the Snow Maiden's blessing. Before she could even speak, she saw an unread message from the Federal Rescue Team, asking for her location. Ling Mo told them she had successfully rescued herself and was currently at the Ice and Snow Council, but others were also trapped there, and they needed to rescue them. The team replied with an "I understand" and then nothing more, which Ling Mo didn't mind. After all, time was of the essence at this moment. As fellow players, she didn't want to eliminate too many people at once, as this would put immense pressure on the remaining players. This would lead to even more people trying to find her. Meanwhile, on a spaceship, a young man put down his communication device and reported to the man in the main seat, "Marshall, that person said she has been rescued, but according to the information she provided, it seems many people are trapped behind that snowfield, and these are all first-time visitors to Ice and Snow Star. Also, some have been captured by the Yeti." Chapter 150 The Land of the Yeti 26. At this moment, the adjutant beside the marshal frowned slightly. "It's the same every year. There are always some reckless people who come to Ice and Snow Star." The man called the marshal looked at the snow-white planet beneath his feet. He felt a familiar fluctuation here, yet something was different. "Save them." The man slowly uttered a few words. "Yes, Marshal." "What about those who were captured by the Yeti?" someone asked. "Save them if you can. Don't linger." "Yes." On the other side, she dug a hole in the snow and buried herself, then entered her spatial dimension. She had just asked Kaiman to look up information about the Snow Maiden's blessing and the Snow Elf's blessing and learned that after being blessed, corresponding characteristics would appear on one's body. Ling Mo took off her thick clothes and began to examine herself inch by inch. First, a small blue mole appeared on the inner side of her ear. The corresponding blessing was the whisper of ice and snow, which allowed her to hear the sound of snow and foresee impending danger, but it only worked in places with snow. Thinking of the sound she had heard before, she had received the blessing then, not because of the crimson fruit. Then there was her hand. A small blue mole had appeared between her index and middle fingers, much lighter in color than the mole on her ear. This location corresponded to the blessing ice finger, capable of instantly freezing a person, the power controlled by the recipient. Ice finger only works upon skin contact, and the recipient's hand temperature would be lower than that of an ordinary person. Ling Mo had been wearing gloves, which was why she hadn't noticed it. At this moment, Ling Mo was extremely excited, no less so than the person in charge before. A 1 in 1,000 chance, and she'd encountered it twice. With that kind of luck, she should have bought a lottery ticket. Unfortunately, given the current state of Blue Star, even if she won, no one would redeem the prize for her. Even if she did, she wouldn't know where to spend the money. Although 2 times was already incredibly lucky, Ling Mo didn't stop. What if? What if there was more? She inadvertently glanced at her hair. Due to the temperature of the space, her hair was turning back to black, currently in a black and white state. The black sections were very long, while the white hair had a faint blue tinge. Ling Mo's heart skipped a beat. The blue hair seemed to correspond to the melting snow characteristic, allowing the body to melt into the snow, a very rare blessing. And what else? After checking the front, Ling Mo took out a mirror to check the side. She was shocked by what she saw. Ice and snow body, when in snowy weather, all physical attributes double, and recovery speed increases. The lower the temperature, the more pronounced the effect. Ling Mo guessed that this ice and snow body was a blessing from the Snow Maiden. Kaiman, wasn't it supposed to be a 1 in 1,000 chance? Why did I get 3 blessings at once? It's probably because before eating the snow chestnuts, the master ate a large number of ice chestnuts. Research shows that the higher one's cold resistance, the greater the chance of receiving a snow spirit's blessing. Another reason Ling Mo received so many blessings might be because she ate so many. Ice chestnuts are rare, and snow chestnuts are even rarer. Few people collect hundreds like Ling Mo and keep eating them non-stop. Moreover, Ling Mo's body had undergone training with the marrow-cleansing fruit and body-tempering aloe vera beforehand, which was also a significant factor. Her excellent physical condition, combined with the quantity of these treatments, resulted in the current outcome. Ling Mo reviewed her 4 blessings again. After the initial excitement, she realized that, except for the ice fingers, the other 3 required specific environmental conditions. Even the ice fingers required skin contact. Oh well, something is better than nothing. Seeing that her hair had completely turned black, Ling Mo put away the mirror and prepared to leave. The Federation's rescue team had arrived, the game was likely about to end, so she needed to act quickly. After getting dressed, a snow chestnut fell out of her pocket. Seeing this, Ling Mo realized she must have missed it earlier. Not wanting to waste it, she picked it up and ate it. The next second, she was outside again. Looking at the exit above her head, Ling Mo suddenly wanted to test her talent. With a thought, Ling Mo vanished completely. She felt incredibly novel, she had truly become one with the snow. After returning to normal and back on the ground, Ling Mo still had a smile on her face, then said with some regret, "What a pity, it can only be used in places with snow, otherwise she would be invincible." Without wasting any more time, Ling Mo began collecting snow and gathering whatever she could carry. Icy grass, prefers to live in cold environments, cools and relieves heat, has a sweet taste. Ling Mo picked up a stalk and put it in her mouth. The taste was exactly like an ice pop. Moreover, this icy grass was even more durable than an ice pop, one stalk could last a long time. Looking at the vast expanse of icy grass in front of her, Ling Mo transformed into a ruthless lawnmower. Because she was afraid the lawnmower would damage the icy grass, Ling Mo pulled it all out by hand. Just then, Ling Mo sensed someone approaching. Turning her head, she saw a kind-looking snowman looking at her with a gratified gaze. Seeing that she had been discovered, the snowman wasn't surprised at all, still smiling, and said, "These days, it's rare to see a child as diligent as you." Hearing this, Ling Mo smiled and said, "It was just a small favor." Hearing this, the snowman was even happier. Seeing that Ling Mo always collected the cooling grass, she asked, "Do you like this kind of grass?" "That's right, this cooling grass tastes pretty good. We've been eating it since we were little. If you like it, I have a whole warehouse full of it, I'll give it all to you." Hearing the snowman's words, Ling Mo's eyes immediately lit up. "Really? Of course, it's not like it's anything valuable." Ling Mo happily followed behind the snowman. On the way, through conversation, she learned that the snowman was the gardener here, responsible for pruning the plants within the Ice and Snow Council's territory. Ling Mo glanced at the surrounding scenery and thought to herself, that job is pretty easy. After arriving at the warehouse that the gardener snowman had mentioned, the other party was indeed not lying, the warehouse was full of cooling grass. After thanking the gardener snowman again, Ling Mo went into the warehouse and came out 5 minutes later. Seeing her come out so quickly, the gardener snowman assumed her storage space was full and asked, "Aren't you going to pack some more?" Hearing this, Ling Mo shook her head, "It's enough. I'll be going now, goodbye." Seeing this, the gardener snowman wasn't angry, shook her head and walked into the warehouse, saying as she went, "These young people nowadays, really." Chapter 151 The Land of the Yeti 27, End. When she approached the warehouse, she was shocked by the scene inside. The warehouse, which had been crammed full, was now empty, and all the cool grass inside had disappeared. The gardener Yeti blinked hard, then rubbed her eyes with her hands, making sure that what she saw was not fake. After a moment, she opened her smart device, and a few seconds later, a lazy and arrogant voice came from it. "It's you. Have you thought it through? I'm only offering you this price because of our friendship. Otherwise, if you went to other places, they might not even pay attention to you. Recyclers are very busy these days." Hearing the extremely arrogant voice from the smart device, the gardener Yeti said with a strong voice, "Think it through, my ass. I'm here to tell you that even if you offer to help for free, I won't use you." After hanging up the communication, the gardener Yeti breathed a sigh of relief. The frustration that had been building up in her chest was finally gone, and she felt completely refreshed. At the same time, Ling Mo was still strolling around. The entire Ice and Snow Council building was very large and the scenery was beautiful. Ling Mo couldn't help but take out her camera to record this beautiful scene. Although the AI could also record, she preferred photos. Moreover, the camera she was holding was made in interstellar space, only the size of a hand, easy to operate, with clear image quality, and could generate photos immediately after taking them, and even in motion. At the same time, above Ice and Snow Star, on a spaceship, a soldier angrily cursed, "Are these people deaf? We already said we came to rescue them, and they still ran away, shouting and yelling as they ran, causing an avalanche." At this moment, Yi Kai and Jiang Xian, who had already been rescued on the spaceship, exchanged glances. They couldn't understand what you were saying, and seeing you fully armed, of course they had to run. At this moment, Jiang Xian stood up and said to the man in broken interstellar language, "Let me try." The man glanced at Jiang Xian, then at the marshal behind him, and seeing the other nod, he gave up his seat. Jiang Xian approached the machine and explained the situation in Mandarin. These people were there to rescue them, they shouldn't run around or shout. After speaking, Jiang Xian returned to his seat. He had said what he needed to say. Whether the players followed his instructions was up to them. Yi Kai looked at Jiang Xian and sighed, saying, "I wonder how Fuyu and Momo are doing. I couldn't find them the whole game. Perhaps they're not in the same game as us." "Don't worry, they'll be fine." Hearing this, Yi Kai nodded. Although the two weren't strong enough in combat, Fuyu could divine and always managed to escape danger. And Ling Mo had many hidden cards, even they didn't know, so they would definitely be alright. "By the way, boss, this time I encountered drunk soy sauce acting crazy." "No, not exactly encountered, he found us and even saved us once. And his talent seems to be a golden eye." Hearing this, Jiang Xian nodded. "That's definitely an important clue." Everyone knew that drunk soy sauce was in the same game as them, but knowing was one thing, finding him was another. Moreover, no one had ever seen what drunk soy sauce actually looked like. Even if he were standing right in front of you, you probably wouldn't recognize him. Jiang Xian's words seemed to have an effect, as the subsequent rescue plan went much more smoothly. Inside the Ice and Snow Council, Ling Mo was busy collecting snow and ice grass while taking photos, when the system notification sounded in her ear. The game will end in 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, players who have not completed the final main quest will automatically lose their game privileges. Hearing the system's voice, Ling Mo nodded regretfully. Only 10 minutes left. She took a deep breath and quickened her pace. 10 minutes passed. Time's up. Congratulations to all players who successfully completed the task. You will be teleported away soon. Players who did not complete the task will be teleported away in 10 minutes and will lose their game privileges. Good luck. Ling Mo felt a sudden darkness before her eyes. When she opened them again, she was back in her room. A wave of heat immediately enveloped her, making her feel like she was in a steamer. Seeing this, she quickly took out a water-cooling stone. Having eaten so many ice chestnuts and received the snow fairy's blessing, Ling Mo was no longer afraid of getting frostbite from the water-cooling stone. After taking off and putting away her clothes, Ling Mo went to the bathroom. Looking at her snow-white reflection in the mirror, she decided to put the water-cooling stone away and replace it with a fish scale. Without the water-cooling stone to create cold air, Ling Mo visibly returned to her normal appearance. Looking at herself in the mirror, she seemed much whiter than before. After showering and changing into clean clothes, Ling Mo checked the time on her phone. This game had taken an hour. Undeterred, she checked the time again, confirming it was an hour. She felt the game hadn't taken that long in total. What was the pattern to this game's timeout? Going downstairs, Jiang Xin, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu were already waiting. Seeing Ling Mo come down from the second floor, a look of surprise flashed in their eyes. "Looks like you've had quite a haul in the game this time," Yi Kai said, looking Ling Mo up and down. "Mo, you've grown taller." Ling Mo hummed in agreement and then found a seat. Compared to previous games, the game resources were considerably scarce. None of them had collected anything particularly valuable. Ling Mo did have some, but she didn't want to share them. "Good news. We probably won't lack ice for a long time," Yi Kai said, leaning on the table. The group discussed it and realized that most of their loot was similar: snow, ice, fish, snow lilies, and cooling herbs. Besides that, they had obtained a few items from completing side quests, but these were essential for survival and naturally couldn't be sold. "It seems this deal has to be called off," Jiang Xin said. "That's the only way." They weren't short of supplies to begin with. The trade was just a way to get rid of their surplus resources. Even without the trade, it wouldn't make much difference to them. Ling Mo took out some cooling grass and offered it to the group. "Try it, it tastes pretty good." The three took the cooling grass, took a bite, and praised it. It was indeed delicious. In the current weather, apart from those who had awakened ice-type talents, popsicles had long been a luxury.